Scheme. This VR game attracted 50 million people online in their spare time. Anyone could join for free. In the first month after the game was released, a total of 400 million users. This was something special and had the potential to grow a huge number of players in a short period of time. The dizzying success of the game can be explained by one reason that contributed to the game's very good development. Absolutely everyone who entered this game felt perfect. Everything was created for any person who entered this wonderful world. And all because they were able to create an ideal virtual reality that was able to drag a huge number of people from real life into this game. Even those who turned their nose up at the game and said that it was impossible to do this were already busy with their own world in this game. The scheme is something more than just a game. This is a new life. The guy is also one of the former skeptics. But now he is sitting in his bed enjoying the sea breeze in this game that conveys absolutely all the sensations. He experienced an absolute thrill from what he received in this ideal game that conveyed all the possibilities of the world. The guy's name is Lee Ki-ho, and he is one of the participants in this game's scheme. He's already playing it with all his might. And his name in the game is Mose. The guy didn't touch anyone and stood enjoying this game, but suddenly someone turned to him and started asking what he was doing here. Mose turned around to see who spoke to him like that, because it was very indecent on the part of the players of an ideal game that was created specifically for relaxation. Some men said that if he wants to stare into space, he can find another place because he only interferes with their work in order to get one interesting thing. The guy apologized to them very much, but they shouted at him not to get in the way, because they are all cleaners here who have the same goal. The guy said that he was a slime cleaner, and when the game achieved unprecedented success, world money and items began to mean more than real currency. At the moment there are 3 tiers of facts in the game: ordinary, magic, and rare. Ordinary unremarkable ones cost little, but magical artifacts of a higher level are a completely different matter. One of the famous ones is a cursed sword which is very rare, corresponding to its formidable appearance. And it all depends on the fact that they provide additional stat points. With each new stat point you increase your level, and getting an artifact with a plus is the same as getting a +1 to the player's level. These points significantly increase your physical abilities in the game. For example, an ordinary person will fight at the level of a professional boxer if he wears a C+3 strength ring. It is because of this that magical artifacts, even with a single stat point, are valued at no less than 10 million won. If we talk about rare items, that's a completely different story. After all, if the magical artifact itself costs that much, then it's rare in space. But unfortunately, they only had rumors because since the release of the game no one has yet been able to find a single thing of this level, and it is unknown whether there are ranks higher than rare. In other words, the magic rank is now the most prestigious, and even the person who has it becomes one of the best in the community. In the same game with Lime, this is a simple thing. They are considered monsters from which you can knock out artifacts with which you can get a plus to the level. Because of this, a huge number of players hunt for fairly harmless slimes in the hope of hitting the jackpot once in their life, because the game is endless. Such people are called slime cleaners because these monsters specially appear in the game so that they can spend their time and activity on them in the hope of getting something. But of course, the chance of knocking out a magical artifact is extremely small, and therefore almost no one has yet managed to do this. But only some lucky ones. Some guy killed another monster, and said that she didn't drop anything again. He was very disappointed because he had spent a lot of effort on it. Mose has been hunting slimes for more than 2 months to get one of the artifacts that absolutely all the players in this scheme were hoping for. Unfortunately, he was never able to knock out anything magical that he had hoped for during this period of time while he was hunting for them. He spent a lot of time to sum up the results. In this wonderful world there is a town called Linderk. It was a huge seaside city in which mainly the richest people lived. The guy came there to trade. The guy stood in shock and didn't understand why only 20 silver for the work he did. But he was told that they are literally carrying buckets of slime now, and too many people are trying to sell it, which is why he pays so little. But Mose does not understand that even if the price was halved in just a day, this was a very quick time frame during which his work was depreciated by half. They told him that this was all they could offer. He had no option to do anything else. After all, he needed money to continue living in this game. He said to go ahead and take these 20 silver coins, He was very disappointed and didn't know what to do next. He spent a lot of time in exchange for a few extra pieces. He hunted all day and earned only 20 coins, which in real money is only 20,000 won for a whole day of work. These were very small amounts. He knew that, in addition, due to the huge number of hunters with you, there were fewer and fewer hunters, and it would be more difficult for him to survive than before. And he understood that this was a very difficult moment in my life, that I needed to either survive or end altogether, and not suffer further in this game. Mose knew that for 2 months he lived with the hope of knocking them out of a magic item in order to somehow get rich and get some small resources. But in the end, he earned only 5 gold from selling all sorts of little things on the first day of work when he first got into the game. Unfortunately, he was very poor, and he had a very ordinary sword on which he spent quite a lot of resources, and which was about to break due to the fact that it was used for a long time. He understood that 5 gold coins would definitely not be enough to buy a new ball, and he would have to work more to at least continue such a life. Mose sat and looked at the sky. I understand how difficult his life is, and that it is very sad to understand that he is about to run out of all his resources. The guy was angry that he even started playing this stupid game on which he spent a lot of time and effort in the hope of winning something and feeling better than in ordinary life. He shouted that this was just an idiotic game, and wanted to break this helmet. He was very angry about this because in this game the only thing that decided was luck, which he didn't have. He knew that he had been busting his ass for 2 months trying to save up for college so that somehow he could get some opportunity to continue working and earning money. But he understood that it would all end like this anyway. If you had given up on trying to knock out artifacts, you would have just enjoyed the game and forgotten about all the little things. You could also devote more time to part-time work and feel normal both in the game and in life, thanks to which you could get an advantage everywhere. He continued to cry and understood that this was the worst outcome of events that could ever happen in his very difficult life, because he was no longer small enough to ask his mother for money. He sat and looked at the sunset, and you realize that you need to finish with this caviar because he won't achieve anything in 2 whole months. But before leaving, the most appropriate solution would be to look at your inventory and understand what you managed to do during these 2 months of your life. During this time of hellish labor, he was able to accumulate 5 gold pieces, which was about 500,000 won, which would definitely not be enough for college. But the guy felt that it would be a shame for him to exchange them just for some money that was not worth the effort and emotions that he spent. He knew that he was quitting the game anyway, and he needed to do something fun before leaving it. It was not in vain that he worked all this time. Suddenly he heard some noise that was not coming from afar. He was very interested in at least seeing what was happening there. There was a huge crowd of people shouting at the top of their voices, some different cries, because the very thing that people loved was happening there. It was like a small lottery, and people shouted for him to immediately open the very ticket to the best life that could only be. People shouted that this was already his 8th ticket to win something. And the guy was very nervous to win something because he had spent a lot of money on this one. Suddenly he was able to open this stone, with the help of which it was determined what you could get from this miracle lottery that everyone believed. Unfortunately, he still had some kind of fish with a human face that was not suitable for consumption, which means nothing, and people started screaming and laughing at him, saying that he was a fool for spending money on the lottery. But he could exchange it and live with at least some resources in this game. The guy finally realized that it looked like some kind of lottery that he had seen in his life before without a VR game. He had not noticed this in the diagram before. He understood that if the kid had only played a couple of times a year, he would have gotten something out of it, but he gave up like all people. The man who sold the lottery asked if there were anyone who wanted to try their luck in this ideal game in which the absolutely chosen ones win. He said that for 5 gold pieces you can win a real treasure here. The guy was very disappointed because for 5 gold there was only 1 attempt, which was a complete scam, because the guy spent as many as 8 attempts on this and didn't win anything. The man told the guy that he clearly couldn't wait to try to play this game and looked straight at him. He wanted him to play and noticed that he was new. The seller said if he wanted to try his luck and pointed his finger at him in the hope that the idiot would fall for such nonsense as wiping, because this is losing money. And the guy started to refuse, and I say that he just came to watch and tried with all his might to refuse this game because he knew that it was a scam. The man told him not to be afraid to collect because he feels that he is different and special, unlike those who played before. He said that he saw something completely different inside and looked at him very suspiciously, trying to find out something about the guy because he was a difficult salesman. From Mose came a huge source of luck that not everyone had in this game. Most likely, the guy didn't try so hard in vain, and now it will pay him back. The salesman said that he had been waiting for the descendant man for a very long time and smiled. You understand that he can once again deceive some young man who spent his last money on buying himself a sword. The guy was very surprised and the salesman spoke very confidently. Obviously there was something wrong here, because free cheese is only in a mousetrap. The girl said that he had already said this and that you don't need to fall for this nonsense, because you can just play with the money you earned during these hard days. The guy thought that perhaps this was his chance to win at least something somewhere. After all, before this he had never succeeded at all, nothing fell out of the slimes. And he understood that this was the last chance to get something in this game, and even if he won't win anything, he earned this money by honest work and converting it into regular currency, and living on it for half a month would not be a pleasure. I know how hard it was for you to get it. He said that it wouldn't hurt him and bought this lottery with unusual items that only a select few could have. The guy was sitting at home and trying to do something with this game because he understood that he needed to soon go out into real life and finish with it. He looked out the window and watched how people lived in the good life of a person, which was unfair to the people who suffered from failure. He is glad that he was able to get out of the crowd by buying this lottery and not opening it in front of everyone, because for him it was not important to do something for show, which is a very good quality in a person. Mose understood that he had spent the rest of his money on this thing. He was both sad and happy that the end was very close and he could finish the game very soon. Looking back, the guy realized that he had nothing to remember what he had just done, so he caught these stupid slimes with which he tried to win something. He felt uneasy from what he understood about such a resource as the time he spent on this mediocre game in which he received nothing except 5 gold coins, which can already be considered thrown in the trash because he bought a battery in which no one will win. He realized that he needed to act decisively, and said that he was checking the contents and leaving the game. He pressed the open button and wanted to break it quickly. The guy threw the air with his hands and it began to glow with a purple glow, which was very strange for such a small stone that he bought in the lottery. He didn't understand what was happening. In his eyes there was at least a small chance that he could win something in this game scheme. Mose stood in shock and realized that it smelled like something strange, from which he could benefit for the first time during these 2 months of effort. Then it dawned on him that when the game achieved unprecedented success, game money and items began to mean more than the real currency they had. Magic artifacts are now the most prestigious in the game because items, even items with a single stat point, were very expensive. Everyone understood that these items were valued at no less than tens of millions of won, which everyone needed to get whatever they wanted. Mose noticed that this had never happened before, and he began to feel very strange, afraid that some kind of curse would happen. The stone began to disintegrate into small pieces. A powerful light of violet energy emanated from it, which absolutely no one in this game had seen before. The light began to cover this guy's eyes and something very powerful began to hit him so that he could not stand on his feet and covered himself to escape the light. His entire apartment began to shine very strongly, which seemed strange from the outside for the people who played this game played the role of ordinary residents. The peasant himself did not understand what it was and walked on, holding some kind of box in his hands, because he was an ordinary worker without any strength. The guy was sitting on the floor and didn't understand that such a strong thing was happening, and he was at a loss about how to act in this situation because he was afraid that it would kill him. He looked up, and some strange purple miracle was hovering above him, which frightened him more and more every minute. He was sitting on the floor and noticed that there was some small diamond above him that reflected this power. It seemed as if God had come to him. A small pendant descended towards him, which was crystal clear and beautiful. It was the first time he had seen such a bright object. It was a Florin star which had a rare rarity, and also had some of the best statistics that a lottery item could have. He stood in shock and did not understand how, on the last day of his existence in this game, he was able to drink a rare item that no one had ever been able to obtain. The next day, in the television project, the TV circuit showed all the news on this game. Who and how was able to move a part in a day or two and what events happened in general. In touch was Ji-hyun, the second streamer of the Republic of Korea, who became famous thanks to her beautiful appearance and talent. Today's topic is new items among artifacts, and absolutely everyone was interested in finding out what new people could find. Our first subject for today is very interesting. By the way, it was recently bought. It was the largest sum in the entire history of the auction. The ring went under the hammer for 72 million won, which was simply unimaginable. Like that ring was magical and it gave plus 4 units of health per second. They say that the ring was obtained by killing the boss of the northern region. Particularly noteworthy is its effect of restoring health, which not everyone had. Health is considered the rarest of the known magical abilities, because with its help you could heal people who were next to you. This artifact has a 4th-class value and was sold for a record amount. This ring could even fit into another wheel that had a speed effect and cost 36 million won, and today it has become the largest and most valuable artifact that was sold in this game. Restoring health was simply some kind of divine possession, and people did not understand how this was possible, because for 72 llamas you can even buy a new car. As for the second item, it has a top effect that was able to provide very cool benefits for its service. It was the necklace of the Cavalcade Landress, which I can give another plus 3 to the strength of those who were able to put it on their neck. It was purchased for 39 million won and confirmed the popularity of its effect. The guy always believed that the world of such prices was extremely far from him, but suddenly he received the strongest and most powerful specimen in his life. But this was only until yesterday, because he was able to get that same floor and star that would become a turning point in his life. After all, before this, no one had ever been able to obtain a rare artifact with the help of which you become much stronger and more powerful than you could ever imagine. Rare artifacts in other games are considered something like garbage, because there are cooler items. Nobody liked this power. Our recently released game Scheme did the opposite, so that people began to appreciate what they were given and did not try to say that these were useless things. Unfortunately, the most valuable things at auctions are still magical. After all, no one has yet been able to beat this level of quality. The guy understood that this could become the first rare artifact in the game that could exist. After all, no one had ever sold rare things before. He held this pendant and was very happy because I don't understand how lucky you have to be able to knock out a pendant with rare quality, because it was practically impossible. He could not contain his emotions and rejoiced loudly, realizing that he had become a millionaire or even a billionaire. Because it was rare, this was the item that absolutely all the people in this game were hunting for. He held it and knew that he had hit the jackpot for the first time in his life. At least somewhere he could lead, and in feeder minutes, he could become rich. They could hold their emotions and began to cry. He understood that this was what could provide for his entire future life, and he would normally go to college with the help of which he would later find a job. Mose held his pendant and began to dream about what exactly he would do when he received it, because it was his dream to become one of the strongest and go to college. He fell to his knees because he did not know that he would receive such a powerful blessing only once in his life, and would hardly be able to please himself with anything more. He began to thank the star for coming to him, and he became much stronger because 1 point is 1 level of strength. Then he began to think. After all, if you think about it like this, it turns out that everything is much simpler than he could even imagine. Out of joy, he began not to restrain his emotions and think about how much it could cost in real money, since magical artifacts cost so much. He understood that the value of the effects of Ito and stars is much higher than that of magic ones. In addition, the most popular health restoration effects are 17.7 seconds. Mose implied that the price would definitely exceed 100 million won and even 10 or even 20 billion, thanks to which he would become very rich, and no one would be able to beat his wealth. He knew that he would not have to worry about paying for college because he would have enough money for all his wants that he could possibly have. He will also be able to buy not only a good apartment in the center of this country, but also live for the rest of his life without worrying about costs. He will also probably be able to buy himself a car, which he has dreamed of for a very long time. After all, some of his peers already had a car thanks to their parents who were rich. Mose began to look on the map for where he was at the auction he wanted to go to in order to sell this pendant, and earn a lot more money than he could have ever imagined. Finally, he was able to find the very button where you could go to the auction, with the help of which you can sell absolutely all the items that you have in your inventory. He began to wonder how good this pendant was and whether it was worth selling it to get all the things he dreamed of. Mose understood that this would be a stupid idea and that in fact it would be better to test it to understand all its strength and power, and then put it up for sale. He knew that they say that even 3 additional stat points of strength makes you a completely different level of player. The guy remembered that he couldn't even really kill the slime and inflict normal damage on it so that it would split into several pieces and he would earn at least some money from it. He knew that by using it he could become a high-level player who would be one of the best and fight against the most powerful monsters in this game. He will be able to play like the leaders. Mose understands that through everything that he was able to go through, he simply has the right to take advantage of it and feel much better in this fight. He understood that in his place, someone else would definitely have sold it, and it would have been a stupid decision to get money in exchange for feeling invincible. For the efforts that he made earlier, he will be able to pamper himself a little. During these 2 months in which he did not rest for a second and tried to get the artifact. In addition, he understood that he could put the star up for auction whenever he got tired and play this useless game in which he would be the best thanks to the pendant. He looked at his statistics, and realized that he is very shameful because he only gives the traveler class and he does not know how to fight against monsters at all. He decided to put on his pendant, with the help of which he will improve his level and become much stronger once and for all in order to feel those possessions that he does not have. As soon as he put me on his chest, some strange sensations began to occur to him, and he became much stronger and more dexterous in a matter of seconds. His health and agility instantly changed, and with the help of this pendant, those numbers that were 3s changed to completely different possibilities. He noticed that some strange machinations began to happen to him that he could not control because the suspension had a completely different effect that he could not count on. Mose didn't understand what was happening to him. He felt much worse than before. His emotions were simply impossible to describe because he was moving very violently. He felt pain and realized that he had never felt pain so strongly before. After all, it was completely tearing his body apart. He was lying on the bed, barely able to withstand the force of the upgrade, which he had hoped would go a little easier than before. He lay on the bed and realized that this is the pain from upgrading to the 18th level. He didn't understand why it's really like simulating pain. After all, it's just a VR game that he went into. He swore that when he had to remove the suspension it wouldn't be much easier. And these were the most painful stages of his life that he began to experience. And the guy decided to look at his inventory in which he had practically nothing except this pendant. He squeezed the coin in half as if it were a chip. He lay on the bed and didn't understand that he could really do this. It's because of this that everyone is going crazy to find artifacts. He got out of bed because he knew that he needed to act somehow, and he didn't have much time left to properly rest with the help of this pendant. He thought that he would need to immediately test the artifacts in action and began to move to one place where he really wanted to go earlier, but his budget did not allow him to do it. He knew that from the center of the continent you could easily get to any region that you needed to get to for any reason, and finding allies for the game would not be difficult because it was full of players. And all because you were in the very place where absolutely any player can become the best, namely, the best lived in it. They called him Aspiraton. As expected, everyone in this city was rich and had good power with the help of the artifacts that they bought. The guy began to wonder if he thought a little of himself, coming here with just one pendant and having nothing else besides it. Honestly, he understood that in addition to the star, he only had an old sword that was about to break, and finding a team with such equipment would be much more difficult than he could imagine. He went up to the board and looked. Maybe there are quests in which only one player can take part and not rely on a team. But then someone called him from behind him. The guy turned around, not understanding how someone had already noticed him, because he wasn't talking to anyone at all and was afraid to do anything at all because he had a weak inventory. He looked at who called him and was very surprised because he didn't expect to meet anyone here at all, especially since he hadn't figured out his pendant yet. Still, behind him stood some girl with a bow and arrows. Most likely she was an archer. The girl asked if she was not mistaken. Then he needed a team in order to fight normally and have at least some experience in battles. He was surprised and started shaking his head because he didn't know that they were talking to him, and he started to get very nervous. After all, He had never fought in a team before. She took his hand and began to discuss something in order to become one strong team that is capable of doing anything to win and get what they came for. The girl grabbed his hands and said that she just had a place in the squad and invited him to join them to conquer new lands and get new things. Meanwhile, in this town there were a lot more people than you can imagine, because this was the very party of the city. Some knight in armor and a small boy were together, and discussing some strange things with each other. The elder asked where Sharon had gone. He began to get angry because if they didn't miss at least one raid, then they would have a very hard time and a fight would break out. The younger one said that he needed to wait for her just a little longer, because this girl knew what she was doing not for the first time. He was 100% confident in her. Meanwhile, she came running and started waving her hand. Her uncle shouted, because those two were her relatives who knew her to go into battle. She came with this guy and said that she was still able to find someone, and told them to say hello to him because it would be very likely if he became a permanent member of their team. Because the guy had nothing, the uncle began to react very strangely, and was afraid that she had brought another family that would need to be fed at her own expense. And this was completely unprofitable for their team. After all, on the contrary, they were looking for a person who would help. He realized that he had beginner's equipment, and that some kind of trouble was about to happen to the sword and he would not be able to help properly. The guy said that he was pleased to meet them. Uncle said that he understands everything and they are in a hurry. But doesn't she think that she brought a complete noob to their team? But she told him not to worry, and she knows what she's doing. She explained that appearances can be deceiving and that he was the strongest player that had ever been on the square. Yes, he looks like a green newcomer, but in fact he is different. She was also surprised that his equipment really left much to be desired because the guy had absolutely nothing of good armor or anything else. But she realized that the boy was clearly superior in strength to all his surroundings that were next to him, because he was somehow different thanks to his energy. She noticed him thanks to her keen eye. After all, it is he who increases observation, which is extremely important for an archer. After all, when focusing on a player, it allows you to determine the approximate level of his abilities. Then someone said that it looks like they are already ready. It was Mr. Silborn. The uncle replied that their quartet was assembled, and they could start work any minute. The guy was surprised that Silborn himself came to meet them, because before that he had only heard about him in books, and even then not always. This was the head of the Silver Guild and a famous magician. There were a huge number of legends and all sorts of stories about him that only led him. They say that he has as many as 5 magical artifacts that make him stronger, and he is a much stronger player thanks to his stones on his hand. He said that was great and that they could move on. The guy didn't understand that they would really fight with him side by side. But for him it was some kind of miracle. Suddenly Silborn told people to pay attention because the very event for which they had all gathered was about to begin. The gentleman expressed gratitude for the fact that they decided to join the hunt for the troll, for the sake of which he organized all this that is now happening in the square. The guy did not understand that they would really be able to work under the leadership of Silver, and he could not imagine how much the upgrade in his knowledge would give him. He also did not understand what kind of troll hunting this was. After all, if they are going to attack the same vile villain about whom there are stories, this would be a very unreasonable decision. The troll is considered one of the low-level monsters, but it has an aggressive character and a high ability to regenerate. Therefore, it is also not easy to fight with it. This creature has terrifying capabilities and the strength that can crush a boulder the size of a car with one hand. He understood that such an opponent should not be underestimated at all, although he also had a very strong pendant that had very unusual properties with which he could deal with any monster. He was scared because he had never fought before and wondered if he could cope with this because it was quite hard for him to think about it. By the way, the animals are very vicious, so it's better not to catch their eye because he will chase you until he kills you. And they also move in groups. In one word, they are a pain in the ass. Uncle said that fire and spells make them terrified and they run relatively slowly, and if you are already hunting, then such prey will even seem very simple to you. The most important thing was that they could make money on this, because this was the very goal that everyone wanted to achieve after this mission. The guy asked if he needed money, because he simply had nothing else to fight for, because going to college costs a lot. The girl said that absolutely everything she could get from the troll would be quite expensive because she had to spend her strength on him. For example, you can take his blood. After all, it is used to prepare high-grade potions that cost quite a lot because thanks to them you can be treated. There is also a huge demand for troll skin and bones, which are used to make armor. From it you can get a lot of money, because these parts are used to make cool equipment. Also, such creatures are hunted by large ones so that it is quite simple. After all, they did not want to spend enormous efforts and expenses to fight alone against such a monster. The uncle said that they were very lucky. After all, they were already participating in this, and by the way, the rumors turned out to be true. After all, they had recently learned about these rumors. Namely, about the fact that the Silver Guild is really recruiting new members. That's why everyone is so tense and everyone wants to get a place in this guild so that later they don't have to worry about anything, because removing slimes is not the best option. The younger guy said that a couple of drops of troll blood would be enough for him, because thanks to them he could even pay for a short period of study. Mose asked Guile if he was a student, and he replied that he earns his education through games with which you can receive prizes and withdraw them into real money. The guy said that he came here also because of his studies and smiled very smartly because he understood that he was not the only one in this game who came because of the money. Guile said that it turns out that they are brothers in misfortune and that they will have to farm together in order to properly pay for the university and continue to live happily in their favorite game. The girl said that she wanted to go back to university again, and her uncle asked her if she had problems at work and that she wanted to go back to her youth again. But the girl said that it couldn't be otherwise. Then there was a loud cry and someone proclaimed that ladies and gentlemen should turn their attention because something very interesting was about to happen. They were told to come closer now and tell them their plan with which they would attack this troll. They all approached him, and Mr. Silborn himself came out of the crowd to proclaim very interesting ideas that he knew to attack the trolls. He opened a map with which you can indicate where to go. There were really a lot of small marks on the map with which you could navigate. He said that their main goal was to hunt the troll and pointed his finger at a very interesting place. He smiled and understood that the hunt would be wonderful. He asked the people to unfold their cards that each of them had in their inventory because this was the basic item for each player in the scheme. The gentleman said that for the past few days, members of the Silver Guild have been risking their lives to set traps for the troll in several places. He said that he would now announce an action plan. The gentleman explained that first they successively lure the troll. You place traps on his way so that he falls into them, and when he gets into the last one, then they all run out together and attack him so that it would be easier for them all to kill them together. When troll is decontaminated and blood is dripping from him, the mission will be completed and absolutely everyone will be able to receive the dividends they were counting on. The gentleman said that people move much faster than trolls. They should be able to catch one of them quickly and without risk, and absolutely everyone will get bonuses. The people began to discuss plans. As usual, the famous guild had everything thought out, and there should not have been any mistakes in their plan. The guy said that he wanted to enjoy his new abilities, but apparently he won't have to fight one-on-one with anyone, so he's disappointed. Guile asked if this was a fair fight, but his uncle said that they couldn't change anything, so they would have to act like this because it was a game. Guile called Mose and told him to take a look because there was not a single member of the Silver Guild on the team to lure the troll, which meant very big risks for people. Their uncle realized that most likely they will all attack in the vanguard and are probably trying to cut off participation points for killing them. They give much more. The girl said that you should always look for the positive, and it's good that they were able to call them to the hunt, and they don't know at all because something magical could happen to them in this fight. The guy said that even if you are on a team, it is not a fact that you will fight with everyone, because everyone tried to get some benefit from this, and those who killed the trolls received the most. The gentleman said that rewards are distributed automatically depending on the number of participation points, and that they must show everything they are capable of and work hard so that everyone benefits. Meanwhile, one of the teams followed the zone of the third trap into which the trolls were supposed to fall. After all, it was not set for them. The guy with red hair asked his teammates what the idea was. They just need to find a troll who will then run into their trap along their path. His teammates said that everything is so, and as soon as they meet him, they must immediately lure him into a trap so as not to waste time and have time to survive. He realized that it turned out that the members of the Silver Guild were going to fight with him later. He realized that this plan was simply great. The guy hoped that when they accepted them into the team, they too would probably only go hunting. Everyone supported him and thought that it would happen. The guy with red hair told him to look at his feet and wanted to say some phrase, but did not have time to finish it, realizing that something strange was happening ahead. His friend started looking somewhere, but he didn't understand what was happening and finished his sentence calling him an idiot, realizing that now they would really regret their participation. They noticed how the trolls in front of them were killing one of the members of the people who decided to go into battle against these trolls in order to get at least some money for the reward in this battle. These creatures were very angry. After all, they felt that they were being attacked and they had no choice except how to defend themselves and save their asses with an attack. The monsters were very angry and the trolls wanted to quickly deal with them. After all, they came to their territory where they lived normally and did not bother anyone. They realized that they had not come at the best time to lure the trolls into a trap, because they were about to become another victim who would be killed by the troll. The trolls were very angry and realized that more new victims had followed them, and they needed to be killed immediately. Otherwise they would give information to their people who would attack and kill them. The guy began to run with his friend as fast as he could to escape because the trolls were very dangerous because they had very sharp fangs and muscles that were ready to throw them several kilometers. But they had an advantage because they were told that the monsters called trolls moved much slower than people, which gave them a chance to survive and lure these reptiles into a trap. The guy shouted to his friend to close his mouth and move faster with him, because these creatures were about to kill them. Therefore, they had to act much faster than they could ever imagine. They raced with all their might to be able to get to the very place they ended up in. They needed to immediately lure the trolls into the very trap that the guild had set. They didn't want to give up on the troll and rushed after them in response, although they were very slow, according to the Silver Guild, who needed the trolls' resources. They ran forward and didn't understand where that damned trap was that they needed to run to because the trolls were already on the way and they had no option where to move. But they didn't notice that the trap was ahead between the trees and that it was necessary to move exactly there, and with the last of their strength they ran despite their fatigue in order to survive. They shouted to people to move towards them as quickly as possible. After all, they were already ready to attack these monsters who were running after them like stupid donkeys. They finally reached that very place and overcame the trap in which the trolls were supposed to fall. They were very happy that they managed to run. The guy with red hair got very angry and began to take out his sword because he understood that he would have died if it weren't for his fast legs on which he moved. He raised his hand to finish off these creatures and was ready to kill these fucking trolls and get the very valuable objects that fell from them. That good blood knew, and that meant that the trolls were already dead because the guy was much stronger than them physically and tactically. He lay below in the blood of this troll and understood that he was able to kill him despite the difficulties that lay before his feet. He barely felt alive. But as it turned out, it wasn't blood and I couldn't understand what it was all about. He couldn't get out. After all, it was like glue that didn't let him get up. The guy fell into the viscous oil and did not understand why this happened to him, and not to the troll. As it turned out, the viscous oil had a thief-class ability, and could neutralize anyone who fell into it. It also exploded on contact with fire. As it turned out, the trolls were much smarter than he thought, and they were able to kill his friend by only squeezing his throat so that I could cut him off. The guy was afraid that he would do the same to him. He understood that his death would happen in a matter of seconds. He needed to get out of there by any means so that it didn't cost him. He shouted for people from the guild to help him and asked them to pull him out because only they could help in this situation, because the trolls were very close. And people from the guild watched all this and began to laugh at these kids who fought against these monsters. They got a kick out of it. The guy realized that he was used as bait, which was simply supposed to lure the troll with him, and that they did not need money from some important people. The master began to take his Zozol with which he killed many creatures because he had rings that gave him power and strength with which he could kill these trolls like seeds. He shouted that they were idiots, and activated his staff with which he wanted to neutralize all the trolls that attacked the guy. He was able to activate his powers and they went straight towards those trolls who were like sacks of potatoes and moved like snails. The guy didn't understand what was happening and was afraid that these creatures would kill him because he was scared to watch all this. He noticed how the power of the staff was able to do something, after which all the creatures stopped attacking him and were in their places. After all, they could not move. The gentleman said that he was confident in his abilities, and it was not worth any trouble for him to neutralize these huge trolls who were quite strong. The gentleman was finally able to finish his sentence, and explained that this would be a quick and safe hunt for everyone. He asked who was next there and asked him to move more quickly. Next in line was the boss of the locations, the Black Mountain Troll, who was much stronger than all the other trolls, and he had more power than the trolls had. This troll was unusual and felt the pain that was provided to him by that same mage from the Silver Guild where everyone knew how to do something. The guy stood with his sword and was sure that he would now be able to deal with it, although he felt some kind of danger. After all, he had never fought with him before and only recently got this pendant. Meanwhile, the guy's group was setting out on a new adventure and wanted to deal with that same troll. The uncle began to brag and say that he could deal with him alone. The uncle asked what his attack power was and realized that he could not harm him. After all, he had a very good level shield. The girl said that then, when they meet, the uncle will fight with the troll, and everyone else will run away because he does not need their help. The uncle began to get angry and said that if they already want to bury him, then they will pay very much for it. But the guy said that it was the eldest who started it all. Meanwhile, the troll was watching them. Then the guy looked back and noticed that the troll was already next to them, that he was about to start moving towards them, because they had come to his territory, which was impossible to do. Something began to worry him, namely what was happening on that mountain that was not far from them, because the sound was very suspicious. The girl asked him what happened if something was wrong. After all, he looks like he's not himself and is very worried. This was clearly not good. The guy said that there was someone there and pointed his finger there, pointing to the very mountain on which the troll was and where he heard the sadness of the trees on which the troll was trampling. Then he himself stood behind him, and the girl was very afraid because she noticed that he was very close to them and was about to be ready to kill them. It was a hopeless situation. This huge troll came down from the mountain and started smoking all over like a steam locomotive. He was angry because they violated his law and wanted to kill them as quickly as possible. The guy was afraid that this monster could harm him because he was still completely inexperienced in battles, and the strongest troll who was in these possessions had already come to him. He understood that the troll would not retreat, and he began to swing his arms to kill the guy because he was preventing him from making his most pleasant plans. But suddenly the uncle managed to put up a shield with which he blocked the troll's blow, because he had said before that he could fight back because he was confident in himself. But he could no longer withstand so much, and felt that his shield was about to not last because he was not yet such a pumped-up player. The troll began to put more pressure on him, and almost came to the floor so that he could not move because the troll's strength was much greater than the defense of the uncle. Gao began to be very worried about his uncle, because he understood that a little more and the troll would crush him into small pieces and he would not be able to play normally anymore. The guy turned around and noticed that it was the same troll who crunched on the mountain, and it was because of him that he heard that same noise. The troll continued to be angry because he felt that his troll friends were being lured into traps and then killed with the help of artifacts. The guy finally understood what a troll looked like, who had very expensive blood and skin with which he could get a lot of expensive resources. He didn't understand why he had to fight him because they were told something completely different. The guy felt like everything inside was starting to get colder, and he was about to start to worry if he didn't have that very pendant with him that made him much stronger. The troll wanted to leave where there was blood because he was one of the strongest trolls that had ever been in this forest in all the years of its existence. The guy understood that he was about to do so and felt that the troll was approaching and that he would attack him, despite the fact that he had not yet fully tested the suspension. Mose just stood and watched all this without doing anything because he simply did not understand what needed to be done to kill this monster. Meanwhile, the girl was shooting with a bow. The troll tried to repel her attacks because he didn't care because he had very strong skin from which a huge amount of equipment was made, but this only angered him more. After all, he was not the first level and far from the last, but he was ready to stand up for himself. The girl continued to attack him. After all, it was she who could protect those because the uncle was about to barely move away from the blows that the roll inflicted on him when he blocked his blow. The girl screamed for the uncle to run away because she was able to distract him because the troll was approaching the uncle, and was about to crush him into small pieces. The king watched the video as the uncle was very close to him and understood that he needed to act, because an extra pair of bones would not be superfluous to him at all, and he would eat normally. The uncle didn't want to give up so easily. After all, he was an unusual guy who played this game and a fairly experienced fighter who knows a lot about this matter. He was able to hit the troll with his shield, which he had with him day and night, because thanks to him he became a very strong character, of course, not the most, but at the same time not weak. The uncle was able to activate all his power and deliver that very blow from which the troll could not resist. After all, this was precisely his idea. He shouted a blow and wanted to make sure that the troll was knocked out because an extra pair of eyes that could kill him would be superfluous. The uncle was able to make a blow with a shield thanks to the ability of the any class. This ability hits the target and pushes it back to buy the team some time. The uncle was able to put this troll aside for a bit, who thought that he could win them so easily. And the guy watched all this and didn't know what to do now. But the troll did not want to retreat and grab the trees while flying back, because it was important for him to win, because otherwise he would have let new people into his territory. And then there would have been bloodshed. He was able to restrain himself with his legs as well, because the troll's legs were very pumped up. But for some reason, everyone underestimates them and only sees their arms, which were like machines. This angered him even more, and he was ready to destroy and kill because this was the main thing, so that people could not penetrate his territory. His eyes began to sparkle with red rays and he was ready to kill because people were about to hurt him very much. The uncle did not understand what was happening because it seemed that his shield attack was very strong and he could easily deal with this troll because he trained it day after day. The girl asked if the uncle was okay. After such an attack, the troll was let down and continued to move towards them because he clearly did not like the turn of events. The uncle said yes, but he could not deliver a single blow that could hurt this beast, although he did it with full force. The girl said that the arrows were also useless, and they did not understand what to do because they were about to die, which would be a fatal mistake in this game. The guy asked maybe they should lure him into a trap after all. They said that it was very simple because if you take into account the slow trolls, then they won't be able to catch up with them. But Giles said that this troll is very unusual and that he is completely different from those who are slow. You need to act differently with him. It's more like a quest. The guy added that this is an accurate definition. Besides, another one came to them, because usually the troll moves stupidly in groups of 4. But if you look at this one, it will be difficult to finish off even one of him. Mose was afraid that he would not be able to overpower him because this monster was somehow different in comparison with others because his body parts were disproportionate, and his skin was completely different. The uncle asked if they could defeat him because he also didn't understand, but Giles said that even if he regenerates, his strength and level of protection are still high. The uncle knew that there was only one way to act, which had never failed him in his life, and he took the bottle to drink a little. He realized that they must restrain the troll in any way in order to somehow stay alive, then they will die and they have only one hope, that the Silver Guild will arrive on time. This creature continued to attack them. They only had to dodge because the monster was slow enough but not so slow that they underestimated it, and did not move at all. The girl decided not to retreat, and the main defense was an attack with which it was possible to gain time at least a little, and she decided to shoot arrows at him. He liked it, and Troll felt uncomfortable, so he had to get rid of it because he didn't like it. This continued to anger the girl because the monster could calmly repel her attacks with one finger, despite the fact that she tried to make them as strong as possible with all her might. The uncle told her to step back and that Mose, too, should not waste time and distract him from behind. And he would at least somehow be able to detain this troll. The guy understood his tasks and decided that he needed to act immediately because otherwise the troll would kill them, and he had just become a member of their team. Mose didn't understand what he was doing here at all, and why he decided to take this adventure even though he had one of the most powerful things in the game that was worth billions. He knew that they had been playing together for a long time and working well as a team, and it was such people who truly enjoyed the scheme because this game was for team spirit. He understood that compared to them, he was some kind of poor fellow who lives in the hope of hitting the jackpot in order to somehow earn extra money in this game and not have fun, as all normal people do. The guy killed slimes day after day for 2 months to get the very treasure he needed. He really wanted to get into a real adventure like right now. Therefore, you had to evaluate the opportunities and chances that life gives you. They shouted at him not to stand but to move because now many people are counting on him, and one wrong move of his will be equal to the death of the entire team he just got into. The monster was already swinging to kill him. After all, if he neutralizes at least one, it will become easier for him to fight the others. After all, when they act as a team, it is much more difficult for him. He understood that in a second he would be finished, and he was about to die because he did not know how to fight in this game, and only killed slimes. But suddenly the uncle ran to his aid in order to substitute his shield with which he could protect the guy from the blow of this big guy. The uncle was able to hit him in the stomach, and the troll felt pain with which he could not attack the guy, and everyone remained to their own. But unfortunately it was not for long, and the uncle was able to hit the monster only for short periods of time, and he absolutely did not care who did it to him. The troll was ready to kill anyone. The uncle shouted for Mose to get together, otherwise they would all die, which would be terrible. After all, they had come a long way in this game and acquired the lives of new characters. The guy began to think, will someone like him be able to change if he started the journey a little later than the others? Because you need to act, otherwise you will be healthy in this game, even though you have the strongest weapon. He gritted his teeth and said that not a little, because he had had enough, he had to fight to the end and fight for the lives of his loved ones for the sake of whom he took this adventure. He jumped up to kill the troll, and he knew that he could do it right now. After all, it was he who was destined to kill this monster. He had already swung and hit with his sword, which left him with very little strength to fight against the hand of the troll himself. He thought that he could cut through it with this sword, but common sense was much higher and his sword broke because it was not of good enough quality, because he had it at the very beginning, and no matter how strong the ball was, it still influenced a lot. He repented into small pieces, and Troll smiled and did not understand what was happening because the guy really wanted to kill him with his blade. And then he realized that the strength of the weapon was 0, and because of this he broke at the most unnecessary moment. Everything, as always, happens at the most awkward moment. There were some screams. The guy couldn't kill this troll normally because he relied on his own strength, but did not rely on his loot that he had. He fell to the ground and began to feel pain. After all, he could not properly understand the whole situation and make the right movements in order to neutralize the monster. Mose was angry that he didn't succeed because he thought that he could kill the troll and impress the team that he had been setting up throughout the battle. The troll was easily able to hit him, and he flew far enough away and for some reason did not use his abilities that the pendant gave him. He hurt himself very badly and flew quite far because the troll realized that he had some very strange power that he needed to stay away from. What if he suddenly felt his health become less than 20%, and the strength of his leather gauntlets was at 0, and they completely broke when he was lying on the floor? After all, he had practically nothing left. The girl told Guile to move away because the monster was coming, and he needed to move. The monster wanted to kill them as quickly as possible. After all, he was already tired of them. The monster was able to hit Guile with his bat, and he was very badly injured. After all, he had no defense at all, and he was a search engine player. The girl understood that the troll could take out any of them with one blow. After all, they were still weak enough fighters to fight a monster of this level. She told them to leave because if they continue to attack him, he will become more and more aggressive every second and begin to kill them. The girl said this to her uncle so that he would immediately run away because otherwise they would all suffer. The uncle understood everything and continued to move towards the monster. He wanted to end this as soon as possible because the monster was quite strong compared to the level of the players who were without a shield. The monsters were ready for his attack and was able to figure out how to neutralize him, despite the fact that he moved so quickly with his shield. He was able to grab onto a tree with the help of which the monster could throw this tree at the guy who was approaching him to kill him. The tree flew with great speed, but this did not stop him, and he continued to fight because no one except him could protect the team in which he fought. He put up his shield in order to somehow block such a powerful throw that this monster made out of emotion. The uncle shouted and threw his shield right at his leg, so that I could break the troll's skin and pierce him until he bled. The monster started screaming because he was pierced through his leg, which he did not even notice was already being attacked. He should have reacted to this blow sooner, but the troll knew that he needed to attack otherwise, and they wouldn't just start beating him with these techniques, and he would only fight back. Guile saw that now the uncle would be very ill because the troll had risen and was ready to attack and take revenge for the pain that had been caused to him. The uncle began to turn around to see what was happening now and why the little guy was shouting at him like that, and noticed how this devil's bat was falling down right into his head. There was a powerful blow or something else, but a huge amount of energy rushed at the moment that made a small flash of purple color. Mose was lying on the floor and barely remained alive at all after the troll was able to knock him out in a good way when he tried to chop off his hand. Suddenly he felt something strange, and some strange machinations were happening to him that made him different, and he felt much better. He got up and didn't understand what happened because his head hurt very badly, and he managed to keep the very treasure that he won in the lottery. Suddenly he felt that his stamina was restored in the moment. And it was all thanks to the very same pendant that he received just recently. He realized that he was able to recover, and this was the very effect that he needed in order to stay alive, and it was his health that replenished very quickly. This effect was called regeneration, which only happened to those who had magical or rare items. It is because of this that everyone dreams of it. But suddenly he got up and noticed how bad moments in his life were happening to his uncle, because the roll was ready very soon and he urgently needed help. Uncle barely managed to get the shield out of the troll's leg and take the blow of his bat when he wanted to give an answer for injuring his leg. The guy couldn't look at all this, and the guys shouted at him to get out immediately and not sacrifice himself because this is a stupid idea. After all, this way he will lose absolutely all the items he earned. The uncle could not hold on because the troll's bat was much larger than he could imagine, and the force that this monster exerted was very large. The uncle shouted the name of his niece and told her to do something, and suddenly she was able to shoot an arrow from the very monster who wanted to kill the uncle. They met the body very quickly and aimed it straight at the eye of this devil who was about to kill the guy for disturbing him. She was able to hit him right in the eye, and the monster began to feel some kind of pain which hurt him greatly, and he could barely stand on his feet. He started yelling with all his might because the girl hit him right in the eye, which was the most painful point for these creatures. He tried to somehow escape, but the uncle could barely hold on after the troll stepped on him. The troll screamed in pain because a hit in the eye was the most painful. The uncle tried his best to fend off his blow, but he understood that most likely it would all end like this, and he would die in a fight with the troll that he wanted to go to so badly. He felt worse and worse every second because the monster did not retreat and continued to attack him in order to crush him like some kind of insect. The uncle had no control over the situation at all and was about to fall down and die from the fact that he could not withstand the attack of this monster. But Mose couldn't just leave it like that. After all, he had a superpower with which he could stop the health of his ally and also had good statistics. He ran at the troll with his bare hands to beat him because it was important for him to save the life of one of the team members he was a member of. The guy managed to hit this troll with his fist, and he flew back much further than any blow he had dealt him before. The troll could not stand on his feet because the guy activated the same pendant that he was able to win in the lottery, with the help of which he will become much stronger. He didn't understand what he did because he had never been able to test the suspension before, but suddenly he was finally able to do it. Guile didn't understand what it was all about, and how the guy managed to send the troll with his bare hands much further than with a sword. It was some kind of throw with a deflection. Mose felt that he really had the skills with which he could attack the monster, and he barely lay on the floor, afraid that he would be attacked again. He did not understand that such a giant could be felled with one blow, especially since his sword fell apart when he wanted to kill him. That was his problem, that he relied on weapons. Then Guile called him, and Mose asked him if he was okay. He said that everything was okay, but Uncle's situation became much worse because he could barely withstand the monster's blows. He understood that he needed to act, and suddenly his keychain somehow began to shine, with the help of which some strange things began to happen that raised everyone's ears. Guile realized that this was the light of healing that only mythical artifacts had, which were not at all the first passerby. And finally the guy understood what it meant to restore the health of his teammates, which he really counted on when he realized that problems had started with his uncle. Uncle was becoming lighter and lighter every second, because the treatment was so fast that no one even had time to blink an eye when he felt better. Uncle thought that he had already died, but in a split second he managed to wake up and did not understand what had happened to him, because just recently he had almost died, and it would take him a lot of time to heal. He understood that the scale of life was completely full, but he could not explain how they could heal him so quickly, especially to the maximum. With the help of his abilities, he continued to restore the health of even the rest of his team members, and the girl's health became much greater. The uncle realized that this guy did not look like a simple beginner, who did not know how to play at all, and he was clearly hiding something. But this had to be sorted out later, because now we need to deal with the troll. Meanwhile, this monster was still alive and the guy heard someone behind him beginning to be very indignant. The troll could not die from one attack and could barely control himself because the girl was able to hit him right in the eye, and the guy was thrown back several tens of meters that he barely survived. She shouted that the monster was already getting up and they needed to act immediately because otherwise they would all die, which would be the end of their path in the game. She said that this time she would aim for the back of the head. Meanwhile, Grandfather realized that Mose was much stronger than he could have imagined and threw his sword to him, saying that this fight would end. He had wasted his energy. He grabbed his uncle's sword and was ready to kill this scum because the troll did not want to give up and continued to attack them. The guy accelerated to kill him. After all, with this sword he would have much more opportunities because it was already a two-handed sword that was of a higher level. The guy continued to attack this troll who had just stood up and swung the sword that his uncle gave him to finish off this troll. Meanwhile, Mr. watched as his inventory was completely full and there was not a single simple slot. He understood that if this continued, he would probably be able to earn more than 100 million won in just 10 minutes, because the skin and blood of this troll were very expensive. He understood that this was undoubtedly brilliant, and he managed to do it with just a few instructions. The gentleman was able to do this without any work except how to properly manage his power. He knew that according to the rules of troll hunting, 120 people should change, and the Silver Guild consists of only 40 players who are ready to fight. They had to look for 18 others on the side, but he figured out how to benefit from this so that everyone could earn a decent living, including him most of all. For the sake of credibility, he took several experienced players with whom he managed to make a deal before, because it was necessary so that people would not worry. After all, the automatic reward distribution system is based on the contribution of the quest participants in its completion. If you brought 80%, then most of it goes to you, that is, the quest rewards will be distributed in accordance with the difficulty of the player completing the task. Therefore, the master, having killed all the trolls, will receive the highest percentage of participation that he could still get in this scheme. It was simply brilliant. Unfortunately, of course, because of the deception, rumors will spread if his reputation suffers. He will simply go into the shadows for a while until everything calms down, and then he will be an altruist for a while and get rid of the past as if this never happened. But suddenly something strange happened, and it showed on the map in the inventory that the quest was completed without taking much time. It was written that the quest was completed, and I congratulate absolutely all the participants who were able to take part in it, and the troll hunt quest was successfully completed. It was written that everyone was being congratulated because the main target was destroyed, namely the troll named Black Mountain, who was the strongest. The gentleman did not understand what the Black Mountain was and what the hell was going on, because he thought that he had killed absolutely all the trolls who were in this territory. Here everyone started to get statistics for this quest, and who was able to put in as much effort into this task as everyone wanted to profit from it. Each one displayed information that the Black Mountain had been destroyed and the automatic reward distribution system was being launched, and the group with the maximum percentage of participation was number 13. The gentleman did not understand what was happening and why the main player was not he, but some group 13 about which there was not a word or a word. Next, awards were distributed for the best players. The swordsman received the title of the best participant in the quest, and was given the special title of one left. The player with the highest contribution to the treatment of the Mose team, and therefore received a special award. Also the player with the highest damage was also Mose, which put everyone in huge shock and confusion. After team number 13 was able to win the quest, Mr. Silborn really wanted to find them and deal with them. He felt very bad and did not understand that it could hurt him so much. He felt more despair because he could not get that very coveted number of points. The gentleman did not understand what the hell was going on here, and absolutely every one of his team lay dead, and only he was the only one who was very badly damaged and survived. He stood behind the rock wall and realized that he had neither mana nor health. He didn't understand why the hell it all happened, and he couldn't get the reward at all. He was trying to get to that fucking team number 13, who took credit for winning the quest. He ordered his subordinates to capture these freaks who did not allow him to win. He wanted to deal with them personally. But suddenly a small problem arose before his feet, and people came who were very happy that they had found Mr. Silborn. It's interesting to see a top player run away like a rat. It seemed very funny and amusing from the outside because he really did it. They told him that who he was, he had no choice to save himself. He asked them what they wanted from them, and why the Dark Guild came for him. They said that he himself knew very well because he was the head of a detachment on a troll hunt. The assistant chief with the Black Guild said that he wouldn't live anyway, so he'd better give up. Mr. Sabor did not feel at a dead end and was completely emotionless because he did not know how to act in such a difficult situation. Bloodshed began and many people suffered because it was a fight for resources that fell from the players after their death. Meanwhile, in the square of the main town, where the most interesting quests were located and the strongest teams were selected, it was an ordinary calm day. Someone came into the library and was told that they were very glad to see him. It was the simplest day that could have happened in their lives. Mose went into the store and the salesman asked if he was looking for anything here to fit his budget. He said that he would at least put it up for auction and threw in one ring that he could get. This ring was very strange and had red magic on it. The guy looked very confident and understood that he would be asked where he could get it from. After all, this ring didn't just fall from the sky. A few hours earlier, when everything was calm, the guy was outside in good weather, as everything usually happened. He and his team are on the street where they were able to receive some kind of reward for being able to defeat that same boss. They were able to find the core they needed, and most likely the uncle said that it was different from the usual ones because it was the boss. The guy looked at this core and really hoped that something valuable was stored in it. After all, it could serve him as a good paraphernalia for new battles. The core is an item that can be obtained after killing a monster, something like a treasure chest that was completely unpredictable. The type of core depended very much on the monster, because the weaker the monster, the easier the core falls to you, and nevertheless you can get something strong. The stronger the monster, the larger it is and the higher the chance of getting a good drop with which you can continue to hunt these creatures normally. These were exactly the rules of this game scheme, and he never thought that one day he would see such a large core. The girl told the guy not to be shy, and it was he who had to open this core because she decided so, and it would be better for everyone because he had good quality. Everyone pushed him and said that he had the highest percentage of participation, and because of this he should open this core as soon as possible and receive a reward for it. He began to worry because the team entrusted him with the most important thing that could be obtained from this troll, which they were able to win together. He raised this core and began to feel jittery because he understood that if he screwed up, the team would be very disappointed in his abilities and would no longer normally go into battle with him. He didn't want to tire him out and understood that he needed to open up. After all, everyone hoped that he could do exactly what would make their team even stronger in the future. Everyone hoped that he would be able to win some good prize. After all, they spent almost everything in their resources for which they had to risk their lives. Mose slowly opened the egg to see what was in it, because in such a large core there must be something powerful. While he was opening the core, everyone was watching him and were afraid that he would not be able to get a good reward because he was already at a very strong level thanks to the fact that he had a pendant. The rules of the game will indicate that items are distributed according to the percentage of participation. For this battle, he was able to get 3 pieces of black mountain bone, 3 pieces of black mountain skin, a round steel shield, a steel-length sword, as well as argan mountain boots. They all began to rejoice because having received such a drop they would be able to become much stronger and more responsible in the battles that lay ahead of them in the future. Mose was delighted and understood that all the days of hunting slimes pale in comparison to this, because he was able to do it in just 1 hour of his life while he activated his pendant. But suddenly another object fell out that had to be clicked on to see what was there, because he was luckier than anyone because he was able to kill this monster with his blade. Suddenly he began to peer into what else could happen to him because he was very interested in what it could be because he spent enough energy, and was able to save the team. Suddenly, luck was able to smile on him, and he was able to get the mountain ring of Argan power, which was magical in its rarity level. It cost as much as 80 gold. He wondered if this was a normal price for a starting price. After all, if converted to real money it was 8 million won, which was a fairly good amount. He couldn't get his bearings because it was quite difficult because the cost can vary greatly depending on the type of effect of the artifacts, and lately the prices have been getting lower and lower. Mose, however, could not understand what he should do. After all, putting an artifact at a low price would be very stupid, because someone could get it quite cheaply. But suddenly he got angry and didn't want to spoil his nerves because he didn't care at all because he had already completed this game and received the rarest item that was ever on auction. The most important thing for him was that she could get to the top because this was the main goal after which the ring would become popular, and it would even be shown on TV. He was at home and didn't know what to do with himself for the evening, because he had already been able to kill the boss who was strong enough and got a good drop from there. But suddenly he wondered if 80 gold was not enough. After all, various items were sold at auction for as much as 100 million, and it would be quite stupid to put it up so cheaply. Still, he wanted to change and increase the price in order to get a normal benefit from it, and remain in a good plus, because he still had to pay for college. But he had already gone to bed and understood that it was too late. After all, what's the point of feeling sorry now? Because he wasn't accused of greed for this. Compared to everything else, the ring adds to +1, so 80 is normal. He sat on the bed, very tired, because the day had not been the easiest because the battle with this monster made him sweat a lot, but fortunately the pendant saved him. Finally, he could rest after all these difficult encounters with the troll and not think about anything except what to do with the suspension. But today, many events really happened and he himself was able to kill the troll in the first group quest, who was not of the first strength, and win the quest itself. He remembered those emotions of how he was able to deal with him and felt much better than when he hunted slimes all day long and could not achieve anything. He even got good loot after he was able to do this, because this troll dropped good items and he was able to share them with the team. Absolutely everyone added him as a friend and he began to feel much better, and there was a command that he could always listen to. Fortunately, he was able to make his first friends in the game with whom he would continue his story in a pattern that never ended. If he had not been able to win a star in that lottery, he definitely would not be the person he is now, and he is very grateful for his luck. But suddenly he realized that he needed to take off his VR virtual reality glasses, because life also existed and he had to end it at least for a while and part with the scheme. He took off his glasses and realized that he was really playing and someone had been calling him on the phone for a long time because he hadn't picked up the phone. What if he took his phone to look at what happened during this time while he was absent from the real world? His mother wrote to him and told him not to eat only noodles and at least buy rice. I also threw him some money for a hot dog, just in case. He looked and realized that his mother was still taking care of him, even though it wasn't worth it. After all, tomorrow he would have a salary from his part-time job and it would be enough for everything. But then he received notifications that 65,000 won had been debited from his account. Also, then 35,000 won was written off from him as if it never existed. He was very indignant and did not understand what they thought of themselves. He looked that they had robbed him completely without even enjoying the moment. But suddenly he noticed that another write-off had occurred, which he had not counted on. He looked at his phone and his eyes just flew out as if he saw a suicide note there. He was very scared and felt bad. He simply could not understand how this could happen, because he tried in every way to exist and not depend on his parents or anyone else. But at that moment he was able to realize what happened to him. Just some better life that he did not count on. He smiled very much and realized that this was exactly what he wanted. His emotions could not be expressed in words because he was happy like a child. Finally, Mose realized that thanks to this game, his future would be completely different because he was able to earn 30 million won in just one day. Meanwhile, he went to the scheme's office in the Republic of Korea to buy exactly what he needed from their store. Leaving this store, he looked at his phone to understand what was in it, because he couldn't wait to see what balance he had left and whether he was able to complete everything. Mose felt that he had received money for the ring. He began to prepare for more serious matters that awaited him in his adult life. He understood that first he needed to take an academic leave from college for another semester, and he was able to send all the money and pick up the device. He was also able to buy powder in a specialized store for scheme players. And if we talk about this exactly, now we need to look into it in more detail. The powder is a nutritional supplement to restore and maintain nutrient balance in players' bodies. This thing is very necessary if you play for a long time without a break, and when you eat in the circuit, you get this supplement through VR glasses. You feel very pleased and you continue to eat it without stopping, because the game is the most important thing for you. All the necessary microelements pass through the skin of the face and enter the blood, and this is simply a real godsend for gamers. After all, there is no need to be distracted from the game and waste time on preparation. Although, of course, it's better to go offline and eat normally. But when you're a scheme player, you simply don't have time for this, because that's where real money is earned. He looked at his phone and was very interested in one point that he had wanted to sort out for a long time, but it never worked out because of finances. He also decided to check what was happening in the scheme community, and what requests were the most popular. As it turned out, his name was on the first line. Mose was very surprised because when he saw his name he felt uneasy because such fame can bring not only advantages but also disadvantages because of which you can be hunted and killed. He couldn't understand how this could happen, because he just went through some kind of quest that few people were preparing for, and it just became something unusual. Mose felt strange sensations and his family simply could not close because he could not make out the fact that after defeating the boss of the Black Mountain, Mose began to enter the top players. But when he was able to read the latest news, he realized that Silborn was killed, and he was also surprised that there was a lot of information about him, and, objectively, someone was paying a lot for it. Suddenly he began to think about what consequences might await him when he entered the game because people would want to play with him, and this was very obvious. He understood that as soon as he entered the game, everyone would shout for him to join the guild and together they would be able to conquer good heights thanks to his power. But he also had enemies who wanted to fight him because he had become a popular person, and the anti-hype method was quite strong. Unfortunately, he couldn't even sleep in the game because he felt that he could be attacked at any moment in order to get those very things that were very expensive. He is a nervous object that is almost impossible to control without any experience in this. He understood that this would not work and quickly rushed home because his life was in the balance because he could be attacked at any moment because he was not at home and was just resting in his room. Mose flew into the apartment like mad and understood that he needed to open this game as soon as possible, because otherwise he could be killed there and all the artifacts that he knew could be lost. He started eating the powder and knew that if nothing changed, his freedom and future in the game would simply go down the drain, and therefore he urgently needed to act. Mose understood that in this place he became very popular, and it was time to get out of this place so that they could not find him later, because otherwise he would become a very strong object for hunting. He was finally able to and the children glasses to enter the game after all. It was there that all the facts about him and information that was important to every thief were stored. Mose wanted to log in as soon as possible and join the server where he could control his gaming body and all those expensive things that he had. After all, they turned into vital currency. He stood on the edge of a mountain from which the entire city could be seen. It was not easy for him to part with him because he felt that he had become almost like family. During these 2 months, even though he was not there very often, he knew that this was his chance in a million and he couldn't let it go just like that, because this wouldn't happen in the next life and he needed to quickly think about what to do. The best solution in this situation was to go away from everyone so that no one could hunt him and have some information about him. Of course, he didn't want to part with this city. I needed to forget and move on, because you are a person who is popular, which means that you are practically not allowed to stick your head out in public. To see what they can do for him with the money and resources that he can provide in order to get new things. The master said that everything is ready and the equipment is made from the skin of the black hole trolls in excellent condition, and is ready for use right now. The guy put on all this paraphernalia and felt much better because having expensive skins on you makes you feel more confident and practical. After all, the said armor of the Black Mountain had very strong properties, namely plus 9x health plus 3 to agility plus 8 to strength and plus 118 to defense. He felt better than anyone, and the worker said that for the first time in 20 years, a blacksmith got such a job. Therefore, I knew that the equipment would be perfect for a wanderer like him because it was quite light but at the same time protected well. He thanked the master and said that he made this armor just great, but he said that it was only a pleasure to work with the material that he brought him. He left the blacksmith's shop and realized that now he had to take new steps in his life that would help him move through the dark. Mose realized that the very hour had come in which he could become one of the best players in this game. After all, this is where you can become whoever you want. Well, or so it seemed to him, because as soon as he got out of a civilized place, he had to look for a new life, which was quite difficult because there was only a forest and a cave around. He could not understand where the place he found was located, because for a very long time he followed the same route that he had built for himself. Apparently he was really lost and he didn't know what to do now, so he sat down under a tree and decided to rest. But suddenly he looked down and noticed that the wind began to blow from under one piece of earth, which was strange because the earth was of one layer. He pressed his hand on the stone from under which there was wind to check what it was, because he was always interested in looking for new adventures. As soon as he was able to press this button, a blue glow came from there, which frightened him and seemed strange from the outside. He began to shake and he could not understand what it was. He felt fear and no surprise of the situation itself. After all, when you are confused, you cannot understand anything. The entrance to the cave began to open, which turned out to be something incredible, because only he could have thought of such technology, and found the discovery by chance. From there the wind began to blow strongly and drag it in. After all, the cave wanted new faces to get into it, because it had stagnated for a long time. Suddenly he wanted to look at what it was on the map because he couldn't understand why there was such a strong gust of wind and why it was so addictive. He managed to be the first to open the dungeons. This was a black root dungeon that had never been opened before. Every day he learned more and more in this world thanks to his capabilities and could not understand how he was able to find new territories. The cave seemed something very strange because the entrance to it was simply huge, as if it had been specially created for those trolls who lived nearby. He entered it, and noticed that it was very dark there. Therefore, he needed to turn to his inventory where he had a small sphere, namely a shining Belsac stone that could glow at 15 for 30 minutes. He was really very interested to see what was happening there, and he opened his mouth, which seemed very strange to him. He felt somehow uncomfortable seeing all this. Following the cave, he began to find various inscriptions that scared him very much. After all, before this, no one could find this cave, as the game itself indicated. The further he began to go, the darker it became in the cave, and it was scary because someone's remains lay there, which was not a good sign. But he didn't care and continued to follow and found a very interesting place where he could stop because it was something important. He noticed how in front of him there was a small monument on which lay a red tablecloth, and on the monument were written very interesting life moments of those who lived here. The light came from there, and he couldn't understand what it was because it was such an ancient cave. It was a very ideal place with bad history and mysteries. He read that it was Maruto bones and a skull, and it was impossible to convey the depth of hatred for whoever imprisoned us. That's exactly what was written on the wall. Dark forces ambushed their troops, and the smell of rotten blood filled the air. He felt uneasy and anxious. Caught by surprise, they were able to say goodbye to their lives and found themselves bound in a dark cave by one curse. They cannot find the normal peace of death, and then some creatures began to crawl towards him from behind. These monsters began to move one after another, and he felt that there was someone behind him because such a loud noise could not be hidden. He was able to notice this and understood that he needed to act, and check how much stronger he had become thanks to the equipment that the blacksmith gave him. The skeletons did not want to retreat, but on the contrary went into battle to punish him, because without their permission he entered the territory where entry is prohibited. He smiled and said that he knew that a mess was coming and that's why he was ready, but he didn't expect so much. Mose held his sword and felt confident in himself because he knew that he was much stronger than he might seem at first glance. He was already ready to fight against these skeletons and swung his new blade, which he received after killing the troll with his own hands. In seconds, the skeletons began to scatter one after another, this did not stop them. After all, they had to do what they had gathered for in the first place and began to attack him. There were a lot of skeletons and he could not control it because each of them was approaching him faster and faster to punish him for entering their cave. Although he was very strong, he understood that he would not last long because such a large number could simply crush him. He continued to dodge and beat all the skeletons that tried to kill him, but it was very difficult, and he spent a strong charge of energy to do it. He knew that he did not belong to the combat class, but there was simply no end to these creatures and he did not know what to do with them. After all, continuing to fight was suicide. Unfortunately, he also did not know how to use a sword because it was not an easy task. And these skeletons continued to take their weapons and attack him. But fortunately, he was confident in himself, and knew that he was capable of withstanding such a top of skeletons. The skeletons scattered one after another, and he impaled them on his sword, despite the fact that they were in good armor, and did not feel pain. But suddenly one skeleton was able to grab him from behind, which made it possible to stop this machine, which was scattering the skeletons one after another. A crowd of these creatures attacked him, and the guy really had a hard time, and he couldn't get out from under them because they simply couldn't be stopped. He felt that he had been hit very hard and he needed to somehow be able to resist them. After all, they were very close and were ready to kill him. He began to use his superpowers to somehow spread them thanks to the fact that he had the opportunity to do this because the star was with him. He also had very strong armor with which he was able to withstand the attacks of these creatures and was able to activate his powers to deal with them. A strong charge of energy came out of him, and these skeletons that attacked him could not resist the power that he released. There was a strong explosion of energy, and the bones of these skeletons scattered, well, to all corners of this cave wherever they could get. He realized that using the force was like a supernova explosion. To do this without the support of the staff was simply impossible at his level. Staves are the player's items and equipment that enhanced his characteristics. This is what the union of a rare artifact with magical equipment and weapons that he always had with him in the fight against them means. He was finally able to exhale and relax. After such a battle, there really were a lot of skeletons and it was not so easy to fight them. But these skeletons continued to attack him because everything was not enough for them, and it was as if they were reassembled from the remains that were obtained from dead skeletons. But he can only be in pleasure, and he smiled. You understand that you need to end this already. After all, he is already exhausted. He took his sword and shouted that it was time to finish and began to break these skeletons again one by one in order to finally relax after the battle. Skeletons lay dead and he killed absolutely everyone until the moment when none of these creations calmed down, because there were quite a lot of them. Finally he was able to exhale, and every bone lay there without any life, and finally he was able to kill absolutely everyone. He was not very happy and was surprised that he was so quickly able to deal with absolutely all the skeletons that prevented him from living and enjoying the scheme. Suddenly a very strong yellow glow began to shine at him, and he began to wonder what it could be. Suddenly signs appeared in front of him again, on which, as usual, are written the things that he receives after killing one or another boss. On these signs it was written that he had received new levels. He was able to gain 2 new levels in such a short time. This made him very happy because he had only chopped up skeletons and had already increased the level twice. It was something like a dream because they paid real money for it. He felt joy because now he was already above 10, and he could be much stronger than ever. Due to the fact that he was very happy, a strange sound began to come from the cave, and he was afraid because he did not know who else he would have to fight against again. He kept his weapon ready, knowing that suddenly someone could attack him from behind, and he always needed to be prepared for such unpleasant things. But suddenly the sound disappeared, although he knew that he had just heard some noise that confused him, and did not allow him to relax normally. He thought about it, and continued to keep his sword at the ready because he felt that the danger had not yet passed. She still needed to be under some kind of cover. He continued through the cave where it was no longer so dark because he ended up in exactly the place where the light continued to shine. Still, he continued to listen to different sounds and could not understand what it was. But he followed them because he was eager to find out what it was. Finally, he was able to go around the corner, and realized that he was able to find that very place because he could hear that it was from there that the sound he heard was coming. But suddenly he noticed some very strange smells that hung in the air because it was impossible to hide from them. It was something strange. He felt sick and began to close his mouth because there really was a very powerful stench that was impossible to resist. Finally, he realized that these were possibly the corpses of travelers who ended up here and did not get out because the skeletons were killing them and they could not deal with them. He noticed that in these corpses there were remains of weapons that belonged to them. That is, someone killed them without showing a trace. He continued to walk forward and noticed that these places did not continue to smell of people, because it was one of the most terrible smells he had felt. He continued to move, but suddenly his ears were able to hear something due to the fact that he was very experienced because of the star and gained agility. Mose continued up the steps to find the very place where these different things that stank were hidden. He was able to find another slab on which there was already a black tablecloth, and something was written on it too. Most likely these are different levels that he gets to when passing the previous one. He was very interested in what was written on this plate that he saw. Perhaps there were clues that would help him navigate new creatures. It was written on the stove that I hate them. The guy continues to read and began to delve into the very essence that was written on the monument. The monument said that they hated the Imperial Army. They burned the village using their fuel and mercilessly killed his entire family. Scoundrels hiding their faces attacked silently like ghosts. They were like cowardly deserters who disobeyed the Emperor's orders. They were able to destroy people's houses with devilish grins. That is why the Marutal shaman of this village curses them. It was like some kind of story from the past. The curse stated that they would never leave this place and would wander here in torment and suffering forever, even after death, when only their bones remained. He read this message and was very surprised because the writing here was different from the previous ones he had seen. The Imperial Army robbed the village, killed people and burned everything, just vile monsters who needed to be killed and cursed as they did. But suddenly something happened and he got scared because at the moment, when he began to analyze the whole situation, something began to happen. Behind the guy's back, the same sign popped up that appears only in those cases when either awards or some kind of tests are released. In this case, he also received a sign on which was written a quest battle of rank B in which it was necessary to destroy the leader of Jiritan, and to activate it, you need to say the words of a curse. The guy was thinking about the same words of curse he needed to say in order to activate that same quest and get new rewards for it. For him it was as easy as shelling pears. The guy shouted the very word that was the code to activate the quest because he was ready for battle. Then the ground began to collapse under him, and it became difficult for him to stand on his feet because the earth began to shake from what was happening. Namely, the bones and organs began to gather into one whole in order to confront this guy and kill him. After all, he ended up in the very quest where only one survives. The bones began to fly out of nowhere and hit the guy in order to get together because they needed to get a body that could resist Mose. Suddenly, the same boss appeared before his eyes, whom he was very afraid of and felt anxious because he had not fought with him before. He looked like a huge biker who was wearing a helmet for protection, but it did not consist of ordinary bones, but also of organs that gave him mass. This monster had armor, and was very unusual compared to those who came before. Its helmet was like a trident. The monster screamed how dare he defile him with his words. The guy stood with a sword and the monster said that it was necessary to pull out his organs alive and erase them completely and not fool him with hunger for so long. The guy realized that he had been hit, and he was shaking all over. After all, he had never fought monsters stronger than some troll whom almost anyone could defeat. The monster asked if he freed him from the curse by uttering words. The monster felt that he was much stronger and bigger, and wanted to kill the guy. The guy said that he guessed very well and held his sword despite the fact that he felt anxiety inside. He needed to fight so that he could survive and receive rewards. Mose said that he would be responsible for the murder of innocents and the destruction of a village that he simply wanted to remove from the face of the earth. The monster felt that there was a really strong opponent in front of him, and huge red rays of light began to emanate from his eyes. The giant skeleton managed to hit him, and the guy flew away not far because he didn't expect that the monster would start attacking him first because it was unexpected. He felt that a really good opponent would fight him, and it would not be a walk in the park for him as he usually thought. The monster was able to send his wall and felt control over the situation. Although this was not at all true, the guy fought to the last. The monster asked if he would be able to judge him after he dealt with him. He thought that he could kill the boy with his left hand because he was 20 times taller than him. For him, he was an arrogant, stupid man who only believed in himself because he ended up in this cave and thinks that he can set his own laws here, as people everywhere love to do. The giant skeleton said that he could not live and began to tear his vocal cords, which were already barely holding on from the remains of living people. Unfortunately, this was the same boss of the location that they will now talk about, namely about the types of location bosses. Each boss of the location has its own unique name, for example Troll level 99. It was the Black Mountain level 99 which he was able to win. In fact, the monsters in the scheme are divided into location bosses and ordinary monsters. Due to the fact that the boss is stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level, putting them on the same level is simply unthinkable. And even knowing this, he could not have imagined that the battle with the first would be as difficult as it turned out to be. His health level after the first hit was less than 20%. He understood that this time, even with so many opportunities, the battle would not be the easiest, which would give him greater opportunities to have more experience in the future. The monster didn't understand how he was able to put it down, and the skeleton decided that he needed to put an end to this brat who imagined himself to be much stronger than him. He understood that as long as he held on, his body could heal, although it still ached in pain. Regeneration was almost instantaneous, thanks to the effects of the star and his new armor. The giant skeleton did not understand what kind of dark magic he was using and got angry, and therefore flew at him to kill him because it was just something mythical. The monster swung to hit him a second time, and knew that he was much stronger, even though the guy was able to restore his health very quickly. The guy understood that he needed to react with lightning speed. After all, this boss would not give you a chance to make simple attacks and not dodge his blows. He managed to do it much faster until he reached it. After all, this was the main task of getting ahead of him in speed, and then this will be followed by the same blow that he can deliver with his sword, which happened after he defeated the Black Mountain Troll. He knew that his counterattack would be able to harm him at least a little, because he had prepared it during the time he was recovering his health from the blow that was dealt to him. The guy managed to seriously hit the monster, and he fell back because he had a weak spot on this armor exactly where the guy could get. He managed to do it again, and the unimaginable strength of health and agility granted by divine equipment allows him to move as he wants. Thanks to all this, he can fight back even the boss himself, who was head and shoulders stronger than the other skeletons he had to fight against earlier. He realized that this was the best item he could have in the scheme. With such an armor set, he can defeat anyone who gets in his way. The boss did not want to give up and said that even if his body was cursed, he would fight to the last, even though this could be his final battle. He threatened that he would kill his bones and be able to free himself from the curse that had overtaken him for a very long time, and because of it he was imprisoned. Mose said that he could talk as much as he wanted, but he still wouldn't be able to win because he was much stronger than him from artifacts and armor. The monster said that he is a crazy little bug who doesn't know his place, and he is ready to show him what the difference between classes means. He began to activate some powerful force, and the guy really felt anxious and his whole body was covered with goosebumps because he was quite scared to see new inventions. This was the removal of a restraining seal which was very powerful due to all the characteristics it had. The monster was able to activate his sword and pointed directly at the center of the circle that was drawn in the demon star. He gave off energy all over, which seemed somehow strange. It was Juritan who was level 35. The guy couldn't understand how his level could increase so quickly. The monster flew by so fast that he couldn't even notice it, and he managed to cut through it with his blade, which he had activated just recently. The guy was cut almost right through, and such a powerful blade was able to tear the armor, which was made from the skin of the blackest troll. His blade was something different because it was completely blue. He was ready to kill the guy for coming onto his territory. The monster continued to attack with her blade, which was with incredible power, and no one could have had such a good sword before. He was able to hit the guy again, who was barely holding on with all his strength, although he had absolutely no reason to do so. Here he could no longer withstand such a good blow and fell down because the monster was able to throw him off thanks to his strength and the curse that was placed on him. The guy screamed in pain because he had crawled away from a huge height. and he had no health left at all, because even before that he had only 20% of it. The monster said that he was able to cut him in half with one blow, but everything prevented him from doing this precisely because of his magic, which he could not overcome. The giant skeleton said that there was no point in swinging his sword anymore, and he would put an end to his life because he shouldn't have come out, and he just gave him a ticket to the real world. Mose understood that he barely survived and began to experience hellish pain, and if he had not had this armor on him, he would have died 20 times and been reborn again. But he understood that now he was not who he was before, and he would be able to kill this monster thanks to the fact that he had gained experience and strength thanks to his connections and luck. He realized that he had 300 units of health and recovery occurs very quickly, and he manages to restore a fairly huge amount of health. Namely, he can install more VV and stop every couple of seconds, which gives him the ability to hold on, and he is almost immortal. Until he dies, he will always have a few seconds to fully restore his health and feel as if he were brand new. Of course, it was difficult to imagine that the pendant could play such a big role in his future, because he simply wanted to play the lottery with his last money. The skeleton giant did not understand how he was able to withstand the blow of his sword. But the guy said that, as you can see, he took his chance and again stands on his feet in front of him and is ready to fight. Mose said that he would definitely destroy him by avenging all the dead villagers because of whom people suffered, because this was the reason for his curse. But the monster did not want to give up and said that he was a daring little fellow and swung to finish him off with the help of his blade, which he had of unusual rarity. But suddenly the guy managed to bend down and withstand the blow with the help of his own sword and blocked his blow, even though it was very, very strong for his level. He realized that this was indeed an incredible force against which it would not be very easy to fight, but his character took over. He was able to withstand this blow and continued to fight with it because it was in his blood, and he was ready to fight to the end because it was not for nothing that he received such a valuable item as the Florin Star. He managed to return from his blow, and the giant Ro was in shock and could not understand how such a young player could repel his attack and dodge them. After all, this had never been possible for anyone before. Mose understood that he had practically no chance, and that he needed to wait for the moment with which he could attack. And suddenly such a moment happened because luck smiled at him once again, and he was able to swing his blade at this giant. Mose knew that when the giant fly opened, he would be able to inflict a very precise painful blow on him, which would be the final one in this battle. After all, his hands were quite strong, and suddenly he managed to hit him, namely on that part of the armor where it was the weakest, because he knew where he needed to hit in order to inflict at least some blow with a scratch. He realized that he was able to cut through his curse, but the sword was also very damaged. After all, this was not the easiest opponent that might seem at first glance. The guy was glad that he hit, and we must not lose the momentum and, with the help of it, continue to strike at the giant. He felt that he had to act very quickly, because otherwise the giant would be able to activate his power, and he would definitely not survive. Even though he had a special star, he could still be knocked out with one blow. The giant began to feel pain and ate how he controlled himself because the guy dealt him quite a lot of blows which became very painful for him. But this only angered the skeleton, and he said that it was a daring insect and wanted to kill it by swinging his blue blade, which was the size of 4 people. He was already able to swing his hand to strike the guy, but he stood and didn't move because he knew what he was doing. Mose had a good quality of wit, but he also felt when he needed to do this or that trick in order to neutralize his opponent and leave him in the cold. The guy managed to cut his hand and the ball flew to the side along with that part of the hand that was swinging to kill him, but it was all in vain because the guy was in prime. He was able to correctly use his strength, and the giant was left without an arm, which was incomprehensible to the mind because he was almost 20 times larger than him. Mose wanted to give up on this, and knew that he needed to take advantage of the moment, while the opponent was in shock and decided to neutralize him. The monster began to dodge his blows, but the guy managed to hit him because he was much smaller and more dexterous than this huge giant. He was able to cut through the skeleton like all those who attacked before him. Previously, he already knew how to fight such opponents, and these were like seeds for him. The guy was able to finish him off and put a sword to his head, indicating that he should surrender because otherwise he would suffer death, which would be quite quickly because he did not need to waste time on him. Mose held his blade over him, and realized that this was the end of this battle because he was able to make him completely defenseless. He said that the end of their battle had come and Jiritan could not defend himself from some young man who had just entered the game, and had barely learned to wield a weapon. The monsters didn't understand how this was even possible and couldn't understand who this guy was, because he saw that he had a rather weak level. He began to talk about some stories about some creature that blessed Bellic, and also about the Air Bernarder. He couldn't understand how the guy could kill him because he was the Golden Knight of the great Imperial Army. The guy felt some strange emotions and couldn't wrap his head around how great this monster was if he talked about himself like that, and said that he was a knight. He pointed his blade at him, and said that he was a pathetic murderer of a disgrace of the Empire who did not deserve to live. But the master said that he was stupid because they simply called him a killer, and that he could not understand at all what it meant to be a warrior who had no other options. The guy asked who he was. He attacked a peaceful village where he killed every living thing, and this was far from the act of a warrior. But the giant said that they had no choice because famine had begun, and the war was in full swing. They stopped supplying their army with supplies. There was nothing to eat, and they were forced to ask for help from the villagers who protected them because otherwise they simply would not be able to exist. But unfortunately, they simply stubbornly saw us as enemies with whom it was impossible to even communicate. And they decided to attack us because there was no other option. And people fought to be alive and they just wanted to eat normally because otherwise they would have had to kill each other, which is what they did. They didn't receive an iota of gratitude for trying for their own protection, but when the time came, no one wanted to share. These little insects did not even know honor, and once tried to fight the Imperial Army after everything they had done for them. The guy began to understand that it was only because that's what the skeletons did to them. They killed everyone because they wanted to eat, and the monster said that of course, and not a single pathetic worm survived. He understood something on him. The curse would have been such a wonderful memory, but everything happened like an accident, and he had no choice. Mose realized how dire the whole situation was and that he simply had no choice, and because of this he attacked this village. The guy told him that he asked him if he knew what it meant to be a warrior, and he said that he knew a lot more about it than someone like him. He said that 2 years and that these were the most difficult years of his life that could be imagined because there were practically no conditions there. But the soldier's oath was the most important thing that could be done. After all, they swore an oath in the face of the people and the nation. He had no choice, and he shouted that they were the army of the Republic of Korea and swung his blade to kill this monster who believed that he could charm him with this story. The guy could not stand such strong emotional conversations and hit the helmet with his blade to kill this giant skeleton who did not understand at all what he had to live. He was able to kill this monster by breaking his skull into small pieces. This is another boss that he was able to win because thanks to these battles he will receive new items. He felt like he had become much stronger having gained one more experience for killing a boss who was not a little weaker than the troll. The guy felt pain inside because he began to remember all those years of service in the army of the Republic of Korea that everyone who was in this territory had to serve. In fact, a bad inflammation appeared and he could not think how he could say such stupidity to the damned soldier. Most likely he just went crazy. But suddenly in front of him, or what he was able to get for overcoming another boss in this game. Most likely this was the most enjoyable part of this game because after you killed the boss you always got rewards. He was again able to increase his level, but there were already several times more signs than when he killed the Black Mountain Troll, because he was a weaker boss and he did not yet know who he would fight with. He realized that he was able to raise the level by as much as 6 times. And this was all thanks to this giant skeleton who was not very strong. He was given a new achievement that collected 11 swords and he received +2 units for each improvement in his characteristics. He was surprised and did not understand how they could raise his level so much and give him such an achievement +2 to each statistic. But suddenly it's worth fighting against some more monsters, because it wasn't the last one that was in this cave, which he ended up in quite by accident. Suddenly he heard something begin to crack very loudly and break into different pieces. Most likely it was a cannonball that fell after the player, and so it happened that he received a new core after he was able to kill a boss of such a high level. He was stronger than the previous one, so I am stronger than the other one. The guy also understood this, and he said that this core was clearly different from all that he had seen earlier in his life, and even more so in the game. He began to open this core with the help of his hand, which could do completely different functions in this game without even touching the object. The core began to open, and suddenly he began to understand that this was really a way to make money, and he could use this game to live in the real world. Various objects began to appear before his eyes, which at first frightened him and could not control how much drop there was. He looked at everything that fell out of this core. I couldn't believe my eyes that all this could only be given to him by defeating some boss. The guy realized that he needed to quickly remove all his inventory and felt emotions and happiness because he knew that all these items cost much more than he could imagine, even for a good amount. His eyes sparkled with happiness, and he felt joy because he began to earn really good money thanks to this game, and all this because he played in the lottery and was able to win that very pendant. But suddenly he managed to notice what interested him most of all, namely the very sword that Jiritan himself had when he fought against him. The sword really was somehow unusual and glowed because some very strange energy was coming from it, and he could not understand what it was because the sword seemed to be emitting something black. Finally, it could dawn on him that this was the very thing that Jiritan himself was holding in his hands. It was this weapon that could almost kill him with one blow. Suddenly he looked at the characteristics of this sword and he began to feel something very strange, namely fear and surprise, because what he noticed was mind-boggling. He began to look at the characteristics of this sword and noticed that there were quite strong statistics, namely strikes and agility, which were different from all that he had before. He noticed that this sword had a unique rarity, and could not understand that he was able to discover another rarity in this game that was not yet available to anyone, and no one knew about the unique one. Mose felt indescribable emotions and goosebumps began to run down his skin because he still could not understand what he could do with his own hands thanks to this pendant. It was that unique sword that no one knew about in this game, and its characteristics were much different from those that existed before. He knew that the highest known ranks were rare, but he could not even dream that there was something higher. He understood that if this note is unique, then even in the future it is unlikely that there will be something similar to it, and he was again able to win the jackpot. Then it dawned on him that he was the first in the game to receive a rare artifact. And now he was able to get a unique one himself. It was not a dream, but a fairy tale. But suddenly the sword began to disappear somewhere, and he could not understand what happened because he was worried about losing such an expensive item. And the sword began to disappear in seconds because it was unusual and had characteristics that were very strange for those that were there before. The guy began to feel fear because the sword began to dissolve right in his hand. And this could mean that he lost this sword, which would be a mistake. But fortunately, it was not at all what he expected. A couple more flew out there, on which it was written that he was able to study something. Namely, he was able to learn the skill of calling the sword, and this call can do a very interesting thing. It was written there that if you say one word, this sword will appear. He was glad that he was able to get his first skill in the game. After all, before that, he did not understand at all how and what to do in these games. He stood and thought and realized that now was the time to test it and see if he could use it when the sword was needed. Mose shouted the code word for charm and very strange things began to happen and the sword slowly activated, just like then with the monster. One place that appeared was the circle in which the Hell Star was located, and it was from there that the sword appeared. It was very incredible, and summoning a sword was the main function that he was able to get from this boss, not counting the expenses that he received from the boss. The sword appeared in the same way as that of the giant skeleton, and he obviously liked it because with its help he could kill his rivals even easier. He now held his new acquisition in his hands and was glad that he was able to do this thanks to his efforts and courage. He began testing this sword and realized that it fit very comfortably in his hand, and the weight was just perfect for fighting. Mose realized that there was no time to waste, and he needed to try this ball in a real battle to know what it really was like and whether it was difficult to control it when you were actually fighting bosses. But suddenly the guy, as usual, stepped on something and realized that there was another problem in the forest where he would most likely be able to activate the sword. He couldn't understand what was happening, but suddenly he looked at his hand and realized that this was another treasure that he was able to get. The seal of a damaged knight fell into his hand, which was also a unique rarity, and it is this seal that is used to start a hidden quest, but unfortunately it was only a one-time use. He began to read into the very conditions of this quest, and realized that it was really hidden, which meant that the rewards there would be much higher than ever. He began to think what he should do with this quest, because indeed he already had enough experience to fight against the bosses, but he could not understand whether he would be able to survive to the end. Mose knew that no matter what was meant by hidden, he'd better get to it quickly and get a lot more treasure than this time. He was wondering how much all this could be sold for, and probably about 500 gold if he didn't make it cheaper. He felt that he had truly become the person he wanted, but suddenly some sun began to shine on him again. But this only gave a sign that he needed to quickly get out of this cave. He realized that the sun was already rising, and if he didn't get out of here quickly, they might find this place, and he had to take the loot to the nearest village. He didn't know that with this money he could forget about poverty for a while. Meanwhile, he got to the city of Arts Toiko. Meanwhile, people were confused about what was happening to the market because the prices for things had become somehow very incomprehensible. People did not understand that such huge artifacts had been put up for sale for several hours in a row, and they were not becoming less and less. But on the contrary, the number was growing. No one could understand what was on the first page of the auctions, and that the price for the very book that was being sold grew very quickly. But suddenly people realized one pattern. All these things were exhibited by only one player, but they could not understand who it was. Then they paid attention to who put out all these items and noticed only one name there, Mose. This seemed very suspicious. He was able to auction off a book of the quick healing skill, which was of rare rarity, and when used, the character gains the quick healing skill. Its current price was 800 gold, and there were 4 hours and 21 minutes left until the end of the auction. But the most interesting thing was that Mose remained a seller, and he had already put quite a lot of lots on the market. People began to realize that this was the same man who was with Silborn during the troll hunt. That's when Silborn died. Meanwhile, the Central Trade Committee of this city began to discuss very strange inputs that were being put up for auction. He looked at what he had and his eyes simply ran wild. After all, he could not concentrate on the quantity. How much of everything he was able to get during those battles. Mose had huge possessions, and before him was a large amount of gold that he could spend until the end of his life until he sold everything, although even then he would still have enough to live. The same servant approached him and said that he had earned 8,726 gold at the auction in a short period of time. Mose didn't understand what was happening to the market. The servant repeated how much he could earn, but he could not calm down from such numbers and continued to ask him. And he answered him that he earned 8,726 gold. That's the amount. He fell on the floor and couldn't concentrate because he really felt a lot of fear, because the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He understood that he should be happy because he still couldn't believe the reality of what was happening, and in this dungeon he earned as much as 80 million won. The guy also asked the servant what it looked like in the strange coins on which a dragon was drawn. He was interested to know what it gives. The servant realized that he did not know and decided to deign to explain to him what it was. He said that this was Ormacon's token, which was quite a valuable object. As it turned out, one such token is the equivalent of 1,000 gold. From such an amount he could not control his emotions and closed his mouth. This token was of a magical level and weighed only 10 grams. But it was equal to 1,000 gold coins, and its history is that on this coin there is a dragon with a golden skin. He couldn't believe that there was a coin with a magical rank and that it turned out to be something fabulous in his life. The servant said that it was important for him to remain vigilant for some time, because now he has glory and for it he can suffer very much. He meant that now everyone in the city would want to find out who Mose was, and because of this he had a lot of fans but at the same time opponents. Unfortunately, a dark guild has formed in the game, whose members rob and kill both players and NPCs. The guy began to understand that he really should be careful in this game, because otherwise he could be robbed and killed and he would lose absolutely all the equivalents. Meanwhile, people started discussing who he was and they were interested in how much money the auction brought him. They understood that this was at least 100 million won. People began to envy him and thought how to rob him if they could only meet him. The guy realized that everything was much more serious than he had ever imagined. He understood that he should lie low. But the stealth effect of this hood will soon end and he needs to buy something better. But suddenly some brilliant idea came to him, and he realized what would need to be done in this situation thanks to his capabilities. The day was good as usual, and he began to go somewhere because he knew that if he could do this, he would get good opportunities in this world and continue to earn money there. He came to the blacksmith and said that he needed armor that completely hides both the body and face, and that it was very durable. The blacksmith began to list all the details that he needed to make and realized that the guy would pay a pretty penny for it. The guy said that he didn't care about the price and needed him to show everything he had. This made the blacksmith happy, and he realized that he could make money from it. He showed him the best armor he had because it was made of some very strange steel and sparkled like nowhere else. He began to understand that it was unlikely that they would recognize him if he was equipped with this, because then his face would not be visible, and he would be able to defend himself. The master said that this is a real work of art, and that it was made at the King's Smith competition a long time ago. The guy asked what the price was. The blacksmith said that he would charge as much as 200 gold because the armor was so good, because he made a normal markup. Plus, he kept this armor for a very long time. The blacksmith said that he knew that it was a little expensive, but this was the best equipment, and the best work he could do in his life. After all, it was with this equipment that he was able to win the tournament. The guy did not waste time and threw coins on the table for him. In order to quickly put on this armor, he needed to disguise himself so that they could not recognize him, and the Black Guild could not attack him. Mose said that he would take it and gave him even more gold than he could have expected, but he had never seen such good armor. The guy shouted that he needed the whole set to completely disguise himself and be irresistible in this game because he had enough money. Meanwhile, night came, and this was the time for that same Black Guild that attacked only at night to kill and take loot from people. The girl in the black cloak began to move very purposefully towards one place and felt that someone was watching her, so she looked around. She came to some guy whose name was Veyron. The guy asked her why she came to him because she was on a mission again. The girl's name was Kia. She said that he guessed about her mission, that she needed to do something. He said that he could help if she only asked him about it. The girl said that he would only interfere with this task, given that this task took months of preparation, but the guy knew that she was not easy, and he shouted that she was a rootless mongrel. It was very rude of him, but he needed to offend her with something so that she would react to it. Which is basically what he managed to do, because the girl couldn't just leave it like that and knew that she needed to punish him for such words. She flew up to him from where she was and wanted to kill him because she can't stand being called names. She presented the blade as I say it, and he said that she was fast enough as always. He tried to somehow hook her up. He told her to calm down because it was stupid to cut a colleague while on duty because he was also working. Kia knew that she needed to remain calm, but she could not tolerate what she was saying. You need to follow the rules of communication and think about what you are saying. She also told him to watch his weapon and the words he spoke, otherwise he would lose both. You girl began to pronounce some words to break and activate a portal with the help of which you can see some things. The stone flew off the floor and began to activate something very strange. The girl wanted to get exactly what she came here for because her mission was simple. She was able to open a portal with the help of which she could see absolutely everything from another world because she was one of the members of the Black Guild who were hunting for one very important item. Different portals began to activate and create very strange rings with which you could check different objects. Veyron said that she was an impudent mongrel, but it was clear that he liked the girl and he wanted to fuck her, because she was not just accessible. He opened a scroll in which very valuable information was drawn and written about the item he was trying to find. He was wondering where this item could very well be hidden. After all, it was he who was interested in this search. He only needed the florin star that was on Moses' neck, which he was able to win in the lottery quite recently. The weather in this country was always excellent because it was a game. Of course you couldn't change everything. Everything was designed so that people wouldn't think about bad days. Meanwhile, some guy Vesmos was in a cart, and said that he was his savior, that if it weren't for him, everything would have been different. But the guy said that there was no need for gratitude. After all, he agreed to let him down, so they were even. The man said that he thought that the monster would already eat him. In general, the man said that he was really very grateful to him, because the guy managed to cut off the head of this creature when she was about to open her mouth and bite him. The uncle asked him about his age and realized that he was most likely a student now because he was very young. The guy said that in this way he decided to make money from teaching. And now here are these pies. The man said that he gave a damn about the fact that his parents are proud of being independent. The guy asked his uncle how he got into this game in the first place. The uncle said that this is a long story because he was fired from the company. After which he opened his own restaurant with chicken dishes and everything went bankrupt. Then he heard about the scheme, and it seemed like a no-brainer option to make money and decided to try. But to work on the delivery of business answers since everything should be perfect. The man asked where the guy was going and what specific place he needed to get there, but he met him quite by chance along the way. The guy said that not yet, but he will already be planning as soon as he gets to the Silver Valley. The uncle told him to let him know when he decided and he would take him to the ends of the world because he was his savior. But the guy said that he did not want to impose. The man said that everything is calm and he is like a bodyguard for him, so he is obliged to grab him for what he did to him earlier, because saving a man's life cost much more than some kind of delivery. Now they were finally able to come to the Silver Valley. The man said that there is a fountain in the center of the Silver Valley, and he needs to meet there if he wants to follow it further. But suddenly he got some kind of warning that his defense needed repairs, which surprised him very much because he had just recently bought it. He understood that stealth was the most important aspect for him, and that this was the first thing he needed to do in the Silver Valley. He again went to the place where the anvil was to get new armor from the blacksmith who already knew how to make good things there. The guy thought about how cool it was to receive that same sadness that could open a secret quest, and he was sure that there would be many more rewards that cost many times more. He realized that of course there was a hidden quest, and it was already interesting, but he needed at least some kind of hint so that he could navigate. He thinks about it all the time, but to no avail. Zero seems to be at a dead end. The guy realized that first he needed to meet with his uncle Carrier. The blacksmith said that everything was ready and that he could come to him again. They made him excellent armor, and he realized that after these plans he had to take the next step. He went out into the street, and did not understand why so many people gathered in the square. Perhaps there was something interesting there since it was able to gather such a large number of people. Meanwhile, some guy started beating the uncle of the carrier who was a little late. He shouted that he hated it when he was late and kicked him. It was some kind of Valley clan. Unfortunately, the uncle was only delayed for a few minutes with the delivery, and people were already avoiding him. It's hard to believe that this is the heir of the clan who behaves like this with his workers. He continued to beat the uncle because he didn't like it when the goods he needed were delivered at the wrong time. He wanted to kill him completely. But suddenly Mose managed to block the blow of this clan heir and stopped her with the help of his hand, which he put up to save the uncle's life. She did not understand to the heir that he was able to do this, because to contradict him was the same as to contradict the law, so it was irreparable. The guy said that sometimes something happens on the road and people are late. It is not right to beat people up for this. The guy let him go, but the heir. She asked him if he even knew who he was and with whom he would be dealing now. He shouted that everyone in the valley was obliged to obey him because he was the heir of the clan. If he spoiled his mood, he would use force. Mose asked him why he should beat a person over some little thing. It was unfair and stupid because it wastes energy. But the heir of the clan was very spoiled and said that if he didn't like something, he would now snatch it. But Mose was fast and agile enough and managed to come back from his blow, even though he had a fairly good level thanks to money. Mose couldn't stand it any longer, and realized that he had to act because otherwise he wouldn't stop beating people over trifles. He shouted that this was self-defense and began to beat the heir of the clan because he had become insolent in the region with such very strange requests and actions that he did. Mose was able to throw him into the wall, and he barely survived. After all, he had a much lower level, even though he was a character before. He barely survived, and basically if you have enough money that you throw into the game you become very strong because those who pay money become more privileged. People didn't understand what was happening. After all, before that no one could lay a finger on the heir of the clan. After all, he was the most important in this valley. But suddenly someone was able to do it. The guy asked his uncle how he was feeling, otherwise he was let down by the spruce and asked who it was. And then he realized that it was the same guy who saved him from the monster. People began to be afraid that he had just hit the air of the valley. And this meant that he was finished, because otherwise he would be executed in the square. But suddenly someone turned to him, and said that he had failed and that he should read the laws that he did not know, because he simply burst into territory where he did not belong. It was the father of that same boy, and said that he was the great one from this valley and that he had no right to beat his son because he was of royal blood. He ordered his servant, whose name was Python, to kill the guy who dared to touch his son even with a finger. Python threw away the sheath of his sword and said that he attacked the son of the head himself. Therefore, he will have a hard time because he committed a sin in this valley. But the guy was not worried at all and felt confident. Python said that he would deal with him and swore on the name of the Knight of the Silver Valley. He wanted to cut through the helmet of this guy with the help of his sword and shouted for him to die. But suddenly the guy remembered that he had a mysterious opportunity, and he had long wanted to test his sword, which was summoned by the call of charm. In that moment he managed to block his blow with the help of a very amazing blade that humanity had never seen before appearing in his hand. Python did not understand what was happening, because he had seen earlier that he had absolutely nothing in his hands, and now some very strong blade appeared. The guy calmly managed to repel his attack and even sent this fat base away from him to put on his clothes, which prevented him from moving normally. Due to the fact that the sword was of the level that the python expected, he threw out his blade and flew into the very king who was talking about the fact that his son is touchy. Python was able to sit with his ass on the face of the son of the head himself, who said that he was now for his actions that he had done. He screamed in pain. The guy with me has already killed 2 people in this village, namely the best defender, and the son who was a candidate for the next chapter. The head was very afraid because he realized that his main defender fell in front of everyone, and some guy was able to throw him into the wall, and that he died. Red didn't understand what he was doing, and told him to get up immediately. After all, if he gives up, he won't be a normal knight of the Silver Valley. But Mose did not waste time and went up to the king himself and said that now it was his turn and buried his blade right on his chest, because now he would deal with him for not wanting to apologize. People could not understand how this could happen and began to think about the armor they saw on him because it was different from others. They realized that this was armor. She was from the order of 14 knights. They began to fear that very strange consequences might happen to them. But in fact, these were cries of joy and did not say that they had finally come to their aid to remove the king who was mocking the people. People shouted that he took away half of their income, and called it a tax. And their father was generally executed because there was not much to pay. They begged him to kill him. He had no idea who these Knights 14 were, but judging by how the situation here was developing, it was already clear what was happening. He very sternly asked the head if people had told the truth about him, those things that were very bad. The king did not know what to say to him, because he felt that he would be killed. He began to make excuses that it was not at all true and that it was partly true, but they were simply stockpiling supplies in case of famine. The guy asked, maybe he should visit his house and make sure of this, because he could check whether he was telling him the truth. He knelt down or begged for mercy, saying that he had committed a terrible crime and would like to repent, and asked for mercy. Mose realized that there is justice in this world and that there is no need to kill people if they are ready to change for the good of the country in which they live. The guy said that since he admits his actions, he will not take his life, but he will compensate for the damage to all victims. The king said that he would do all this. People began to applaud him and consider him a hero because he was able to return their money that they earned with their hard work from this deputy who took everything. Here he had another sign that indicated that his glory level had increased by 2874 units thanks to rumors. But that was not all, and he received another tablet that he was able to complete, namely the hidden quest Tyranny of the Clans of the Valley, and the reward that he received was a hint to obtaining a rare artifact. He was glad that he was able to get such valuable clues because thanks to the fact that he completed this quest, people began to respect him, and in the meantime, many people already had their eyes on him, which was a good alibi for him if people began to respect him. The hint for obtaining a rare artifact sounded very simple. He was told to head to Phallop, namely to a city on the edge of the continent. He was happy and realized that this was quite unexpected. But for him it's already a great bonus because with the help of another rare artifact he can become stronger. It was somehow very strange for him. After all, if he just needed to go to that city, it would be too easy for this game as a scheme. People continued to rejoice, and said that he was some kind of message from heaven, and noticed that he had an engraved sword, and for a long time they had not seen a knight with such a weapon. Meanwhile, the people continued to talk about various incomprehensible problems that needed to be solved, and on the mountain stood two monks in some kind of costumes. One asked the other whether it was worth punishing the one who was wearing armor. He told him that he needed to calm down because he had forgotten God's prophecy that one day a certain stranger would come and make this world a better place. Thanks to him, they had very little work left because he was able to end the very problems with theft in the country. They didn't understand who he was, but the older one said that he wasn't sure, but it seemed to him that this was the same character that everyone was talking about, Mose. He thought maybe it really was him, but he really needed to understand who he was. Here it was already going beyond the scope. They realized that they should follow him to find out more about him. After all, if this is really the person they think about, they will be able to get more information than they could find out somewhere. He realized that his next place where he should go was the city of Phallip, where he was sent a hint about finding an artifact. This city was very beautiful and looked like something new in the world of art. There were quite a lot of different people in it who had their own secrets. They were able to kill him on the border of the continent in the city of Phallip, to which he needed to go to receive a special reward for the quests he completed. Meanwhile, at the city employment office, someone was discussing very strange things that the guy wanted to know because he was impatient to receive an award. He didn't understand anything at all and barely controlled his body, but he felt very bad because he couldn't get the information that interested him. He cannot understand how many days this has already been going on, because he tried for long hours to find the very information that would become very useful to him. He understood that the secret class, unlike ordinary players, is a class in which players possess hidden powers or knowledge, and thanks to them they can become stronger in moments. Unfortunately, these are not very common in the game, because you need to understand that these classes are so rare that in the community they have schemes. Nothing is really known yet. Unfortunately, even the bureau workers could not help him, because he really hoped to gain some new knowledge about these people, but he had to go and find it himself. He understood that most likely he would actually have to search the entire city to get information about this item that was supposed to be given to him after he understood all the clues. He looked ahead and began to think, because perhaps these people could know where certain clues could be located in order to find loot. He noticed that the people here were of very different types, and they had some strange ears. Most likely these were new skins in the game that could only be obtained if you were born in this territory. He didn't think that he would be able to meet elves here, but this city was truly full of surprises. Meanwhile, a man was running behind him. He was able to knock over the guy and was offended with all his might to get to the place where they definitely couldn't find him, where he could feel at peace. This made the man angry that the guy stood in his way and told him to watch where he was going and called him an idiot so that he would finally think about what he was doing. Mose didn't understand what was happening because he felt that this man had just run into him and started yelling at him. It was very stupid and completely without manners. The guy shouted in a serious tone that he wanted him to get into a pile of shit so that he could get there as soon as possible. But then something exploded very sharply, and the guy was surprised along with all the residents who were calmly living their normal day in this town. He said that there was some kind of very large pile, and he didn't expect that this would happen at all. But it didn't bother him much. It was the thief who crashed into the wall, and was very badly injured because he wanted to rob people with the help of the bag of money that stole them. The money scattered on the floor because he could not survive after someone beat him because they were chasing him to take the money he stole. Some man stood in front of him and said that he was a fucking fraudster who was only bothering him, and he was wasting his time on him. It was the same Veyron who had an unusual ring and said that if he decided to run away from him again, he would pay with his life. Mose watched this and did not understand how the guy who attacked the thief could hit him so hard, but suddenly he noticed a familiar ring. Maybe this is the very clue that could serve him very well in addition. But this thief did not want to give up because this was the last thing he could do in this game, and he began to quietly take out a knife to kill this impudent person who believed that he could throw him out of the game. He shouted that he would die now because he attacked him, for which he would pay with his own life, and swung his dagger at him. But suddenly something very strange happened in the moment, and, as if in a flash, It flew by as if it had never happened. He was able to quietly kill this thief who believed in himself, and thought that he could escape and kill such a strong warrior like him. It was just stupid. Veyron, without any effort, could calmly deal with this thief and cut right through his body so that he was bleeding because it was impossible to cheat, especially with money. People stood in shock and did not understand how he could so easily deal with this thief who was holding a weapon, which meant that the battle could be very dangerous. Veyron regretted that he had only wasted time on this bastard, because of which he had to run after him to kill him and take the money he stole from him. Mose couldn't understand how this happened because his body movements were very strange, and he couldn't even notice them because it was lightning fast. He was surprised and didn't understand what kind of guys they were. A sign popped up in front of him saying once during this game, which meant that he would know something. He was again able to complete some hidden quest, and received a hint as a secret class reward. Namely, he was able to find a clue to this reward. Mose felt some kind of heavy responsibility because he was able to open again some new quest that gave him the key to a secret weapon. He began to read absolutely everything that was on the tablet, and his emotions were simply bursting. After all, what the game provided him was incredible. A sign flew out to him, namely that a hidden quest for a secret class had been launched in which he needed to talk to a man in a black robe. This was another new class of weapon, and he realized that there was no time to waste, and he urgently needed to talk with that man, be it in a black robe, about whom they wrote in the quest. He thought about the swordsman and realized that he needed to go up and talk to this man because he was somehow unusual and managed to very easily deal with the arrogant thief who should have been put in his place a long time ago. It had already gotten quite dark and tumbleweeds began to roll through the streets because there was absolutely no one on the streets of this city. Veyron, as usual, is higher up on the street to complete the next quest that people from above told him about, because he was one of the pawns who simply controlled. Mose was sneaking behind him and he was very interested in finding out who he was because the quest itself sent him to him, and this is already a problem in the game that they may not get along. He understood that then he simply assumed because the video was all from afar. But there is no doubt because his ring is exactly like Gerantin's. That is, this meant that he, too, was a swordsman like Gerantin who said this before his death. No one could even imagine that his murder would lead all the way here. He thought that perhaps luck was really thanking him for those 2 months when he worked without a break and died day after day to get some chance of knocking out the item. But suddenly he got distracted for a second and couldn't understand where the same guy he was following was because he needed to find out who he was because the quest itself indicated this to him. He began to look around but did not notice him. After all, he simply disappeared as if he did not exist so that it would be in good quality for players who like to hide in invisibility. He couldn't understand where he had gone and suddenly Veyron appeared behind him, who didn't like being watched, because he felt so bad. Veyron grabbed him and began to choke him because he had been watching him for quite a long time, and he was tired of it all, and he had to quickly end it and move on. He began to drag him deep into the alley to talk to him one-on-one because he was clearly a difficult person, which meant that he knew a lot of interesting and important information. He threw it on the floor because he didn't want to mess around with it for a long time, because they know how mercantile these thieves are, who today were able to bankrupt him a little. He looked down on him, and Mose felt like a little mouse that they could calmly keep locked up, despite the fact that he had many more expensive items than him. Veyron held out his sword to his head to find out why he was following him, because this is punishable by law and is very much disliked by the people, because such people are considered rats. He asked why he was watching him and continued to hold his sword at the level of his head, and would be ready to kill him for such actions. But suddenly he took a closer look and realized that the guy had quite good comfort, which was exactly what he had been looking for a very long time. He asked where he got the garter from and began to hold it with his blade, and it began to shine in the sun. Veyron said that a more worthy player than him deserved it, and he had no right to just keep it for himself, because he was much stronger than him, which means his things should have been better. The guy felt that I was about to finish him off and said that he won her in the lottery, and that he really liked her, and thanks to her he felt much more confident. Veyron, because this guy started joking with him, and telling him all kinds of nonsense just to save his life and this pendant. He was able to inflict quite a lot of damage on him, and he asked him again if he was going to continue joking because otherwise he would die at his hands. Mose began to say that he was completely serious in telling him the truth, because the whole point was that in the town he won it in a lottery from an old man who was selling stone runes. Veyron grabbed him by the armor and began to drag him to him in order to fully interrogate him to know all the information about the old man who gave him this stone. He asked him what he looked like, and Mose said that he had a beard and gray hair, and he also had a robe that he did not take off. Veyron understood that everything here was much different, and that this old man was able to give this pendant to some guy, and not to him when he deserved it. He let the guy go, and he fell down because he didn't need him anymore because he had already won this pendant, and taking it in this way would be dishonest and useless. This information made him happy. After all, he recognized the city where the old man was, and this meant that he had at least approximately the coordinates of where to go to catch him. The guy asked who he was and managed to restore this health in a matter of seconds thanks to his pendant. Veyron said that in the criminal world he is known as a high-class criminal who gives away very expensive items very cheaply but rarely. His name is the gambler Lero, who was hiding under a robe and considered himself a common thing who sells to a lottery in which everyone can participate. He was surprised how that person who was just sitting on the street could be some kind of criminal. After all, he looks like the most harmless person. He was tasked with tracking him down, and he knows about one of the mysteries of our continent, namely the disappearance of the Langerous Cavalcade. Mose didn't know who he was, but he said that he was a fool who didn't even know that, and couldn't be considered a player in the scheme at all. He explained to him that it was considered the greatest fighting force on the continent. But one day, all of it disappeared on the way to war, and a search party explored the place where its wars disappeared but found only abandoned ruins. The guy realized that it turned out that this pendant belonged to Florin, who was the commander of that same army. Mose thought that it was just a magnificent artifact. But in fact it turned out not to be so, and it really was a working one. Veyron looked at him and understood that this pendant is indeed considered a very valuable artifact, because thanks to it you can become one of the strongest players in this game diagram. He realized that judging by how quickly his wounds healed, the star was indeed real and he was lucky. But he was more lucky because now he can kill him and get it because it belongs only to the strongest warriors. He held out his ball and hit him on the helmet because he wanted to kill him because this pendant cost much more than anyone who played this game could imagine. Mose didn't understand what he was doing, because just recently they were communicating and discussing what they needed to do. After all, the old man who was selling these stones was a fraudster. Veyron said that since Florin is not here, he will kill him and take the pendant for himself in order to become a much stronger and more powerful warrior than this game has ever seen. Veyron shouted at him to be a good boy and died because he didn't need such retarded assistance in this battle, and the pendant seemed to help. I realized that he was going to kill him from the very beginning in order to take away the very pendant they were talking about earlier. He said that of course and that it was intended that way. Veyron said that dead people can't tell stories. That's why they, dead people, can't do anything normally. He flew at him to finish him off as quickly as possible because he understood that this star really had very good capabilities with the help of which he could become much stronger. Now he finally understood why he gave him all the information so easily. The guy said the same word of charm and activated his sword, but it was quite late. After all, that rival was already able to fly to him and was ready to kill because he simply did not need witnesses. He began to attack him. It was lightning fast that he had less than 10% health left in the area. Therefore, you had to be careful not to die, because this way you will lose all the loot. He was already glad that finally the pendant would be his. After all, he managed to put the guy on his shoulder blades. And what did it mean? That now all the treasures would fall out of him. He could become much stronger. But suddenly he felt something and realized that some strange mythical things were happening here that needed to be completed quickly. He didn't understand how the guy survived at all after this blow, because he trained him for years to be invulnerable in battles. Then it dawned on him that he was immortal and that he was one of those who could not be attacked, because otherwise you could simply die and lose all your loved ones. He approached him and began to ask how he managed to restore his health so quickly, because it seemed very strange to him that he was able to recover so quickly. He said that it was quite sad, but he didn't care because even if he rose from the dead, he would still look for him to kill him again and again. Mose felt that everything was fine, but he was really worried about the blows that the enemy was delivering. But he understood that he only needed to hold out for just a couple of seconds to restore his health. But it was quite stupid to hope that he would not resist and wait to see how he would restore his health right before his eyes. He made another move due to which his health level was less than 3%, so he had to be even more careful because one more touch, and you would remain dead even if you had the most powerful items. He felt very strong pain. He understood that he had to act somehow, but he could not do anything because the Veyron's blows were so strong. Mose could not understand why his consciousness was leaving him so quickly and did not want to resist to stay alive because that was the main goal. Suddenly they said from behind that the swordsman kept the whole truth and devoted himself to him. It was another player who looked quite experienced. The stranger managed to block the guy's blow and said that he should have reminded him more often that this was a top-secret mission. Mose did not understand at all what was happening because it was some strange miracle that he was saved from the last moments of his life. The stranger said that he not only spoiled all the secrets of the immortal, but also succumbed to temptation and behaved like a lousy dog. He said that he was calling him a traitor and condemning him to death, which was not even discussed because it was a law that could not be broken. Veyron tried to dissuade Master Robin from doing anything to him and killing him. After all, he only said this in order to get profitable information. He asked to be given another chance, and he could fix everything. After all, every person has the opportunity to do this. But suddenly there was a strong blow, and huge splashes of blood flew, which polluted the entire street on which these three were located. And Mr. Robin said that he would apologize in hell for you for the actions that he had to do because it was incomprehensible to tell such a stranger. Mose doesn't understand what's going on here at all, and it was very strange for him to understand that he was just able to kill him without even sparing him or giving him a second chance. Mr. Robin said that he was next and that he would end him instantly, despite the fact that he could barely survive from his former colleague. Mr. Robin understood that now the guy knew too much, so he himself must understand that now he would have to die. Mose understood that the first one scared him very well and that he calmly almost dealt with him, and if it weren't for Mr. Robin he would have died. The guy looked at him and realized that this one was on a completely different level and that there was a colossal difference between them, and it was 100% from his hand. He couldn't believe that he would end his life just like that. After all, before that he had fought and was not afraid of anything. And then some Mr. Robin scared him. But he understood that he told himself that he would be completely different, and therefore he had to fight to the end so that it would not cost him, because he decided to put everything on the scheme. Mr. Robin realized that he didn't want to give up, and it would be really interesting because the guy was much weaker and could play with him like a toy. Mose realized that he belonged to a secret class and he simply would not have another chance, so he had to use what he was given, otherwise he would simply lose everything. He knew that even if he died and had to pay a fine, he was still not going to retreat and was ready to fight to the end. And Mr. asked him if he felt the difference in their skills. Because he must understand that they differ a lot, he will have a hard time. The guy said that even if he died and came back from the dead he would still haunt him, so he had to give it his all. The man understood that the guy really had good stamina, and even though he was shaking, he didn't lack courage and the will to live. He knew that even among swordsmen it is not often that you meet such a strong person who is ready to put everything on someone and fight to the last. But suddenly he noticed some very strange but important detail on his gloves. Namely, he was able to declassify that very ring. He couldn't believe his eyes, because this was the very thing that almost all the swordsmen who were in this game dreamed of. On the guy's hands was the seal of a swordsman, which introduced a very strong characteristic that could only be obtained with some strong achievements. Mr. grabbed him by the throat and began to ask him what this ring was doing. After all, it is not just given out to anyone and you can't even win it in the lottery. The guy couldn't move. The branches grabbed him very tightly by the throat. He said that he received it after defeating Geranton. The man asked what did he say. After all, he knew this word earlier and from this he, too, was a swordsman. He continued to look into his eyes. He was wondering how the guy knew about such a great warrior who received a curse because of one mistake. The guy realized that this was the name of himself. Distract him and give him at least some chance to survive and speak a word to him so that he could then escape and hope for the best. Maybe he let him go and said that he couldn't believe that he fell from his hand, And after all, he saw in his eyes that the guy wasn't lying at all in this situation. Mose asked him if Duranton was the same swordsman, and how he knew about him because no one had ever found this cave. The man said that it was so and recalled the most terrible things about her in his life that he had to endure. He explained that several hundred years ago he defected to the Imperial Army and betrayed the swordsmen who fought back to back for him. In those days there weren't very many of them, so no one could resist the Imperial Army, and he waited for his time to shoot. Finally, the guy understood where Duranton got such an unusual ring, and why it had such properties as opening a new class. The guy started to apologize and said that he shouldn't have killed him, but the man explained that everything was normal and sooner or later someone had to do it. But he also added that after everything he could find out about the mission, he would not leave alive unless he made one great choice. He explained that he had only two options, and every time after the revival he would immediately die in his hands, or he could become a replacement for this dead idiot and work for them. The guy began to think because he had enough options besides just leaving the game scheme and living an ordinary life. The man said that he chose because he did not have time to wait for his answer that he would deign to say. The guy shouted that they were working together, and was glad that he had at least one chance to stay in the very game thanks to which he was able to earn money for college. The man could not understand why he agreed so quickly and that it was up to him to think about this proposal even for months because they understand how big a risk it is to join a mission. Mr. asked him again if he wanted to change his mind properly, because it was not even mental that he was able to agree so quickly. It's like the sun goddess suddenly became covered in ice. The guy began to think but no longer changed his choice, realizing that he needed to stand his ground, otherwise he would die at his hands and he would have no options at all for how to develop further with the secret class. He told him that he was able to make his choice and not even know if he could really become a swordsman, but he could really test something with him. The guy took it and hit him with a good enough move that the guy's helmet came off, and he felt the pain that he would have to feel just from the act of existing. He didn't understand. He started beating him for something, and after all, he agreed to be a member of his team and continued to work with him, hand in hand. He looked at him and said that it was a greeting. After all, this is how they begin to trust each other and fight together for one thing. The guy was not lying on the pillow and felt that everything was much better with him, but he could not understand how he managed to end up there in the first place. He woke up and noticed that a new location had opened, a sanctuary in which he could rest and replenish his strength. Mose didn't understand what he was doing there. After all, before that he was standing on the street and talking to the mister who hit him with his fist. Meanwhile, the guy managed to get to the place where they trained to become stronger. Day after day, because thanks to this, they become better. He fought with the same girl who had previously hit Veyron, who fortunately was already dead. He finally paid a fine for his boorish behavior in the game. The guy didn't want to give up and shouted for her to hold on because he was ready to destroy her in a matter of seconds to win a duel in training. They crossed their wooden swords so as not to harm each other with them, because then they would lose a lot of strength and health, and otherwise there would be nothing but minor blows and scratches. It was difficult for him to withstand her block because she was able to do it very technically, and he was not able to control the position as much as she did. She asked him that he believed in himself, and thought that he could deal with her one-on-one. This was a very daring idea because she was one of the best. He barely managed to withstand her blows and understood that it was easy for her to speak since she had been training for a very long time, and he had just recently found himself in a new family. But he also understood that he would be able to track the movement of her sword, but unfortunately he did not have so much experience to be able to repel them. He understood that he could not compare with her in speed and technique, because she was number one among the master's students, and these were not empty words, because he was able to experience it for himself. She felt that the guy began to become weaker and weaker in this situation, and she had no choice how to take control and win him in this fight. The girl was able to notice how he opened up and poked him with her sword, which he could barely stand but felt a severe bruise that he would need to heal. She was able to poke him very far, and he fell on his ass because he could not withstand such pressure from the best student who knew absolutely all the techniques, but not at the level of a master. She extended her hand to him because it was very heroic to fight against each other, and she felt that he had good potential. The girl said that he had room to grow and offered her help to get up and continue to have a short rest after such a fight. Mose felt a little disappointed because he lost to a girl who was slightly below his dignity. But still she was the best student, so he understood that this could happen. He has already changed his intonation towards her, and said that she should give him another chance to shine next time. He will definitely win it. Meanwhile, in real life, the boy contacted his mother, and she was very surprised by what happened. The guy continued to train, and told him to just accept the money. But my mother couldn't understand how he was able to send her 4 million won, which is a huge amount. She asked where he got that kind of money, and told him not to lie to her if it was something illegal. But he calmly explained to her that it was just a gift from him that he had been saving for a very long time. She also asked him why he suddenly became so polite, but he hung up and said that it was time for him to run. The most important thing is that he said that the money is hers and she will decide for herself where to spend it. She hung up and the guy set the alarm clock, which recently rang because it was time for him to finish training because he couldn't be bothered before the game. He exhaled and sweated, and the workout was really hard after playing in VR for long hours. A few days ago, when he was cut off, he woke up in a sanctuary in a secret hideout for a group of mercenaries who call themselves swordsmen. As it turns out, these people swear allegiance to their goddess of blades. They are a small organization and carry out various international orders. He was very lucky because Robin, the man who brought him here, was one of the masters, of which there were only 10. It was he who invited him to join the ranks of swordsmen, and he decided that this was fate, so he could not refuse and had to join immediately in order to become better and better. But a little time passed, and he already had to regret this decision because he had the most difficult training that he had to do better. And it was all because the one who forgets the basics dies first, so you can't skip basic training. He felt that the workload was long and very intense, so he wondered if this could be the reason for the small number of this organization. Unfortunately, their missions were of a national nature. Therefore, it was necessary to teach about everyone. The master forced him to work so that he would become better, but his level of health was less and less because he worked tirelessly. The reason that he was able to endure all this was only one person named Kia, because it was she who was the incentive that helped him. Thanks to her, he couldn't give it all up, and the journey as a swordsman was certainly difficult for him, but with her it was much easier. Now the time has come and he began to think about his new mission with her. She said that this is quite normal, but you need to not screw it up. She told him that even if he is a swordsman, he should know all the rules. She again told him not to worry so much, and hoped to see him alive again. The guy also said goodbye to her, and they went their separate ways along different paths that led through dense forests. The guy felt some strange emotion when he was next to her. Most likely he fell in love with her because it was clear from his eyes that he felt joy being with her. But still it was impossible to be distracted, and he began to think because it was time for him to go to the very center of the city in which the most interesting events took place. He arrived in Espargan, where he was sent by the same Master Robin who helped all his students become stronger. He knew that he had successfully completed the training course and was now a full member of the organization, thanks to which he had many opportunities. To prove this, he was able to obtain the swordsman's seal, which was a very distinctive ring that had the additional property of plus 14% melee attack. Mose felt that he could do this because he returned to this city for his first mission as a swordsman, where he had to do a quest in which he needed to find the source of supernatural activity. He looked at all the people who were with him in this town, and noticed that there were more and more users. That is, competition began to grow. And he needed to go to the airship, but next time he will go on foot, because thanks to his high-speed boots, it will take me more than a second. People were wondering why troll skins had increased in price so much, but they said that there was no difference, and they just needed to keep hunting to get more money. He felt that a couple of months ago everyone was beating slimes in the hope of getting magical items, but now the average level of artifacts has risen remarkably. Then he heard someone screaming for help and asking to be saved because he was about to suffer. It was some man running who was crying because all the artifacts he had collected in the hunting lands were stolen from him. They told him that they would not return him if he did not pay the ransom. People began to discuss this situation because the earth on which he received all this was the earth alone, which was number 1 in these games. People knew that only players with magical artifacts remained in it, who supplied the most important items for their authorities. The people knew that they drove out ordinary players from there and left all the resources only to large companies. The guy who contacted them was unlucky. Mose began to think what he should do in this situation, because he sees how the man is suffering from the fact that he was blatantly thrown out, which was unfair in this game. He felt that he had to help this guy because he was above all this and his strength of character could not just leave it all like that. In the meantime, they were able to get to the place where the very village was located in which the most interesting artifacts were found. There were people standing there who insisted that this place was only for members of Guild Number 1, but the rest of the people did not understand what kind of chaos this was and why they were not allowed there. They began to spread their arms and shouted that if they did not leave, they would help them and hinted that they could calmly kill them. Meanwhile, the same guy came who was beaten and took away all the resources because it was inconvenient for him to be in other territories, and he was kicked out of this one. The bald man asked if he had any idea how much the artifact he scratched earlier was worth. These were cosmic sums, and suddenly the bald man noticed Mose, who was standing opposite him. He didn't understand who else this was and why he came with him, and not with money. The guy said that the hunting land is a public area that is open to all players and they have no right to dispose of it. They said that they are the number 1 guild. If he doesn't want to get it, he has to leave, otherwise they will start to loosen their hands. He began to tell them what they had done, namely that they first occupied public lands and now they were threatening ordinary players. It was just below par, but it turned out they were able to break through even more, and they are just garbage and a pity for the scum that needs to be removed from this game. After all, they are illegally trying to take away the best for themselves. The bald man could not contain his emotions and wanted to deal with this arrogant guy who thought that he could do everything and that he would tell them. But Mose was a player of much higher rank and he managed to release his fist before it hit him because he was much more experienced in battles. It was someone's brother, and his ally said that he was about to get a bad deal because he was able to touch his friend. He told everyone to grab this guy who managed to kill their main leader, who was one of the most powerful in this guild. The guy understood that for such a skirmish he wouldn't even need the sword of the skeleton giants, and he could deal with them with his hands without using additional resources. They began to attack him and tried to kill him. After all, they had swords with which they killed absolutely everyone who stopped in their way. But the guy would already have experience, and calmly deal with them with the help of his fists, and knock them out with one blow. He was unstoppable, and he calmly dealt with them because it was not his level, and he had long since finished with it. Absolutely the entire guild began to fly away from his fast and lightning attacks, so they could not even react to try to fight back. They began to worry and did not understand what kind of horseradish he was who was able to kill almost the entire guild in a matter of seconds without fear of consequences. He held another player by the neck because he thought that he, too, was from the guild of these creatures who did not allow the main people to live in peace. He shouted that he simply decided to hunt in these lands and was able to calmly kill even this insolent person who lied openly to his face. The rest of the guild members did not understand what to do. After all, they cannot just stand and watch as their relatives are killed before their eyes. But suddenly he appeared behind them and asked why they were angry, because now he would punish them and they would get what they deserved. Fortunately, the same Mr. Saksa who was the leader and main thug of Guild Number 1 came to them. He looked like some kind of pumped-up monster. They were glad that he had finally come and now they were dead because Saksa would be able to put an end to this and punish him for the actions that he had already been able to do to half of the guild. Suddenly, the people who came to work on these earthly people noticed something very important on the chest of the Saksa himself, who was practically invincible. They were very surprised by the very badge that was bronzed only by players who were among the top 9,000 participants in the scheme itself. They thought it was a joke and didn't understand what to do now. But the guy was very trained and knew that while he was with the swordsman in this game, a lot had changed. Now the latest rating system looks completely different. Just 3 months ago, a player's position in the ranking was determined by his popularity. However, the Information Guild began to count players at the official level in order to no longer believe the rumors that were in favor of fighting in the rankings. The giant got angry and asked if they didn't know that in this guild there were as many as 10 anchors who had such a badge. Guild Number 1 was the strongest and practically invincible. After all, they had 10 badges that gave them absolutely great power. He said that they were already behind schedule and needed to finish it. He indicated that they should all disperse until he calls the guards, because if this happens, they will all become dead and all the loot will fly out of them. But that wasn't enough for him, because he knew what the guy had done with his teammates, and pointed his finger at him to talk to him one-on-one. He said that the guy would pay for raising his hand against his guys, but suddenly some very powerful attack flew into his face. The guy managed to knock him out with one blow. After all, he did not expect that he would suddenly attack him while he was telling him his rules. The guy told him that he could call absolutely everyone who was here, including the security, so that he could deal with them. He activated his code word and he had the very sword with which he could kill absolutely everyone who attacked him. The guy said that they would see his business crumble into dust when he was done with it because for him it would be no problem with the help of his blade and pendant. The power of this sword was much greater, and it took absolutely a matter of seconds for him to be able to do it because speed was a priority. In seconds he managed to neutralize absolutely everyone who stood in his way. His training was not in vain and he managed to get up much faster, and they didn't die from his blows in a matter of seconds, while he just flew near them. After all, this is exactly the technique they taught him. People were dying, but he didn't care because it was the guild that was able to greatly prevent the common people from living and thought that this game would be a paradise for them. He felt invincible and understood that the same huge fighter remained whom he was able to knock out for a few seconds while he killed all the guards. People were afraid of him and tried to escape somehow because this was the only chance to survive and remain intact in this game. But the guy noticed how they began to leave and did nothing because he was simply too lazy to kill them because they were not worth the time and effort that he would spend on them. He calmly put away his sword and realized that this was a fairly easy walk for him, which he didn't even have to do if he weren't so good-natured. But suddenly he received a hint in which it was written that the airship on which he had reserved a seat was leaving in just 10 minutes. He was so focused on these lessons that he forgot about his main task. People began to praise him and rejoice because he was able to open up for them the lands to which there was a passage, but they were simply not allowed in by the huge big men, and so he was able to figure it out. Meanwhile, he was flying on the actual seat on which he had a reserved seat, and he still managed to get into it. He really enjoyed flying there because the view was simply masterpiece and his eyes were about to fall out to see it up close. Suddenly someone turned to him to ask some question. After all, this person already knew him if he addressed him like that. He was asked here about the mission and he said that's exactly what he was doing and began to have a very nice conversation with him, because they were doing the same thing. Then he noticed that he was wearing the same ring that could be used to determine who was participating in this mission. Mose said that the truth only calls for the ball because it was their greeting with the help of which they determined how to further communicate with this or that person they met. The man said the same thing and he began to look at him because I feel that he is of some kind of black rank. After all, he was emitting a strange smoke. He felt that he had a completely different aura and began to wonder what he should do. After all, perhaps they wanted to deceive him. Therefore, he had to be very careful. But suddenly he had that same epiphany, which was the unique ability of this character that allowed him to see the name and level of another player. He noticed that he was 3 heads taller than him, and he had as much as 91, which was not an easy task to win him, but he did not want to fight him. But he felt how the guy recognized his level and it became very pleasant for him to realize that he was one of the most powerful characters. This really made him happy because he would communicate with very strong players, with the help of which he could achieve good success in this game and also in life. He told him that he didn't think that he met swordsmen here, because basically when he was here he was very bored because there was no one with whom he could discuss this or that situation. He said that his name was Calor and he was a swordsman from Los Juans. He also introduced himself and said that he was from another town, which made him happy. Calor realized that something serious had happened in the north. But he did not understand why he decided so, because there was no trouble at all. He told him to think about it, because there were already 5 important features on one airship. This is not good 100%. Mose didn't understand who he was talking about, but he said that he was just now approaching to meet with them to discuss a couple of issues and invited him to go with him. The guy said that he was now very curious. It looked very strange that he went along with him so easily and did not think about his mission. The doors began to open and he told him to follow him because then he would be able to correctly find the very place where they were going. A huge hall opened in which everything was in beautiful white colors along with blue and a tablecloth that looked as if it was some kind of luxurious palace. The guy couldn't understand what it was, but it was very chic and the man invited him along with him because it was time for them to come to them. Someone said that everything was finally assembled, and he felt very confused because he didn't know what to do now. These were some of the strongest people on the continent who could exist in this game. They all came together in one place to discuss important issues. He couldn't believe that these were the best people on the continent. There were quite a few of them, even on the game's server itself. Jump asked that they came to participate in their mission. And he himself was a mercenary of the Triple Crown rank and he had level 201. The girls said that they didn't really look like skilled fighters and thought that they were unlikely to be able to cope with such a task. She was already level 217. Some guy said that even if they don't make a serious impression, one of them has a blessed artifact of heaven. He was a member of the Order of 14 Knights. Mose thought about it, and began to understand what the guy knew along the way. After all, he had already heard about 14 Knights, but he also did not understand how he knew him because he had not previously disclosed information about himself anywhere. Then the main character stood up and said that he had heard about a wanderer who managed to become a swordsman quite recently. He understood what this meant. He was the master of the sword decrees, who was already level 244, and his name was gone. He was shocked that he was already level 244 and could not believe what he was seeing with his own eyes, because he thought that he was one of the strongest. All swordsmen are divided into Master Swordsmen and Grand Masters. Grand Master, this is the top level in the swordsmanship. Everyone who has completed training in the sanctuary and received a seal strives for it. This was the same legendary Grand Master about whom there are rumors and stories that he managed to kill almost all the bosses. The guy introduced himself and said that he was an ordinary swordsman who belonged to the Espargan Shrine and had recently become one. Then he asked another guy who came to him and said that he was a Calor and that he came from another town. He began to peer into their eyes to understand who they really were, because he would already be a fairly experienced fighter who could do everything. The guys began to feel very confused because they understood that they were far from reaching the levels that the masters had. But he liked everything and he realized that these were pure people who could be trusted and that they were not trying to hide anything from him. After all, they were pure. He was happy because the young swordsmen do not cower in front of the Grand Sword Masters. The light awaits them for sure. Your future. After all, they could. Suddenly he managed to get a secret achievement that is only given when you meet the Phantom Blade. He was given a couple of bonuses for meeting one of the strongest players in this game that ever existed. He was very interested in how strong all these guys who stood in front of him were because he had never heard of them before. He knew that it was not even surprising that this was an S-class mission. After all, such people were involved in it. Meanwhile, a loudspeaker began to receive information that was heard throughout the airship on which they were moving. They also said that, dear passengers, the captain of the airship is speaking to you and will be landing soon, and in just a few minutes they will arrive north. He shouted that our journey was coming to an end, but he was sure that for them it would remain forever in their hearts. He shouted that blessings be with them. The chief said that all the details need to be discussed only when they arrive in Lair itself, where there is enough space where this could be discussed. The guy agreed with him, but suddenly another sign flashed in front of him, with the help of which he recognized the new achievements that fell to him. But suddenly he saw that the level of the quest had somehow changed and became completely different, which became very alarming for him. The quest level doubled and now he needed to find that same supernatural source. He didn't understand why the quest was twice as difficult. In the meantime, they were able to get to the north all the way to the Snow Wall Fortress where they needed to arrive to receive very important information. They realized that the level of the quest had suddenly increased and that it was necessary to act somehow because it was not without reason, so some action would not have hurt. The main thing was that I understood that if this continues, the task would have to be cancelled because the news that they could not read shocked them. The big guy thought that maybe this was for the best. After all, this way they wouldn't risk their lives to get some rewards that they already had a lot of. He also knew that the newcomers would clearly push their horses here and he didn't like them from the very first minutes, because he considered them ballast that would only interfere throughout the game. The girl asked why the difficulty increased so quickly, and the guy began to think because he understood that there was a very small catch that could kill everyone. He said that according to the document, very valuable things were written here that could not be disclosed just like that, but since they were all assembled, it was possible. He explained that there was a certain source of supernatural activity that needed to be found somewhere because then they could find out how to complete the quest. Mose felt that something was clearly wrong here. After all, with such a quest he would not be able to progress normally, and his senses never failed. The blonde explained that in the eastern continent, a lot of red lightning magically appeared and caused damage. At first they thought that this was a natural phenomenon due to a magical experiment. Unfortunately, there was something wrong here because the big guy realized that the lightning was red. Therefore, something had to be done. If the lightning was red, then it was probably Garna's. The same boss they had been hunting for a long time, because it was the most difficult to fight. The blonde agreed with his theory, but however, they did not know how he got here because such temperatures would not have allowed him to fly for so long, and such a big guy would not have been able to walk around the city unnoticed. He was a disaster-class monster, and had a danger level of 17, arriving from an unknown continent. Unfortunately, the oldest dragon reached this place, and therefore such strong phenomena occurred that had to be avoided. But they didn't understand that it would be really difficult, but they didn't show it. After all, they were the best of the best who ever existed in this scheme. They didn't understand what to do and asked the blondes what their plan was because then they would understand what they urgently needed to do. The big guy was wondering what the reward would be for him, because this was his main mission to become better than the one who had level 200 plus. For a victory over this creature they gave as much as 50 ormacons of the Aranta's bank, so that was a fairly good amount for such a victory. The big man said that it was even expected that they would offer him such a lot of money to win this boss, but the girl wanted something more than money. He offered her the rights to trade food in the capital, and she agreed to such conditions. The guy asked what Mr. Gon needed, who was much stronger and more experienced than absolutely everyone who was here. The guy didn't even know what to offer him. Vitya the gentleman had absolutely everything and he was the best who could exist in this game. The man said that he was not interested in the reward, but he could be persuaded if he could do one favor for him. Namely, he wanted these two to join power on his terms and carry out tasks together with everyone else in order to gain experience. Then he saw another sign on which it was written that Groot Master Gon invites you to join his team. This was a very important moment in his life. He was very happy that they really wanted to take him to the team, and they believed in him. After all, this guy felt better. Meanwhile, they continued to be in that very fortress in which it was quite cold. After all, they were in this world. They had already moved to a hotel called Dragon in the snow to calmly discuss everything and relax normally. After all, they were saviors who had to help them so that they could finally get rid of these red lightning. It was a member of the Sayer Sincerity Caravan. The old man said that they did not deserve so many words and began to become poor. Mose didn't understand how they could arrive before them. Sayer was also a strong player, and had level 177, which was very good for them to become stronger. They all sat down at the table to discuss this. After all, this mission was beyond the level. Therefore, it was necessary to prepare for it very carefully and study all the points. The big man asked how things were now because he was wondering what to do next until this huge dragon destroys everything. He was told that at the moment there were no red lightnings observed, but most likely they would attack again soon. The chief understood that this was the time to act, because while there was a lull, they had an advantage in attack. The big guy said that he would go to Vanguard and take the whole blow on himself so that he could concentrate on winning this creature. He said that the first line was behind him, and he would take care of the swordsman in the rear who would help him work with this monster. Mose understood that they would attack the monster from behind to make it much easier to defeat him. After all, he was a fairly strong opponent. The girl said that her strength was the enemy. And the guy with white hair said that he would join the master, and the red-haired one said that he had magical support. Those who have not yet been involved in these tasks said that now he is using spells that will take them closer to the monster without attracting his attention. Gon charged the team and said that they need to do this because otherwise they will simply be adored and lose all the loot, and they have already reached almost the very peak. Using a spell, they were transported to the mountains where there was a fairly large amount of snow, and they had no option to retreat back as the monster simply killed both of them with its lightning. Mose couldn't see anything because of the snow because half of it was so big that he couldn't do anything about it, and he had to go towards the unknown. He feels that it has stopped getting worse and worse and the lightning is getting closer because the clouds have begun to disperse. This was not a good sign. Then lightning struck near him, and he barely survived. After all, if he could have struck a little closer to the guy, he would have simply cut him into pieces. He realized that he needed to move because lightning kills with just one charge and he would have no chance at all to use his pendant, which he was able to win in the lottery. He realized that the monster simply moved his wings and was able to shoot so hard that the lightning almost killed him. His friend, who only had level 91, told him to hurry up because they didn't have any time at all. They needed to act, because otherwise, I wouldn't just say goodbye to my lives. They all came to the place where these monsters were in this game. After all, they were the best of the best. The one who held the staff said that since they could all start, no one was worried and was ready to meet new adventures. He cast his spell with the help of the sounds of fountains, the sounds of the oceans and the sounds of the abyss of the sea. He was able to transfer them and said that it would be so. In total, he only touched the bottom with his staff and a powerful force began to take them away and they all quickly teleported somewhere. Portals were activated with the help of which Dick was supposed to transfer to completely different places and were ready to meet with this creature. He was so quiet that his ears were ringing and he could not understand how he was able to activate such a powerful sound using his portals. Mose felt how very powerful magic it was, because he was completely overwhelmed and could barely withstand even ordinary collisions with the portal. He continued to cast different spells and Mose did not understand why he was doing this. After all, he had already been able to activate almost everything, but he was simply inexperienced and did not know that this was not the end. They continued to bow down and sing songs so that I could really endure it, and he said that even the noisy water should help. Red continued to knock on the bell so that the spell could work and they could normally move to the place where the monster was. He continued to sing in order to be transported to the very dragon who was waiting for them with the help of his instinct. They understood how serious this test would be and concentrated 100% so as not to be afraid of absolutely anything and feel a taste of confidence. Suddenly, signs flew out to him saying that he had heard the sacred. The Pioneer also now restores 583 units of health per second and his strength is already activated by 34%. They understood that this was very excellent and that it could be useful to them. It was not in vain that they were able to cast this spell all together. Mose felt the strength that filled him and yet the guy who has reached the pinnacle of skill has excellent skills. But suddenly he heard some kind of harsh orc that was coming from behind the mountains, and he felt somehow uneasy, because he had never heard this before. He turned around to understand what those sounds were, and it was clear from his eyes that he began to get nervous because he understood that the monster was really strong. The head took out his sword and said that the enemy was already close. He felt confident in those guys who stood behind him because his main task was to teach them how to fight. He shouted for everyone to pay attention, because now there will be a setting with the help of which they must act until the last second of the battle, because otherwise each of them could suffer. The big man took out his shield with which he was ready to repel all attacks that same dragon would provide and put it in front of him. The girl also grabbed her special green lines with which she could neutralize almost anyone who stood in her way. The blonde was ready to feel that this battle would be one of the most difficult that he could survive in recent years. Mose held the blade that he was able to get from the giant skeleton, and could not understand where this dragon came from. He stood right behind him, and he was very scared because this creature could kill him right now because he did not feel it behind his back. It was hard for everyone because the weather conditions were far from the best because they were located in the very north where it was very cold and unbearable. He started to turn around and didn't understand what kind of bullshit it was. He managed to notice this monster who was standing right behind him and saw how it was already ready to tear him to pieces. The dragon was simply huge and no one thought that it would be able to attack so suddenly that they would not even be able to prepare for its attack and adopt a defensive mode. The guy's eyes were so big that he could barely control them because he felt that perhaps this was the last battle in which he would take part at all. He was very scared because the dragon was already opening its mouth to kill him because he attacked them suddenly, and did not want to move according to their scenario. The dragon was ready to shoot his lightning directly from his mouth because he saw that the guy was ready to attack him. He felt that his death was already close. But he did not know what to do in such a difficult situation, because he had a fairly weak rating as a fighter. The dragon activated power sound waves that began to knock down all the fighters except the main one because he had good durability. The guy could not stand on his feet, and felt that he was about to fall and turn his back to him. But if he does this, then we can assume that he is already a dead man. His legs couldn't just keep him away. The dragon felt its power over him because he stopped wider and wider because he was happy. Mose already thought that most likely he would die here and that would be his last adventure in his life. He felt disappointed in his mission because it was his first, and he almost lost it. The dragon began to attack them with the help of his fire, which he released from his wide mouth because he did not like that new people had come to his territory. The guy could barely repel this attack, but I felt that he was getting hurt and his health level was decreasing because the fire was very painful. But suddenly someone managed to run and save him. After all, he simply would not have been able to withstand this entire blow because he was still very young and inexperienced. Still, a huge man who didn't like him managed to run and save his life because he felt that without him, people here simply would not survive. He shouted to him why he wasn't doing anything and just sat down. He had to go to the rear while he repelled his attacks, because this was not an easy task. Immediately, someone launched a cable car with the help of which it was possible to do a very clever trick and help the man who was holding back the dragon's fire. They were able to tie the dragon's mouth so that he could not release his fire, and for now there was rest in order to gain strength again, and then repel the attacks of the creature. This was the girl who was able to close his mouth, at least for a short time. After all, he had already growled enough and showed that he would not give up just like that, but would fight to the last. The chief praised the girl and said that she did a great job of tying the head of such a monster. Almost no one had ever managed to do so. The head and his assistant decided that now it was their turn to give him a good blow so that he would understand who he was dealing with. He already wanted to attack him, and shouted what he would now receive for the actions that he did with his assistants. He took it and hit the dragon in the face to cut off its head, but most likely he was not able to kill it so quickly. They were able to give him at least some damage, but did not completely kill him. After all, this was the most powerful boss they had ever met. Gon said that as he thought, this tactic would allow them to gain some time, but it was clear from his face that he was dissatisfied because this was not the end. He finally understood how the strongest play and was ready to help fight because it was a good experience in his life that he will remember forever. The dragon managed to get out of those ropes that were able to break. After all, he had quite powerful mouth muscles with the help of which he was able to break them. The head told everyone to get ready, and the big man said that he could be relied on and took out his shield with which he was ready to hold back these attacks. He prepared his shield with which he could also attack and not just defend and not bring any benefit. He sent him to hell with his flame and activated his power with which he launched retaliatory blows at him, which formed a strong confrontation. They fought one-on-one for a very long time and the man barely managed to hold back the fire of this creature that was already approaching him. This confrontation was very impressive and almost no one could understand what needs to be done now, because every mistake costs your life. He understood that he would not last that long because it was very difficult to control the fire of this creature, which was many times stronger than him. Meanwhile, the two monks continued to activate some kind of power with which they tried to help their teammates. But Mose did nothing. Red asked the Almighty to have mercy on this mortal and wanted him to help him with this battle so that they would win. He and his friend shouted to shed theological light on the enemy who was attacking them. They were able to activate some kind of force that hit the dragon, and it stopped hitting with its flame at least for a few fractions of a second because it became much worse. This all happened due to the fact that the activated dispel and for the duration of the skill the characteristics of the enemies were weakened for as much as 2 hours. The big guy understood that this was a great advantage with which he could add a little fire to this game, and help everyone else slay the dragon. The dragon could be understood because it was hard for him to fight against such strong opponents. Moreover, they were not alone. He was able to completely penetrate the attack of the dragon, which was already defending himself, and hit him with his beam, which was very powerful. After all, he had a shield with the vanguard. But this only angered the dragon and he could not die from such an attack, which they were preparing to make as much as a whole team won. Then, at that moment, the level of this big guy became as much as 354. And he could easily deal with this dragon, but he noticed that it was much stronger than he thought. Mose didn't understand how his level increased so dramatically. He realized that the same thing happened in the battle with the giant skeleton who interfered with him, but with his help he was able to increase his level by taking a weapon of a special quality. But suddenly the dragon began to think with his head and realized that he could fly, unlike the humans who only walked on the ground and could not do anything. They realized that he was starting to attack from the sky, which would be a fatal mistake because this could not be allowed. Otherwise they would have lost. She began to activate a special white rose that was able to stop the dragon because this move was good enough against an opponent of this quality. She was able to reel him in, and he could barely bite through the rope with which they were able to reel him in. Thanks to the fact that the girl was able to do this, she gained as much as level 311 and became much stronger, but she felt that it would be quite difficult for her to restrain him. She said that they would not last that long because the dragon was too strong. The blonde told her to hold him a little longer, and he uses the charm, but he needs to fly up a little. He activated his superpower. Wings appeared from somewhere like a hawk that was completely white. Mose was surprised that he was actually fighting alongside such strong players who even had the ability to fly and not just be at the bottom. And his friend shouted that this was their chance because the dragon was still tied up, and he took his sword, which he was able to get by playing a giant skeleton, and went into battle. They rushed because this was their chance to prove themselves and raise their level, which they already had was almost 0 because they were inexperienced. But the dragon was strong enough and managed to notice with his left eye that a couple of some knights were moving towards him and needed to be eaten. Then he realized that the dragon had noticed them, and that what a problem awaited him. After all, they were very weak and no one would have time to save them. The dragon managed to attack them with the help of snow, and they suffered greatly because they did not expect that he would be able to control the elements that are not subject to everyone. This could hit them very hard. After all, they were quite weak players in this battle, but they understood that they could not give up and that they needed to move forward to complete this quest. He thought that he would be able to deal with this dragon so easily, but this creature knew that they would attack it. Therefore, you need to act somehow unconventionally to kill it. The dragon became much worse and he felt that someone wanted to attack him because he knew when he would be in danger because it was an unusual boss. But suddenly the head himself turned to them, who understood that they still needed to be trained and trained. After all, they were completely raw and were not ready to fight against such creatures. He said that the tension had shackled their shoulders and that they needed to act decisively. Gon took out his sword and was ready to fight this monster. Gon told them to speed up and deliver a stronger blow so that the dragon would not be able to deflect it and attack in response, but would only writhe in pain. He told them to remember that the duet of sword and technique is the main weapon of a swordsman, which he can use in any situation. Gon took out his sword to show these newcomers how to act in these situations because he was already a very experienced fighter and knew how to properly control all these problems. He said that they must one day become the same masters. One day, he feels in them the potential that will emanate from them in the peace of centuries. He managed to cut this dragon and he felt pain, and after all, he was able to cut through most of his body, from which he began to writhe in pain. The dragon was in great pain and he was lying on the floor bleeding and that he needed to somehow fight back because otherwise he would not be able to survive. This made him very angry and he began to flap his wings to fend off at least some blows that they wanted to inflict on him. The guy was stunned because this Gon's level has become as much as 388, and now he is even stronger than the dragon itself, which was quite a strong monster in the entire game. He realized that his technique was perfect and simply had no equal, because the Phantom Blade was able to reach level 388, which was legendary. The guy said that it seems he has found an idol that he needs to worship and look up to in order to become as strong as he is one day. He shouted to them that this was their chance because the dragon was wounded and they had to attack everyone together to kill it once and for all because that was their main goal. Then his friend shouted for Mose to help him do something. After all, they attacked him all together and it was necessary to assign roles to what everyone would do. He understood that this game would not end if he did nothing, because these were the rules of the game itself, the scheme they were playing. He began to activate his blade and the one closest to the dragon, more and more calmly, in order to be able to defeat it and cut off its head from its shoulders in order to obtain the core. As they moved forward, Gon was able to notice something that interested him in this guy because he began to move more actively than anyone else to kill the dragon. He began to understand that it seemed like this guy really had a great future ahead of him in which he would become invincible. Mose became stronger thanks to this practice, and knew that someday he would be rewarded and he would be able to fight against such creatures on his own. Mose was ready to cut through this monster with his blade because he felt that he was already quite close and it was necessary to act decisively. He hit him with his sword on his huge skin because he wanted to get at least some extra points because he understood that the dragon was no longer in shape and he needed to gain experience. The dragon screamed even more. It became more painful because the guy hit him exactly in the place where he suffered very much, because he had been wounded there earlier. The dragon really got worse and all his skin rose up because he felt that he could really be killed now because he was already wounded. But suddenly he began to resist, which made them very tense, and they were afraid that the dragon could rise again and attack them. The guy continued to work hard to kill him because he felt that if he didn't try his best, he would have to leave the game and pay a fine. The head told them not to overexert themselves, because now he would show how it should have been done, and was already taking out his blade from behind his head, which he could use perfectly. He said that he is still a Salaga and therefore he needs to show how a real master does this work and then he will understand who to look up to. He flew at it to deal another blow because he felt that the dragon was about to go, and if you do the most damage then you will receive the most rewards. The dragon began to scream with all his might, because he was able to hit him right next to the neck. And if he could cut through his throat, he would have died in an instant. The dragon began to bleed and was able to cut through his skin very strongly right up to the organs themselves, which were very well protected by thick skin. The guy said that one could not expect anything less from such a master, because he calmly dealt with the kind of tasks that he came across. The old man asked them if such an attack would work for them and if they liked the performance that he was able to arrange so that they understood how to move. He looked up and noticed a very strange thing that could be the last thing in his life because he was afraid to expect something more. This was the same guy who said that he could attack him from above. Only he needed time and he was already able to fly so high that he shouted to them to move away from the dragon. He managed to activate some kind of force with which he hit the dragon in one place, and he began to scream because the pain was unbearable. He began to apologize to him, but this was a game in which you had to kill in order to survive and save the rest of the people. The big guy told them to quickly hide behind his shield, and the dragon would be furious from such blows because he was attacked by some brats. The guy knew that this was necessary to save millions in life, so he decided to kill this dragon with one precise shot. The dragon began to scream such a strong charge, but it had not hit him yet, and he felt that he was about to die. There was a strong explosion that almost nothing was visible except a very bright flame that passed right through. A very strong explosion occurred after which, most likely, people will be saved and they will receive a great reward for this. The dragon was killed and they watched as it bled because they understood that they managed to do it because they were a team. Mose was very happy. After all, they were able to defeat such a strong monster that no one could defeat alone because it was very risky. But suddenly he remembered that after each boss a core should drop out from which you can get good loot. Mose noticed the same core, which was purple in color and huge in size. They felt that there was something very valuable in this core. It was not in vain that they tried so hard. He began to think about how much could be done after receiving this core, because there is a huge amount of everything possible there. Mose wondered why they all couldn't see the core because it was very strange. Most likely he thought that they were NPCs. He looked at this huge core and thought what to do with it. After all, most likely there was very large loot in which something cool could be found. And suddenly he looked ahead and noticed that they did not run towards the core at all, but began to do completely different things, which was strange. The girl said that finally the game was over and they were able to win this boss. This is how the brutal battle against Garnez ended. During this time, he was able to raise his level by as much as 25 times, and this was an excellent result for the first time. The big man said that he hated the cold and that's why he was about to leave, and after all, he received the reward and left. The girl called her people who butchered the dragon's corpse. She screamed at them to move because thanks to these things they could earn good money. The girl shouted to him from the cart so that the blonde would not forget about what he promised to provide her after they won the dragon. The blonde began to thank everyone who remained and said that he was pleased to work with everyone because for the first time he managed to finish the round so quickly. Gon said that meeting such talented guys was already a reward and shook the blonde's hand in gratitude. He agreed with him and understood that it was a really good game where everyone could get good experience and rewards for which they did not resist. Mose began to scratch his head and thought about how hard it was, but most likely the blonde was able to appreciate his efforts. The frost continued outside and it was very cold. After all, they were in the very north of this world, in which everything was very strange. The head told them to listen to him. After all, they were able to do a very good feat in which they gained experience, and with the help of it they became stronger. Gon began to ask who was where and called the swordsman Lausvin to him. He leaned towards him and squatted down to evaluate him. He also said about Mose who was next to him, and wanted to thank them. After all, they were able to accomplish a good feat. He said that someday the fame of their deeds will spread everywhere, and reach his ears and when this happens he will meet them with hugs. He said that he would look forward to this day and threw a pebble forward so that this could really happen. But also this pebble was not easy and he was able to use it to activate the portals that he was approaching and pointed to the city he needed. The guys sat on their knees and saw off their leader, who was able to teach them a very valuable lesson in life, that they should not give up and fight to the end. The elder said that he also has things to do and that's why he needs to go urgently. He also said that it was a pleasure to work with him. They said goodbye and said that they would see each other again someday, and that this was not the last day they met. Mose was very thoughtful and didn't know what to do, or he was standing on the edge of the world and realized that he was able to get rewards for a strong boss. Yes, and will meet good people. He knew that he was beginning to find himself alone and that there was no battle, but then he remembered one important thing, namely, about the core that sparkled not far from it with a violet light. I learned that it would contain the most pleasant things that could be. He needed to deal with the very core of which was obtained using the way he won the dragon with the team. He started looking at the core and didn't understand why he would just take the entire reward for himself. Although he didn't really do anything. He thought it was wrong, but he also understood that it would be very stupid to refuse such luxury, and he would regret it all his life that he did not take it. He understood that in order to stand on par with real warriors, he needed to be much stronger than he was now, because in this battle he did practically nothing. The core began to open as always and a huge flash of light hit his eyes, which he was not very happy about because he felt it again. Very valuable objects began to fall from this core. It was so powerful that I could even move several mountains of snow that were around. He was surprised that the core was so powerful that it knocked him down because before he had only unlocked weak bosses like the troll and the giant. Suddenly, after such a powerful flash, he wanted to see what he could get after such efforts that his team made and he objectively liked the loot. He was able to get a whole suit of new armor with a sword on which there was a red stone, which made this sword just perfect. He couldn't understand what else it was and wanted to grab the hilt of the sword that he could get. The sword was truly huge and powerful power emanated from it. This sword had the properties of a legendary one, and weighed only 8.8 kilograms. He dealt as much as 1,400 damage, and also had the skill that after killing monsters the destructive flame skill is activated. He couldn't believe that he was able to obtain an artifact of the legendary level because it turned out to be a fairy tale that could not be believed. Signs popped up in front of him and began to show various inscriptions and what he could get. Namely, it was written there about the armor of the rising sun, which was also legendary. Absolutely all the items were of the legendary level, and he was able to get them for such a difficult test. He couldn't believe his eyes and thought it was a fairy tale. He wanted to find the hidden camera with which he was being filmed because it was like a prank. He really didn't understand, because what fell out of the core was the same astonishing as the dragon itself, and this legendary set that surpassed any unique artifacts was ideal. He was again the first person in this game to receive legendary items. Meanwhile, fresh news arrived in the country that needed to be told to all the people. The second streamer from the Republic of Korea was on the air. Absolutely everyone had already heard the news that the Information Guild launched yesterday morning. From anywhere in the country everyone understood that a new era was coming. She said that a battle of rankers awaits them, Absolutely everyone can participate. Until recently, a rank was assigned to a player randomly depending on his characteristics. But in the future, however, this process of verification will begin to be paid much more attention than ever. Meanwhile, Mose was out for a walk to keep himself in good shape. The reporter said that the ranker will give quests at the national level. So if you are confident in your abilities, you can come to the central square and show what you are capable of. Mose understood how difficult it was for him because every day he goes for a walk to develop endurance, and this is how he can continue to be in the game. After leaving the game, he became very dizzy because he played a lot. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to maintain the difference between the real world and the virtual one. He wanted to change real life and decided to do it with the help of a game. But the boundary between the two worlds blurred, and it's even funny. But the truth was that he was able to earn fabulous money in the game, and because of this, he decided to work on himself and take the game seriously. He then began to worry that this could have consequences and thought that perhaps he should not consider the scheme as just entertainment. Meanwhile, in the real world, children played with dogs. After all, children really love the cute and kind animals they see. These were the children of a businessman who did not have time to look after them. After all, he had very important matters. In this world there was also a young couple who walked in the park and enjoyed life because they found each other and felt great because they loved each other. It was hard for him to realize that perhaps he would even have had a normal life like other people and would not have played the game. He insisted on understanding that the issue of lack of finance will not go away. Although for some reason he is still thinking about it, he has already earned more than 50 million. But he understood that he needed to return to the very place where he was in that very scheme, because he had not been there for a long time. Mose ended up exactly where it was possible to receive the newest quests, namely in the center of that world where absolutely all the people were. He said that he had handed over his armor to the blacksmith, and before going to the sanctuary he needed to do something else to get somewhere. Mose looked around and noticed suitable places where no one would be able to notice him, because he tried to hide with all his might. He went behind the wall and wanted to open his inventory to see what he had, but I didn't want to do this in public. He had in his inventory that same legendary artifact that was the first in the game, because other rarities were not known. The guy held it in his hand, and yet it was not a dream, and he was able to get such a valuable item for the sake of which he fought against this dragon. But suddenly he felt some very strange pain that he had never experienced before. Because before that everything was fine. He didn't understand what was happening because his hands were very hot, and he could barely hold his weapon, which he managed to get out of his inventory. There was a very strong explosion of energy that began to appear from the nook and drew people's attention. The guy still managed to control this blade, but an orange light emanated from it, and it seemed as if fire was coming from it. He didn't understand why his head split, and suddenly a sign flew out to him where it was written that he had received the passive skill of the Otorii fighting style. What if he saw some kind of phenomenon where he was able to quickly swing his sword 3 times, but he didn't even notice it? He realized that this would be the same passive skill that he was able to develop thanks to the knee, and that's how it works. Then behind him he heard the stomping of people, and he began to turn around to understand who was behind him. He looked around and noticed that someone was there, that is, they were watching him. And this was a bad sign because it meant that there was information about him. But fortunately it was just some guy who started talking through some kind of crystal ball. He was surprised how he was able to just communicate through a crystal ball because it seemed like something very strange and something new that he had not seen. Suddenly he remembered those people with whom he fought in the first battle against the troll, and he realized that he needed to contact them. After all, they believed in him from the first seconds. He thought that he needed to buy the same one, and so he went to the nearest store where this ball was sold. He had already bought it, and was very happy. He began to count what he could do during this time and, as it turned out, he had already taken the armor and bought a ball with which he could communicate. Now he took out a special keychain with which he could teleport, and therefore he realized that he needed to move to one place. Namely, he wanted to arrive at the Espargan sanctuary where he had lived all these years before. He still had to train and work for them for a long time since he entered into an agreement. He decided to leave the capital and go to the place where the very people with whom he worked in the sanctuary were already waiting for him, and they accepted him onto the airship and said that they would do everything to make his flight comfortable. The flight attendant asked where he was going to go. The guy named the town, and she said that then he should look into the white horse of Ronaldella and he should follow her. He walked along the long corridors of the airship to come to the very place where he was sent earlier. He was going to go to the sanctuary in person, but he sent him just a note, and wanted to get off with just that. Then behind his back they asked why it took him so long to move here, and why he got stuck. Most likely, this will be the same person who forced him to train. It was the same girl who was the best among the students, and she asked him why she had to wait so long for him. He asked her why she was flying with him, and she was glad that they would spend this time together, and go to the sanctuary on the same flight. What happened next made him even more happy. After all, they have a joint mission that they must complete together. They arrived in the same city where there were enough people, and for some reason each of them did not look joyful in life. He began to be indignant that they got to the other side of the world much faster than to this outback. Then she showed him a very important and interesting thing and told him to watch her and not be distracted. She began to tell me that this tower was the common point where everyone traded. It contained the most interesting goods that were all over the world of this game. He said that the tower looked amazing. It really surprised him, and he felt some strange and new sensations. Then another person appeared behind them and began to introduce himself to them. Most likely it was another mercenary who came and helped them. Russell arrived to them, and he was the Silverhead who joined the information guild from which everything came. This was a new character that they were very happy about because new acquaintances are always a wonderful feeling and also new opportunities. He said that they had already reached the 81st floor of this tower, and that from the 80s to the 90s they were specially reserved for distinguished guests. The conductor said that they would be located on the 88th in the blacksmith's room. After all, it was there that there was a free window for them. Kia asked him if he knew that the master sent them here and if he was aware of the whole situation, because she didn't really like this room, although she hadn't even seen it yet. He started looking at her with a very strange look. And it didn't look very good, so most likely he was angry. He told her that everything was fine, and that he would tell all the details after arriving. In the meantime, they should follow him to get to the room and rest. They walked through long corridors to get to the room that was specially reserved for them because they had been waiting for them for a long time. This group closed the door behind them so that no one could hear them. After all, they were here on a mission. Because Master Robin gave it to them. Russell here wanted to clarify that before he starts, he has two very important things that he would like to tell them. He wanted to warn that everything said was equal in importance to the words of Master Robin, and he would not joke with him. The girls said that they were completely at his service and began to worship, and say the same chant that always had to be pointed out to the master. He took out a special card on which was written the mission that they needed to do by special order. It said that the two of them were chosen to use the mission assigned to the organization that they had been preparing for a long time. Artifacts that should not fall into the hands of anyone were illegally brought to this city, and they call themselves Rhapsody Ulysania. Here are Rhapsodies 7 to 14 inclusive. He realized that some scores had been given that seemed very suspicious. It was not for nothing that they were being hunted so much. He said that they were saying that they would soon be put up for auction, which would take place on the top floor. Ben Caravan manages the merchants, so no one, including them, takes away things if they are caught as goods. Their task was to buy back the artifacts so that they could get them at any cost, even if they didn't sell all their items from their inventory. He told them that the girl would participate in the auction under the guise of the aristocrat Ariane Marie. And the guy will play the role of her bodyguard, a knight named Maxim. Meanwhile, she was able to put on a beautiful dress, and absolutely everyone was shocked when they saw her entering the palace for that same auction. The hall was beautifully decorated. Absolutely everyone was dancing because there was no reason to be sad, and now the most beautiful lots will be played out. The servant said that she was now greeting the Aryan family from the periphery, which was famous for its beauty and courage. The girl stepped on the red tablecloth, and her shoes looked perfect. She was ready to take home the prom queen, but that wasn't her goal. He realized that absolutely everyone was looking at this girl because she was simply perfect, and absolutely everyone liked her. Her eyes were perfect. All the men who were in this room at the beginning straightened their bow ties and ties because they felt uncomfortable at the sight of such a beauty. She looked very beautiful, and absolutely every element of her clothing adorned her more, and no one paid attention to her long ears. He understood that for the auction they needed to go out into the world, and this was already an excellent start with which they set a high bar. Then a lady came out in front of her and offered her very interesting services that could please them, because she had already shown how beautiful she was. She introduced herself and said that she was pleased to see such guests who had made their way to her from distant lands. She was from the Exiled family. She invited them to join their table. Kia lifted her dress like an aristocrat and said that she really liked that she was greeted like that and given such an offer. They began to follow a dama, who met them and immediately lured them to her table in order to get closer and get to know them better. Absolutely everyone in the hall laughed for some reason at the beginning, but no one could understand why they started having such a strong shout. Mose also couldn't understand why everyone was laughing because everything looked so perfect from the first minutes. But then what he was afraid of began to happen. They approached the table where the most famous aristocrats were sitting and noted the future auction at which they could get a very valuable artifact. The girl began to introduce the guests, and distorted the last names specifically to frame them. It was completely indecent. The rest began to laugh at this because it was completely indecent to distort the surname in front of everyone, especially at such an important event. Mose began to get angry, but she didn't want to create a panic out of it, and pretended as if everything was normal so that the mission would happen perfectly. She began to say that she was asking for forgiveness, although she herself laughed at this because she wanted to show respect using the dialect of the city where they came from because she had heard that their homeland was famous for grapes. Kia said that this is absolutely true and that it is so, but she is not a basement. In general, no one can see that she was offended by her name-calling, which she specifically demonstrated. The rest of the people started laughing at them because they thought that they got the title through farming. They were typical and thought they were gods. Also, one of them spent the night talking very rudely about her mouth, and said that they should find better things to do. After all, they were elves who were traded in markets and considered garbage. No one expected such words, and the other aristocrat covered her family so as not to show the emotions that she began to experience from such words. She also started trying to touch her externally and asked why her necklace was on backwards. But she didn't decide what better to say and called her a simpleton. She shouted to her guards to come and correct this misunderstanding. If the lady herself is unable to take care of herself, he bowed to her and said that he would do it immediately because it was an order that had to be carried out from his mistress. He had already extended his hand and said that he hoped that after this she would not blame him for the actions that he wanted to commit with her. He said that it was just an order from the lady that needed to be followed and he didn't want to do anything more than that and didn't hint at anything. But suddenly they managed to intercept his hand so that he would not be able to touch the lady whom Mose was protecting. After all, this was precisely his role. He managed to hold back his hand and said that he had no business touching her with his dirty hands because he was nobody to her. He asked him what he was going to do. After all, to campaign it seemed like suicide because he would not allow his mistress to be touched at the cost of his life. The ladies did not understand how he dared to contradict them. After all, they only wanted to do better. But they failed because they did not listen to them. Moreover, they put him in a bad light. Kia began to laugh at them, and waved her fan as if she really wanted to behave this way and not like a normal person. And in addition, she asked whether all the knights of the Akazit family were such idiots, or whether he was the only one who dared to touch her majesty. This angered these ladies and they began to quarrel with each other because they did not like what was said about them. She called them arrogant fools and wanted to be like a noble ladybug with her presence. But they do not give her a choice and therefore wants to resolve the situation in the right way. She pointed with her fan and identified herself as the victim of a gross insult from another family, and therefore it challenges his knight to a duel with her knight to defend his honor. She asked if Maxim was ready for this battle, and he is a knight of the flowers of the Aryans, and he is always ready to protect his family. He took out his blade and victory in honor of his family would be his, because he was ready to sacrifice himself in order to provide all the conditions for his family. People started discussing the fight at the first appearance. They knew that this family could not be dealt with so easily, but then she also told her brave knight to defend the honor of the family. And the bald man was ready to fight to be called the best. He called himself a knight of the people to protect the integrity of the name of this family. He was already level 32 and therefore was a rather weak opponent. Mose understood that this was only level 35 and that he could easily deal with it without even breaking a sweat, because for him it was like seeds. And suddenly they began to fight for the honor of the family to defend this right and be prepared for anything that could happen to them. He understood that it was too slow to fight against him because he was a player of a completely different level, and he raised 30 levels only in the battle against the dragon. He grabbed his sword to show him that he was indeed a pretty good player, and that now he would kill this bald guy in 3 points. He calmly began to deal with the bald guy, which gave me no difficulties, because he calmly dealt with players of this level. He barely held on, but still could not repel such strong blows and died from the very first attack that Mose created. He knocked him to the ground and all the people stood and watched because he was able to break through his armor, which was not first class. They all stood with their mouths open and did not understand how this was possible. After all, this was one of the strongest knights who fought. But people didn't understand how he was able to knock him out with one blow because it was some kind of enormous power. And for this it was necessary to train for a long time. But then the second mistress intervened, who wanted to end this because her friend had just been humiliated. She felt bad for her, so she shouted for her lord to deal with it. He began to say that he was a wonderful wind knight who was ready to fight with this, and the blonde was ready to join the fight. Since he received an order, it means he is obliged to carry it out. And that's the only way he had to act, because he didn't see his future any other way. He said that he would deal with him now. Here and now, he was fast enough like the wind, and because of this he was able to deal with his feelings so much. The Wind Knight flew and managed to attack him from behind as he had planned, but suddenly he realized that he had failed. Since Mose was quite experienced, and managed to react to this with the help of his instincts, which he had developed, he was able to easily repel all the attacks that the Prince of the Wind tried to inflict on him, and thought that he would be stronger. He could not understand how he managed to repel all his attacks because it was almost impossible because he was able to win precisely with the help of these techniques. Mose stood over him and asked all this that he could show today and began to laugh at him because it was quite weak. The blonde shouted that he was a monster and could not understand how he could withstand so much all the attacks that he tried to inflict. Meanwhile, another blow occurred from which a strong sound was heard, which was a bad sign. He was easily able to deal with these two idiots who attacked him just like that, although he didn't even offer to fight them. People stood in shock and did not understand how he was able to deal with two of the strongest players this world has ever seen. She had a beer ahead and felt that the mission would be excellent, because it turned out that the opponents here were so weak that there was no need to even worry. She walked forward and her defender was able to easily deal with everyone who wanted to get in her way and prevent her from celebrating normally. Kia said that she was very deeply disappointed with what was happening here and did not expect that she would be greeted like that, especially with such rudeness. She said that they decided to mock the family that had arrived from distant lands, which was not at all comme il faut. Kia hoped that in the future their events would welcome guests from afar much more warmly than today. She shouted that we must not forget that this is a place where all cultures and peoples of the whole world meet and interact. Absolutely everyone began to clap them because they understood that the girl was right, and she laid out absolutely everything according to the fact, because it was terrible to spread rot on people just because of their appearance. But she showed them the truth of this world, and because of this they did not stop clapping for her because they respected her rules and laws. And the people supported her. But suddenly there was some noise and they noticed that someone had come to visit him, although they were not expecting him at all. It was the same lottery salesman who was glad that it had finally happened, and he lived to see it. The moment he had been waiting for a very long time had finally arrived, and he could become the one whom everyone loved and considered the best. He was ready to talk with Mose on very interesting and curious topics, because he was a difficult salesman. It was already quite late and everything was approaching the moment for the auctions that everyone was counting on. After all, it was because of him that everyone had gathered there. They understood that now their mission had truly begun, and they would have to play their role 100% for it to be successful. Kia said that the reception went well, but their main goal was the auction. Therefore, you had to concentrate and set this task for yourself as seriously as possible and understand what you are doing. Mose continued to look at her because he really liked her. Moreover, she dressed like that and looked simply divine. She asked him why he was staring so much, and he said that it was nothing, but she just fit the role very well and that's why he was staring. She began to remember very difficult moments from her life and said that she already knew how to act it out, especially since it was easy. He was interested in where she got such knowledge from because she seemed to be an ordinary and unpopular girl in this game. She said that previously she was a slave in the house of aristocrats where she had to survive, and such words made the guy feel uneasy. She said that their behavior and thoughts seemed to have been ingrained into her over all these years, and that's why she was able to so calmly play this role, which she didn't like at all. She explained that, to be honest enough, as a half-breed elf who was formerly enslaved, she wanted to finish him off on the spot, but she wouldn't do it. After all, now she is a swordsman, and the girl who suffered because of her status situation has long been dead, and she is a completely different person. He began to apologize to her. After all, he didn't know that everything was so serious, and they couldn't even imagine what difficulties she had to endure. She said that everything was fine and hit him on the shoulder. She asked why he was so scared, because everything had already been decided. Kia looked at him and began to feel that he trusted her. Although he hid it, she knew that he would never betray her. She told him that the master would give them a good rest after the task and therefore everything would be fine. She said that this is why the mission should be successful, because this was their #1 goal. What is the carriage on? After all, it was there that the very things that needed to be delivered and arrived at the auction were located. Kia said that they had as many as 25 ormacons and another 7,000 gold, so she had enough money to buy it all. She explained that if I couldn't buy the artifacts, it would be better enough. But it wouldn't end there, and there would be a next stage. Kia knew that someone else was hunting for this artifact, and it was necessary to get rid of these people. After all, they would become an obstacle. She said that was the case. So they needed to bargain to figure them out, and then they could deal with them. So they were able to arrive at the very auction hall in which the most interesting and most courageous auctions for artifacts took place. The hall was really huge, and they stepped forward to proceed and buy the very artifact that they needed to get at any cost. Meanwhile, there was a guy on the stage who said that now we need to get your attention. After all, this is where the auction will take place. He shouted that today they will have artifacts that are more valuable than any jewelry they have ever seen, and that from treasures containing the secrets of the world and right up to things that will raise the level. The boy said that it was time to start, and not to languish, because now we need to show them what awaits them in today's auction. He shouted for them to start quickly, and the people who were sitting in this room began to clap because the auction really should have been interesting. They began to take out the first lot that could be sold because the auction is very popular due to its intrigue. They had already brought the artifact they wanted to sell, and the guy said that now the first lot for sale would be announced. So he had already extended his hand to announce the first of the day, but he did it with a very long movement of his hand in order to preserve the value of the whole event. And they began to think about what could be there, because new artifacts would definitely not have bothered them. But they had a slightly different problem. The first lot was a fingernail from the index finger of the last princess of the destroyed kingdom of Esrandel. They finally calmed down because they thought that this was the one they were hunting for today, but they could take a break because it wasn't it. Then a sign flew out in front of him, which could have greatly informed him that this nail was not just an ordinary artifact. The sign said that the owner of this nail can receive a special task which, if he completes, will receive a bonus. The starting price was as much as 3,000 gold, which was quite a lot because not everyone had such good amounts. Immediately, someone may have raised his hand and offered the same amount, because he understood that if he completed this quest, he could become stronger. And then the bets flew in, offering already 1,000 more, because for these aristocrats this was the most important event of the year. Someone even gave 5 and someone 17, which was just wrong, not true. Everyone had such large possessions as to give as much as 17,000 gold. The first big bid was as much as 17,000, and he asked who would give more. After all, he wanted to earn a much higher percentage from this auction. And suddenly he shouted that it was sold for 17,000 gold and began to congratulate the person who placed such a huge bet. Mose had already begun to exhale because he said that he was already tired of the first lot. Although they still had much more to do, she told him to pull himself together as the auction had just begun, and he would have to listen to many more goods. He slapped himself on the cheeks and understood that he needed to get ready because this was a very important event that he should not disturb. Otherwise he would fail the mission, and for this he would be killed. They immediately started talking about the next lot that was to be sold. The two of them were already very tense because they thought that this was the one who was for them. Then he began to talk about what kind of artifact this was, and he said that this was the work of the most powerful composer. He introduced them to the Rhapsody of Julicinius 7th to 14th. Mose realized that the artifact was not so simple since the information window was black, which did not give him peace because it meant something terrible. He shouted something. The starting price was 4,000 gold. He thought that people would bet more and more, and that's why he bet such a small amount. And then the first bets flew, namely 6,000 gold, but then he was immediately outbid and bet as much as 9,000 gold. The guy who voiced the auction was very surprised that the second bid was as much as 9,000 gold, and asked if anyone wanted to raise it. And then at that moment Kia shouted 25,000 gold in the hope that no one would be able to outbid such a huge bet because it was her calculation. The boy said that 25,000 is a huge amount, and asked if there were anyone in the room willing to give much more for it. But people were silent and sat without saying anything, which meant that no one was ready to spend such a huge amount to get these notes. Kia and Mose thought that everything was already in chocolate, that they were able to win this auction and got the very notes that they needed more than life. The boy was ready to say that if no one wants to increase the rate, then for 25,000 gold this one is sent to this couple. But suddenly he heard 50,000 gold. He stood shocked and did not understand how this was possible, because no one had ever given such a large sum for lots. Mose got very nervous because his bid was outbid, which meant that they would have to raise it somehow, but they didn't have that much money. She told him not to move and to calm down because it was necessary to show it, and it was not for nothing that you let them in here. She shouted 75,000 gold and couldn't stand it because she needed these notes for a task that they had to complete at any cost. The boy had shouted 75,000 times already and was ready to say 75,000 two times, but suddenly what he feared most happened. Mose asked her if she was crazy. After all, they didn't have that much money, and how would she resolve this situation if they only had half? But suddenly someone shouted 100,000 gold. But this someone was the same man in a raincoat with a white beard who had given him the pendant earlier. The guy who conducted the auction was shocked and did not understand where such amounts came from, because 100,000 was the highest price for an auction lot in all history. She reacted calmly to this and understood that she had finally found a stupid person who was ready to pay 100,000 gold for it, and said that everything was under her control. Mose turned back and looked at this guy and realized that all he had to do was catch this buyer. But when he looked at the result, he was shocked, and he could not believe that he again met with this man who gave him a chance in this game. Kia asked him what happened and why he reacted so strangely to that buyer who paid as much as 100,000. He did not understand how an ordinary guy who sold in the lottery became such a rich man, and was ready to pay this fabulous sum. Mose understood that this was the same guy who was wanted, and it was he who needed to be caught before he did anything with this black artifact. He knew that this was the same gambler Lero about whom he was told quite recently before the death of Veyron himself. In the meantime, they ran away from the auction because it was simply an unnecessary waste of time. They needed to catch up with that same gambler. They managed to run in front of him, and stood in his way to fight and take away the very notes that he was able to buy at auction for as much as 100,000. He asked them why they had been dressing him up all this time, and only now they started a chase and felt that this guy had gotten better enough during this time. Mose could not stand it, and did not hold back his emotions and began to express absolutely everything that he thought about this person. Lero understood that this would happen someday, and still he was waiting for this meeting to fight him. Some kind of strong energy emanated from him. Mose couldn't understand what kind of aura this was, because it was as if one wrong move and he would be crushed into powder, and he wouldn't even be able to say goodbye to his friends. He asked his permission and wanted to introduce himself, because it was unwise to pretend to be some old man who sold the lottery. Mose told Kay to be careful because he understood that the girl was an NPC and she could not see his level and understand all the dangers in this situation. He knew that this man was a real monster who had level 102 and was pumped to 100. The gambler said that this was truly a historical moment that he would remember for the rest of his life. After all, he was the one who had been waiting for this for a very long time. He said his name and began to wipe his beard because he felt that this guy had a good future that needed to be used. Kia asked the guy how he knew him, and he explained to him that he was able to sell him a very valuable artifact a long time ago. Mose couldn't understand how he remembered it, because he gave these lotteries to everyone he met, and he had millions of such people per day. He understood that he would have to explain himself, because the guy lived all this time without understanding what was really happening. The gambler said that he could easily remember him, and that their meeting was destined by fate a long time ago when he made one fraud. Mose could not understand how he moved so quickly because it was like lightning that could not be stopped. He was a very dexterous and pumped-up player, but Kia wanted to kill him and made the most reasonable decisions to attack him, but he managed to return. She said that she didn't know what kind of fateful meeting they had there, but she wouldn't just stand there and watch because she needed to get one thing that he had to give her. She said that she was a swordsman and that the sanctuary itself was where not the strongest players were allowed into, and that these trainings were not in vain. She wanted to swing at him, but suddenly he and Mose moved away from her, and she was neutralized. He said that he would show him something interesting to kill. He had long wanted to do this to him because he was one of the special ones. They were able to teleport to some other place and left the girl all alone in the middle of the forest so that she could not complete her mission. Kia began to be very worried about the guy. She didn't know what kind of old man was able to drag him away with him, leaving her no chance to fight for him. Mose couldn't understand what it was because they somehow moved strangely and left Kay all alone without any clue to find them. The old man told him that now his girlfriend would definitely not find them, and he should understand that this was not really the place where it was necessary to discuss this. So he wanted to discuss it eye to eye. The guy didn't understand what he wanted to talk to him about. But everything seemed to be realistic, except that he turned out to be some super rich man at that very auction and took away the thing that he needed for the mission. The grandfather said that he was even very scared and noticed how the guy began to shake and called him immortal because he gave him a pendant. The old man said that he should be feared and that he is quite good but sometimes he is evil, which is why he must be avoided at all costs in order to survive. Mose began to be very afraid because he understood that he really had the 6th level and was stronger than him in some moments, but did not have such ingenuity as him. The old man exhaled and understood that someday he would still need to tell this. Therefore, it would be better for him to do it now when there is a suitable opportunity for this. He explained that during this time, in the lottery that he made, he had to choose more than 1,000 immortal people who would receive rare artifacts. He was very angry that they all rushed to sell them. And no one even really tried them in this game because they were only interested in money. But he turned out to be different from everyone else, and so the old man came up with a plan that he wanted to bring into reality, with the help of which he could become stronger. He wanted to prepare the best ones especially for him because he felt that the guy would be a difficult person who would sell it for profit. The old man told him to remember these days before he became a swordsman, and whether he accidentally met with that same Jiritan, and why this man's mission in the Fallop was to capture him. He had to understand that this was not a mere coincidence, and that even now they ended up in the same place where there was an auction of expensive items. The guy felt anxiety and fear because he understood that he simply knew what he had done in this world and completely read the course of his actions. The old man asked that he was not just a lucky guy who got everything on a silver platter, but he was able to arrange everything correctly so that it would be profitable for him. After all, he had calculated it all in advance. Mose didn't understand how this could happen and his fear completely enveloped his entire body, and he didn't know what to do next because it was stupid to continue the game with this situation. He realized that this was a failure. And the gambler's plan was a completely different game that was not worth playing even at the moment, when he wanted to spend those 5 gold pieces. Mose still couldn't believe that it was all set up by some old man who knew that everything would happen in this way. He couldn't believe why it turned out this way. But the old man said that he simply wanted to conquer this world with the hands of immortals. The old man sat down on his knees and invited him to give vent to his anger and bring it down on the Empire, because he was clearly capable of it. He offered him a very damn deal. There he will help take revenge on the old man for his family, which was no longer alive because the dirty bastards took it from him a long time ago. Mose could not understand that the old man had really invented all this for the sake of revenge, which could give him a burst of strength, and he would finally be happy for what he was able to do. The old man asked him to kill everyone who wears a golden crown because this was his goal in his entire life so that he could send them away in peace. The gambler said that everything is in his hands. He will be the one who can decide the course of events, because all this was intended by fate itself, which was written for him a long time ago. The old man said that to do this, he chose him, a long time ago, because he believed that he could do it. Mose realized that Laro was a man who managed to adjust everything to his schedule, just as he had hoped from the very first minutes. He understood that it was the old man who wanted to hate absolutely everyone because he had lost his family, and now wanted revenge. But suddenly the guy asked about the girl because meeting her might also have been his plan, although he was not sure about it. He understood that it was his choice, and he could not have predicted it. The guy grabbed his sword to take revenge on him for all those days he spent on this game to achieve the success that he had thanks to the old man. He said that he was not a pawn in his game, and the decision to become a swordsman was his own, so he could not have predicted it, and the desire to train was only for this purpose. The guy understood that the artifact that he gave him was very valuable, and he is of course grateful to him for it. Thanks to the pendant he received from him, it gave him a future, but he is not ready to put everything on the line because he gave him a chance. The guy grabbed his sword, which was already on fire, and understood that now he had to end this because otherwise he would make his plan a reality. He said that now he makes a choice in accordance with his desires and therefore he wants to end this once and for all and continue to enjoy the game normally. Such words disappointed the man, because he tried for him and wanted to take over the whole world with him, with the help of which they would become the best team. Here the battle quest opened. When it was necessary to defeat the gambler, which would give a reward a superpower that the gambler had, the guy was ready and extended his blade to attack the old man and finish it, because he didn't like how the events were going wrong. The old man realized that now he would have to fight with his chick, which he was able to raise himself thanks to his plan, and who now raises his hand against him. He tried to make the first blow and cut the old man, but it didn't work because he managed to dodge and fight him off. Mose didn't understand how the old man managed to return, because his blade would have become a legendary rarity, and he knew how to handle it well. The old man calmly repelled his blow and said his name. I understand that now he will have to fight with him, and he sincerely did not want it. Mose didn't understand what kind of garbage this was because some kind of black sludge started coming from the old man after his blow, which he delivered directly to the chest. He was able to fly away from the fact that he himself attacked him, because such defense was quite effective in the fight. After all, this way the opponent does not expect the attack itself until he tests it himself. The guy realized that there was some kind of black haze near the old man that did not allow him to be attacked, and became an obstacle that had to be removed. The old man asked if he was scared because it was his power that had powerful capabilities. The old man said that it is limitless, and he can give it to him if he wants. Mose asked him to repeat the words he had just spoken. The old man said that this is the last chance that he gives him and gives him the opportunity to join him, or die. He told him to immediately choose because otherwise he would end him, and it was he who gave him the chance to start in this game so he can finish it. Mose said that he did not choose anything because he felt that this choice would be the end of the whole game. The old man felt disappointed and could not believe that he really refused because it was the stupidest idea he had heard in his life. He knew that everyone would bow their heads to him if the guy accepted the offer, and it would be quite stupid to refuse. He couldn't control his strength, and yelled at him because it was stupid. He explained to him with a very emotional look that if he kills all the Imperial minions, then he can make sure that everyone is lying around him. Mose didn't want to disappoint him, but he explained to him that this was just some nonsense, and he didn't need it because he was much higher than that. The potato man understood that he would have to fight and held his life in his hands, and although to check how strong the guy was once again refusing such a powerful future, he said that if this is his lot, then nothing can be done about it, and he felt that he would now smear this boy into trash because he had no other option, except to smear him with his own hands. Mose shouted good luck to him and understood that now he would fight against the one who left him in this game in the first place, and gave him a chance to get more than 5 gold. They began to fight, and each blow was so strong that they could not hit each other because everyone managed to block it and not receive any damage. It was difficult for them to fight, but the old man had some very amazing ability with which he could hold back the blade thanks to black magic. He said that he is aware that he is immortal and is different from him, because they know something that other people do not know. The old man knew that they came from their own world and were beginning to take over the virtual one, which was wrong. The old man shouted that he had to sell his soul to the devil in order to gain knowledge about these people and felt that it would be difficult for him, but he would still cope with these difficulties. And he calmly managed to get away with his blows, and he asked him why he came here because Mose was weak for him, as he initially thought. The old man could no longer tolerate these games and wanted to end all of them as soon as possible, because he needed to kill the guy because he had very great opportunities that would not interfere with him. The old man said that in argument that he had given him all this, he could finish it off and hit him so that his blood sprayed from the first blow. He continued to tell him how much he had given him a great chance to move forward in life, and that he could give even more if he had joined his team. But he refused, and therefore he had no choice to fight him and kill because he would have died, and this is the worst scenario. He told him how he gave him a huge amount of entertainment and pleasure in this world, and continued to launch attacks in order to kill the guy as quickly as possible. He smoked like a bull and couldn't understand why he still refuses when he sees how much he has changed, and how much more powerful he is than him. The gambler said that in his world he can find fun and pleasure, with the help of which he can finally escape from his own world, where he will find much melancholy because there were ordinary working days there. He continued to spread rot on him, and said that he didn't care at all about everything that was happening around him, and that he came here for one purpose like everyone else. Mose shouted that he had only one goal: to earn extra money, because he needed to get money for college so that he could continue to study normally. But thanks to the old man, he received incredible power with which he was able to understand much better this world in which it turns out he could not be defeated. He had to travel around the continent, and visited many places. But now he well understands how much beauty and unknown there is. He felt joy when he remembered the places he visited in this world, because each was unique in its own way, and everywhere he felt great. His heart beat joyfully every time he found himself in a new place. The guy also told him that he understood how much the old man should be grateful for this, giving him a lot of opportunities. But then he realized that now he might be able to lure the guy to his side. But he said that he still could not fulfill his wish, and would not destroy this world. But the old man could not understand why, and his eyes were slowly fading away. He explained that he doesn't know a lot and thinks that he himself doesn't want to destroy everything here, because it was a stupid idea and then no one would be able to exist. Mose said that it was because of this that he decided to take away his pain and carry this heavy load that the old man had on his shoulders. The old man began to laugh and understood that the guy was too confident in himself, and felt that now he would have to end him. The guy didn't understand what was happening, and why he started laughing. After all, he had already persuaded him enough and gave him all the information with which he could finish everything normally. Mose did not understand that he had been dreaming of retribution for years, and now he wants to see the death of this world, so he will not retreat under any conditions. He got angry and didn't understand how he could even talk such nonsense, so she decided to attack him again to end it with her victory. The gambler said that if he did not want to listen to him, then he would have to finish him off here and now, and he accelerated in the moment in order to quickly deliver an attack for which the guy would not be ready. Moses' health level was below 70%, and it was worth really good damage to him, because that was his goal, to defeat this upstart who believed in himself. He wanted his death and waited for it more than the end of his life, because he was interested in that moment to destroy the whole world. But the guy calmly coped with his attacks and managed to repel them, but still some hit him in the body and he suffered a little. His health level was already 50%, and he felt that he was getting worse and worse, and he did not understand how to control this moment because he would not have time to recover. A few minutes later he already had 30%, and the old man saw that he had good strength, with the help of which the boy would be dead. He said that it was his hatred that he wanted to show, to explain to him how dear his family was, and because of which he was ready to kill everyone. The gambler managed to launch another blow to finally finish off the young man who was much below the level and could barely cope with it but received consequences from it. Mose tried to block this blow, but his health level would already be 10%, and he felt that he was about to die because he would not have had time to gain health. He couldn't understand what was happening because he couldn't even strike, and the old man chained him more and more tightly until he had no options left. The guy understood that if he didn't stop him now, then there would be a huge disaster because of which a huge number of people could suffer. He felt that the old man would plunge into an endless cycle and destroy all his desires, and this could not be allowed because the world would be the end. He had to come up with something. Despite the fact that he had very little health, this was the only chance to get at least some prospect of saving this world. Suddenly he was able to activate some strong energy, and an orange streak was able to appear almost out of nowhere. He sparkled in his sword, which had legendary properties, means that he can now get at least some bonus in this game. He was able to activate new skills that were in this blade because thanks to them he became stronger, and he was able to activate the destructive flame of a solar storm. Mose could not understand what he was able to learn. After all, before that, he only knew ordinary techniques that were activated by a code word. He became much stronger and his eyes stopped reacting somehow, which meant that he was immersed in completely new powers and emotions that he could only show. Mose became much stronger, and held his blade as if he was ready to calmly say goodbye to it all, because for him it was easier than ever. His strength was as if that of a dragon and his blade completely shone like he himself, and this activated a new skill thanks to which he became almost elusive. His flames began to emanate from him at lightning speed, which could destroy absolutely everything that stood in his way because this was the last battle he had to win. The gambler was in shock and did not understand what was happening. After all, before that he had never been able to fight with any fighter who had such great power. He continued to scream because he didn't understand how this was possible, and he felt a little worse because the fan of the flames rose up and he couldn't control the whole situation. What if he began to remember those moments when his wife and children were hung up and strangled because the very creatures who considered themselves normal were able to finish them off? The soldiers of the Empire killed his family for which he will never forgive them because it was irreparable. His heart was breaking but he didn't know how to feel because otherwise he would have saved them earlier. He had to continue to hunt and steal treasures in order to get the very opportunities with which he could take revenge on them. Over time, he was able to run to these creatures and kill them with his bare hands right in front of the children of the same people who hung up his family. The children of these soldiers cried a lot and saw how their father was killed, for which it was very painful and disgusting for them, because this is the most precious thing a person could have. The child looked and was afraid of this monster who was born because his family was killed and now he is ready to kill absolutely everyone to take revenge. He understood that everything was completely different here and he had to calm down, otherwise he would simply go crazy. Although perhaps he had already done this, he began to console himself that this was not his fault and that these were all imperial rats, and that he had done nothing wrong and was simply taking revenge. Even then it was already clear to him that he had done wrong. But it was already impossible to correct anything, and even a lot of time had passed since those events. But he still thanked the guy for stopping him. Mose was in shock. The old man still understood that perhaps deep down in his soul he had that pity that could stop him now, but he was afraid most of all that you could do it. And he disappeared into the moment. He began to apologize to him and fell into pieces, telling him that he had acted wrongly and should have acted differently, but nothing could be changed. He flew to heaven where absolutely all the people who committed suicide needed to be, because they simply had no other way. He was a great person, even though he killed people. The guy understood that the gambler had not intentionally managed to atone for his guilt and felt much calmer, but upset and lost another fighter. Then some kind of strong explosion occurred, which began to act directly on the entire sky, which began to glow with a purple-pink glow. Kia turned around and didn't understand what was happening because she was hoping to see a guy who had disappeared somewhere. She looked back and noticed how he was kneeling and regretting that the old man had died, but he told himself that he would always remember him. Thanks to this, he was able to obtain the hidden trait Lucky Destroyer, which now accompanied him until the end of his life. In the meantime, everything stopped, and he flew on an airship to go to the very place where he trained all day long to spend this day in peace. He arrived home and read the sign that had been knocked out to him that one of the characters was a robber who had already managed to do a lot. This was exactly the information about him, and he was a swordsman class who had the hidden trait of Lucky Destroyer which he received after a duel with a gambler. It was after this fight that he managed to discover two skills with which he became much stronger and more active. He managed to get a lucky destruction that was level 1 and that was activated by using one luck parameter, valid every 72 hours. He also couldn't get the destroyer's combination, which was at the maximum level and rebooted every 48 hours, and thanks to this ability, he can store and combine the received spheres. Perhaps the gambler used this skill when he distributed items to players in order to understand who to give what. He had the feeling that the gambler had left him as an inheritance, and now he intended to act so that people as unhappy as the old man would no longer appear here. Of course, after the conversation, everything was clear to him that in this virtual world, those who are called NPCs feel completely different. These people have human feelings like anger and sympathy, which means they are the same people as the players and they also understand everything. These people exist on a par with those who simply follow the algorithms. But then he began to think strongly that perhaps this game was no longer a game at all. He really realized that it is more like a parallel reality in which everything is the other way around and happens in a completely different way. Kia approached him and asked if everything was okay with him. After all, she was worried about him because she had not seen him for a long time and felt that something had happened. He said that everything was okay. They continued to communicate normally because he clearly liked her not just as a character, but also as a person. She asked what she was going to do on vacation, but they completed the mission perfectly, and therefore they can already relax and have fun. He said that he doesn't even know yet, and he doesn't have a plan at all. And he also asked her if she was going to move somewhere or was also still in thought. She said that she wanted to go to her family's home to visit them because they had been bored without her for a long time. She explained that she came from a small village in which not very good families lived. She liked it there. After all, that's where she grew up. She told him to come sometime because they liked spending time with each other, and they felt something. She said that she would be looking forward to him because she was always only for spending time with him, but not yet so much that they were in a relationship. Meanwhile, he was in the very capital where there were the most interesting various quests that could be completed for some part-time work in the scheme. He was very sad because he was not in a good mood at all because the girl had left. And he had to look for some quests that he had to complete alone. When he was able to say goodbye to her, he really realized that he needed to rest after everything that had happened to him during all this time. But suddenly he received a call. He looked into his ball to understand who could dial him at such a time, because he could not at all imagine who it could be. This was the same girl who accepted him into the first team and asked how he was doing, because she had called him for a long time and he didn't take him all the time. Meanwhile, they met in a cafe where you could already hear how they began to drink for the meeting, because it was sacred when you met your loved ones. They raised their glasses of beer to celebrate such an event. After all, they had not seen him for a long time, and the guy had become much prettier. Giles said that they had not seen each other for a very long time, right up to the troll hunt. The girl asked him what he did that is now famous throughout the game. He said that he worked part-time here and there, a little bit where he got publicity, and the schemes were able to start talking all over the world. Giles didn't like it when he became poor, and said that then he would tell why he was able to become so popular during all this time. He began to utter some words to tell everyone what he had done during this period of time. He was very interested in telling about it, and suddenly he took out his rings that he received with the girl. And these rings were magic ones that only went to the best. Everyone began to rejoice and did not understand where he got such a great quality, but they didn't even envy him because these were real friends. Mose was surprised that he had a girlfriend, and he was even very happy that he noticed how he was very embarrassed and finally got into a relationship. She said that she had heard that the girl was an elf, and of course he was able to raise the bar higher because it was quite a difficult task. When he heard the word elf, he was very surprised and spat out the entire drink because he was very interested in who this girl was. It was somehow strange, because meeting an NPC. It was unusual, and he had heard about it for the first time. After all, if you remember the conversation with the gambler, everything was different there. He explained to him that those who really exchange their lives for this game are completely different, and feel differently because the worlds are different. After all, they cannot distinguish between NPCs and real people and therefore see each other as the same. Of course it's nice, but you couldn't play around with it. Mose understood that so far everything was fine and no one had fallen out of reality, because for now he sees that people, like him, are surprised by the guy's words. although it was personally difficult for him to decide for himself how to perceive such information, because he knew much more. While he was thinking, they addressed him as Mr. Mose, and he quickly remembered that he was with his friends, so it was impossible to fall into mystery so much. It was the same guy and said that he, Mr., sounded somehow strange and asked to call him simply by his name, and he said that of course, after all, they are friends. The guy said that he didn't do anything special back then, when he fought the troll. And thanks to Mose, he managed to pay for college and feels great. He said that back then he had a bad time with money, both in the game and in everyday life, but now things are much better, and he is very grateful to him for that. Mose felt that he had real friends with him who appreciated what was being done for them and understood that he would go far with them, and it was not in vain that fate brought them together. He was really very pleased because the gratitude was higher than any amount of money that could be received because the whole thrill was in the people. But Mose had the excellent quality of understanding that everyone in this world is worth something and said that if the boy had not been with them, they would not have been able to save the wounded uncle and they would not have gotten out of that trap. And he thanked him too, and they understood that they were already more than just a team. They had become a family that was ready to do more than just communication. The girls said that even if it weren't for him, they would have become victims of the intrigues of the worldly strong, and therefore they are very grateful. Uncle came out about what he heard about those who suffered because of such individuals, so they were simply saved out of inevitability. They also recalled that thanks to the guy, they were able to defeat the brain of the boss himself. And so this was a wonderful reason to celebrate this. Then the guy realized that the gambler was able to do so, that thanks to him he could touch other people and make them happier. He understood that these people began to rejoice thanks to him, because if he had not been able to help them then they would have been in that same trap. The girl said that she was quitting by the way, and everyone was surprised that she said it so abruptly and unexpectedly, especially since work in real life was a very important factor. The uncle said that he knew that it would end, but she said that the work was not very good. So she decided to focus on the scheme, because that's where she could earn money. She wanted to joyfully show off to them, and show what made her able to really become stronger, and have much more resources than in real life. She was able to buy some kind of miracle bow with her own money that really looked cool for those times and really wanted it. Mose looked and was really surprised that she was able to buy herself a rare artifact because she had been looking for it for a very long time, and thanks to it she became much stronger. Then he realized how much pain it was to earn money for such an artifact, so he felt how the girl worked day after day to get pennies and save up for it. He understood that the girl and the guy had a normal job with the help of which they could earn extra money and become stronger. After all, this was precisely the goal of the scheme. But suddenly he thought about himself, because he didn't work anywhere, and even though he tried, every day everything was different, and it was hard for him to admit it. After all, since then, when he received the star, he was constantly just lucky and managed to receive high-level artifacts and skills that he obtained more easily than others. Unfortunately, instead of growing above himself, he relied on luck and the help of the old man who had done everything for him before. He thought about it, and realized that he had taken everything for granted and thought that he would always be able to receive rewards without making any effort at all. He remembered those he tried and asked to give him a chance with which he could, at least for a second, believe in himself and become stronger. He also promised himself that he would enjoy the game like Guile and Sharon. But in the end he relied on luck, and now he is doing something strange. He wondered if he should go back to the beginning and give it his all in order to get much more of what he is capable of, and not just what he got for nothing. Then he began to contact them and felt that something was wrong here, and therefore it was necessary to change it because he knew that everything was possible. He said that they had not seen each other for a very long time and therefore they needed to complete some kind of quest together to shake up the old days. Because then he still didn't know something. They came to one of the caves to complete this quest, and it was really cold and scary there. After all, they still didn't know what they were signing up for. The guy was in his armor and quite tired because he understood that this quest was not the easiest one they had to choose, but he did it on purpose to show that he was capable. Guile didn't think that everything would turn out the way it happened, because this quest turned out to be much more difficult than they could have thought at first. He could barely stand on the stone and was shaking with fear because he understood that one wrong move and you would be a corpse who would not think about anything. The four of them stood and saw in front of them there was a huge number of monitor lizards that had green skin and were not simple, but some kind of giants. The quest was already one of the most difficult, and they needed to destroy the colonies of monsters in the mine of Mount Demont, and there were more than 1,500 monitor lizards. The weather was excellent, as always, and the cart with yours was taking them to one place where they wanted to go next after that quest. The signs said that for destroying the monsters in these mines they would receive quite good rewards like 5,500 gold and a special reward from the head. They began to think what they should do. After all, since these were monitor lizards, they had to understand how to fight against them, because otherwise they would simply die. He asked them if anyone knew anything about these creatures. After all, they were unusual monsters and somehow very strong with powerful muscles. Giles said that he found a special book about them. It was written there that they belong to the family of mountain monsters and they also live in packs of up to 100 individuals. Uncle understood that as many as 100 people in a flock is a huge number, because they need to destroy an entire colony, which consisted of a larger number. The girl clarified that if this quest class is much higher, then there will be as many as 500 more monsters, and the guy was very surprised at how he could barely control himself. Mose said that someone else should stand at the head of the colony because if they got rid of the leader, the remaining individuals would not pose a threat. The uncle said that the guy is even right, and usually the leader is in the rear and watches the progress of the battle so as not to risk his life. He understood that in order to lure him out, he could take control of the key areas for someone's life, and then he could follow the plan. Giles suggested dividing up the roles. The girl had to go to the tops of the mountain and find traces of who they were so that they could reach them. She accepted his order and said that he could rely on her. Giles understood that since he had magic at his disposal, he would help Mose in battle and then they would be much stronger, and his uncle said that he would cover them with a shield. Mose didn't understand why everyone was so hopeful about him, because he was the simplest player and didn't think that such fame would give him such a big boost. The girl said that she was the team again, so he should become the one who can kill these creatures and will be the most important in their battle. He said that he understands that it will not be easy, but with such a plan, their chances of victory are the highest, and they will have to act in exactly this way to win. The girl said that she really counted on him and looked at him because she understood that he would be the one who could help them in the team. Uncle and Giles also looked at him, and showed with their eyes that they needed him more than ever to win this battle. He realized that he had no choice at all and would have to fight because no one else could do it except him because he was the strongest character. But he even liked it because he felt that the team was counting on him. And this was a very good quality, and he understood that the fight depended on him. He agreed with this. After all, he simply had no options. Because if he had refused, the team would have taken him for a coward. A girl to show the way forward because it was so dark that they couldn't see anything and there was no way they could find the very place where they needed to go. Uncle shouted for them to watch their step, but they did not understand how long they still had to go to find those very creatures and finish off their leader in order to stop this war. But then she noticed something very strange and understood that she needed to immediately stop to look at it better and understand what was happening. She shouted to everyone to stop. After all, they had come close enough. Therefore, it was necessary to calm down and come up with a plan of action. She felt that some sounds were being made from below, and it was necessary not to show that they were starting to worry about this because then there would be problems. Uncle suggested that they were already there, because only these creatures could live in such a crappy place. But then Giles also began to feel some strange sensations and a coldness passed through his body at the speed of light. He realized that the road ended right here and therefore they had nowhere else to go except to look down and understand what was happening. Uncle was surprised but saw that there was also a cliff here and felt great fear. But on the hike they would have to go down there. Giles shouted at them to be careful and not fall because then they would lose them and never be seen in this world again. But while he was talking, someone's eye appeared behind him so that it was a bad and very bad feature, and after all, it seemed like those were the same monitor lizards. But suddenly he didn't pay attention to how behind him she had already given this big monster, and the girl was screaming at him with all her might so that he would react. She was afraid for him because she wanted him to survive because the creature was already jumping and no one had time to save him. But fortunately they had a powerful warrior named Mose who would always come to the rescue and save his friends by lending his strong shoulder, and, In this situation, his sword, he managed to save him and began to fight this huge monitor lizard who could not attack them because the guy managed to restrain him. The uncle asked if Guile was okay, because he was very worried about him and felt that he was unlikely to ever be able to stand up for himself in this life. But due to the fact that the monitor lizards moved in packs, it was obvious that these creatures would not stop to watch since they were a family, and if one died, then everyone fought for him. They felt how a huge number of eyes from above began to watch them, and they were worried because they didn't want to face them face to face, but just wanted to kill the head. Mose understood that there were a lot of them, and suddenly this very sign flew out in front of him, indicating a quest or an item that could be obtained for a reward. A new task was opened in which it was necessary to destroy the monitor lizards in these mines, and there were as many as 1568 of them. Gao began to get nervous and felt fear when he saw that there were already 1,500 of them, and understood that he was unlikely to be able to cope with such a large volume on his own. The girl told everyone else to stand in position because you can't lose a second and kill these creatures without completely taking control of the situation. Gao was the weakest link in this team and therefore he always had to be looked after, but it was already quite late after all. 2 monitor lizards were attacking him. But fortunately, they were a team in which everyone helped each other, and Uncle came running with his shield to repel these attacks and save the life of his teammate, who was a little weak. His shield was strong enough because he managed to upgrade during this time while the guy was absent from their team, and the uncle became much stronger than then against the troll. He managed to throw away 3 monitor lizards who tried to attack them, but he did not do this for very long. After all, they were strong enough to restrain them. There really were quite a lot of these creatures and they ate as they controlled the situation, although they understood that they were unlikely to be able to do this. Uncle understood that everything was bad for them because there were much fewer of them than the creatures. Moreover, they took a bad position and they would not be able to resist as planned. Guile thought about what to do in this situation, and he was enlightened by one brilliant idea with the help of which it was possible to change the entire course of events. But to do this, it was necessary to first save the girl who was completely alone without help and had only her rare bow with which she tried to kill the creatures. They understood that if she was blocked, no one would be able to save her, and they had to act much faster to get to her. They shouted for her to come to them because then they would have at least some chance to win. And if she was alone, they would simply surround her and eat her, so she understood their order. Mose felt that in this team he would have to do almost everything himself, and he decided to take the entire blow on himself since he had good enough and valuable artifacts to do this. She flew with all her might to quickly get to the place where they all were, because otherwise she would not have been saved. Fortunately, she was able to fly over these animals and get to exactly the place where the entire team was trying to escape. Mose understood that it would take a very long time to kill them, and the team he had did not have much improved statistics when they were in a fight against a dragon. My uncle and the guy who was experienced with me understood that they would die along the way because there was no chance of winning. But the girl was very brave and shouted for them all to gather because otherwise they would die and this would be their last quest. They understood that there were too many of them and they would have to fight until the morning until they had no resources and mana left. They knew that the plan had failed and they had nowhere to retreat. Therefore, they would have to improvise to save themselves. The girl asked was he the kind of person who would give up. It was necessary to fight to the end and try to win because this is the main thing that needs to be done. The uncle said that the girl is even right, and you can't just give up and you have to fight to the end while you're alive. But they didn't understand that first they needed to kill at least all these creatures and then get to that same leader whom they had not yet seen. And they needed to at least find out what he was like. Mose began to think tactically what was the most logical thing he could do and assumed that if he made his way through the crowd then he could overcome them. But he realized that it would cause too much damage. Suddenly another sign flew out in front of him, on which there was 100% hint on how to act in this situation, and what skills should be used. He read it, and realized that he was really good, which is why he was famous in this game in which you had to have not only luck but also character. The sign said that she had destroyed and that the monsters and the effect of the Atori brand were activated right now. He was happy because it was at that moment that he needed it. Uncle said that he would protect him to the maximum. So you need to try to break through them. But suddenly someone interrupted him and said one thing. Mose was confident in himself, and told his uncle to hold the shield tightly, and he could do everything himself because he was simply elusive with this skill. The creatures began to approach him to end this and drive them out of their territories. After all, they were superfluous to them there. The dragons had already begun to fly at him to kill him so as not to leave any chance of somehow surviving, but they greatly underestimated him. Uncle began to worry very much and was afraid that he would not be able to deal with all these creatures that attacked him in the moment. But you had to know that he was not an ordinary person and would be able to make even the most difficult situation easy thanks to his ingenuity. And right now he activated a powerful explosion and killed everyone. Uncle could barely hold back the shield and did not understand how capable this young man who was caught one fine day in the square was. He couldn't understand what kind of garbage it was. After all, before he had never seen such a powerful force that was activated with the help of one skill. Mose managed to kill as many as 400 monitor lizards and they ate as if they were alive after such an explosion. Therefore, it was necessary to act further. He shouted forward for them to continue attacking because they needed to kill 1,500 and he only completed 1/4 of this task. But on the sign one could notice one very strange task which was marked by one single enemy, and most likely it was the same monster leader. With the help of his blade, he continued to attack and kill these creatures one by one, because the path to victory was close enough and he had to pull out his team. He managed to kill another 100 more and 515 monitor lizards had already been destroyed, which was a good bonus. After a few seconds, he was able to destroy several more of these creatures and another 140 more were destroyed. After all, monitor lizards had a very weak relationship with fire. They died from every blow that he managed to deliver on her. After all, it was very painful for them to keep the fire on their skin because they were used to being in water or where there was moisture. The uncle and the guy watched all this and were proud that once they were able to believe in him, although not from the first minutes, they still became like family to him. The girl didn't even know that he was strong enough to kill as many as 700 monitor lizards. But they couldn't kill even a third of these creatures. Without blinking an eye, he was already able to put down an entire crowd and 840 monitor lizards were killed in a matter of minutes while they watched all this. He was incredible and was able to kill even more than half of these creatures. This meant that success was waiting for them very close if they had joined him even earlier. Otherwise they would have been able to finish this already. Fortunately, they were already able to deal with half of these creatures and did not know if everything was okay because Mose had spent a lot of mana. They shouted that they needed to kill them at any cost. And they were ready to continue because the guy couldn't have done it alone. Fortunately, the whole team was confidently moving forward because he encouraged them to grow and kill them more and more thanks to the fact that he showed how to do it. Everyone tried to make their contribution to this victory because they hoped that they would still be able to do it because otherwise the team would have disintegrated. They again managed to stop the attack of the monitor lizards, who did not give up easily and continued to compete with them because it was also very important for them to win. After all, they had a boss. It was never entertainment for them, but a way to make money, and it was then that they really enjoyed it, just as they do now. Suddenly another sign flew out to them, which said that they had to kill another monster, which was only one. Most likely it was their boss. They were happy that they would finally be able to fight the boss and end their lives. They were already very tired of it because the fight was quite difficult. She told them to look in the corner because the boss was supposed to be there, and now they would have to work hard to win. Mose was very afraid that now he would actually meet with a person who would not fight back, and perhaps not even with a person, but with a creature that was much stronger than him. Suddenly they looked and realized that there was a difficult person there who was much worse than those they had seen before. He put his hand on one of the monitor lizards who were ready to fight for their master because he was the most important thing for them. He looked very strange and had long black hair that was completely unkempt because he lived in a cave. And people were very surprised that these were really people who were ready to fight and live with monitor lizards, because it's quite difficult. He came forward to stand up for his army and show who was in charge. After all, it was he who began to feel just like these creatures. They noticed that his arms and legs were quite normal, but the only thing that really distinguished him was terrifying. He began to say that he was a completely normal person and pointed his finger at them because he knew the language. Although this was not obvious because he grew up in poor conditions, Mose felt a very strange feeling of confusion and asked him who he was and why he lived with these creatures. He began to dance and said that he was a fallen man and that he was the same as everyone else, but he had fallen. He looked somehow very strange and danced with joy that could not be explained. Mose asked him to explain it to him in normal words because he didn't understand what he meant because it was quite strange to react like that. He said that he has a slide and therefore he is a fallen man who fell. It was some kind of joke of his that no one understood. He said that a long time ago his mother threw him off a cliff and because of this he became so isolated and lives in a pack. The uncle understood that it was simply inhumane to throw his child off a cliff, and Gile could not understand why he began to sympathize with this man so much. Mose asked him if there were people who ended up in this cave just like him, and he explained that there were. But they all turned into bones and he was the only one who could survive. He told them that they looked like his mom and dad and asked who he would lead this time. After all, he already felt that something terrible was about to happen. Gile couldn't stand such a stupid conversation and said that they didn't come here for that, but the hunchback said that he didn't believe it because his mother had said that before too. And he also said that they killed his friends. The hunchback said that the reptiles took care of the abandoned ones, and he taught him to live in a world where no one kills anyone except strangers. And suddenly he thought about what kind of desire they were talking about. After all, before this, the hunchback said that they also fulfill any of his desires. The hunchback looked very suspicious and he wanted to kill them because he didn't like the new people because they started a very strange conversation with him, and because of this he wanted to kill them and feast on them. Suddenly he said that the hole was very unnecessary, and therefore it was urgently necessary to destroy it so that no one would fall into it. They stood in shock and did not understand what kind of nonsense he decided to do because otherwise there would be chaos which would be a very bad reason for the entire future. Gile explained that if she brings down the mountain with stones, she will cover all the nearby villages, and they will simply die like all the people. The hunchback said that there are much more Kostia here than there are alive in the area, because the king of the village is throwing Zdorov to absolutely everyone who has a hump. They do not obey the king, but he armors and abandons them. Suddenly the girl realized that he was talking about the viceroy who did all this and Gile began to feel terrible because I understand that now is not the best time to kill them, there will be no other choice. The uncle realized that he was threatening them with death and therefore it was necessary to do something quickly, because otherwise, if he collapses the mountain, it will be the end. But he also understood the feelings of the hunchback, because otherwise he would simply feel suffering like all the other people whom he forced to renounce their own children, because he wanted the village to look good. This made my uncle very angry and he realized that he needed to end this later, because otherwise many more people would die, which could not be allowed to happen, because people are the most important thing. Now that girl understood why people were not happy when they took up this matter, and they were most likely scared of the consequences. The uncle said that if he interfered in his business, he would get very angry and kill them because it was impossible to interfere with what he was doing. But suddenly they weighed all the pros and cons and made one but very difficult decision that had to be made. He understood that they were dependent on the reward and I like the idea of deciding who lives and who dies. Therefore, something had to be done to save the people but at the same time kill the reptiles. Mose realized that this was probably the first time they had encountered a need that simply had to be taken advantage of, because that was the lot. A very difficult choice had to be made. Mose said that he himself could not have imagined that he would be faced with such a dilemma in a regular quest in which it would be very difficult to make the right decision because there would still be deaths. Uncle understood that they would put people's lives at risk, but they definitely shouldn't kill everyone because that would be simply terrible. Mose, I thought about it and started asking my team what they should do, because such a dilemma was not the simplest, especially since people's lives stood in the balance. Uncle suggested some other way, namely, to somehow peacefully talk with them in order to resolve this issue and resolve the problem. The hunchback was with his animals and it is unlikely that he could understand the whole situation and discuss it normally without any consequences. Mose approached him and said that he was very unpleasant for the fact that he attacked them and that he killed his friends. But they had to do it. After all, they attacked them. He asked the old man not to do this and leave the hole alive. After all, if he fills it up, then absolutely the entire village will die, including his mother. But the hunchback said that he didn't want her to die. Mose told him that they would deal with the bad king and then he would not throw people like him here and the world would be good without such problems. Such words made the hunchback very happy. After all, if the bad king really doesn't do this to anyone again, then it will be wonderful because he wouldn't want anyone to turn into bones again, and his friends to be sad because of the dead. Mose said that then they are forced to leave the mountain. Because if he can do this, then he can help other sad fallen children. Such words really interested the hunchback. The guy said that he could really help other people if he left this mountain. After all, it would be better for everyone and everyone would make their contribution. Hunchback really hoped that this was true and asked if he promised that it would be so. And if so, he agrees to this deal. He said that he promised and they shook their little fingers as a sign that they trust each other and are ready to believe. He bowed to him and said that now he needs to do a little other things that will help him deal with this problem to the end. He stood up and said that he had some idea that needed to be done immediately. They got out not far from that very mountain to go to the local town and deal with the problem that was really interfering with people's lives. He was sitting in some restaurant and communicating on his sphere and said that he was interested in finding out how she was feeling. He explained that one business had appeared that he would like to entrust to her because it concerned their past, which they had gone through quite well. Namely about the one whose guarantors were called Knight Maxim.